Am I the meanest?
Pawn's drunk.
Am I the prettiest?
Pawn's drunk.
Am I the baddest mofo low down around this town?
Pawn's drunk.
Well, who am I?
Pawn's drunk.
Who am I?
Pawn's drunk.
I can't hear you.
Pawn's drunk. AKA Mr. Moo won't shine himself.
Of Harlem.
You already know this is Pawn, Drunk, Boxing, a.k.a. Mr. Moo Shine himself, a.k.a. El Adobo, a.k.a. El Sazón, a.k.a. El Borracho. Dímelo, mi gente. Dímelo, mi gente. Happy Hour Thursday. Punch from Boxing. You already know, baby. The most dangerous show in the YTB mother effing scene. Ladies and gentlemen, get your drinks. Get your drinks. Margarita night. Margarita tonight. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, this video is brought to you by Tequila Exótico. Tequila, I say. 100%. 100%. Tequila tonight. Tequila tonight, I say, my friends. Ladies and gentlemen, you see the title, you see the thumbnail. It is going to be a heated, massive, huge April in the sport of boxeo, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all already know, y'all heard that they're negotiating. Now, Inoue, the Japanese monster, El Monstro, negotiating with Nonito Donaire, the Filipino Flash, on a rematch. You also heard Shakur Stevenson, Newark, New Jersey, just beat Jamal Hearing, a fellow New Yorker. And now we're about to get Oscar Valdez, a.k.a. the tea drinker, a.k.a. the guy that probably had the best knockout of the year, the upset of the year. Oscar Valdez when he beat Miguel Burchett. Shakur Stevenson, Oscar Valdez, Shakur Stevenson, Las Vegas, Nevada, April 30th. And also, the biggest and most important fight of the year. I don't give a damn what y'all say. I don't give a damn. The 7th division world champion, the pound for pound knockout queen of the sport of boxing, Amanda Serrano from Brooklyn, New York, my city. Y'all already know. Brooklyn, Bushwick, Boricua, Carolina. Amanda Serrano finally gets her respect. Pay her that money. 7 figures versus the undisputed from Ireland, Katie Taylor. Madison Square Garden, New York City, April 30th in the Mecca. I'm hype, y'all. I'm hype. If you one of those fans out there that's frustrated with the sport of boxing, man, I don't give a fuck about the sport of boxing. This shit, it fucking sucks. It's fucking suck. I still want Earl Spence versus Buck Crawford. Man, yeah, I don't give a damn about that shit. I don't give a damn. I've been saying it for almost nearly 3 years, ladies and gentlemen. I said that shit. I told y'all. I said we might not get that fight. Let me shout out to the people out there, man. Smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Smash the like button. Guzman in the building, Van in the building, Brandon Jackson in the building, Midwest Boxing in the building, K Savoy in the building, K Savoy, one of the members of Punch Wrong Boxing. Let's go. Chit, smoke in the building. Jimbo Slice, what's good, my brother? Jimbo Slice. Let's go. Leo, dímelo, mi hermano. Mama Juana. Un traguito ahí mimito, my friends. Uy. Happy Hour Thursday, karaoke night. Let me see. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. But I don't know what's up there. I'm Sam cooking these motherfuckers. Yeah. Smash the like. Smash the like. O me voy aquí. Smash the like or I get the fuck out of here, man. Smash the like or I get the fuck out of here, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we already had Mark Magsayo in upset versus Gary Russell Jr. And we're talking about Mark Magsayo probably going to be fighting, probably not fighting, but unification bout. Navarrete, Mark Magsayo. Oh, baby. Oh, mama. Oh, Lord. Rivera in the building. All smoke in the building. April is going to be straight fire in the sport of boxing. And look, that's April 30th. What you think is going to happen the following week? Huh? What you think is going to happen the following week when it hit the first week of May? Cinco de Mayo. Who you think is going to be fighting in Cinco de Mayo? Canelo Alvarez, the 4-division world champion, the newly super middleweight champion of the world. King Nello, a.k.a. Cartelo, a.k.a. Cash Kelo, a.k.a. Baby, a.k.a. get the fuck out of here, man. Woo! Mama. And also in April, good chance. Also in April, we see Earl the True Spence versus Yordenis Ugas. Ladies and gentlemen, boxing is good. And also in April, April 2nd, the date is reserved for Ryan Garcia. April's going to be a good month, y'all. Who's complaining about the sport of boxing? Talk to me. Who is complaining about the sport of boxing? Chips. Talk to me. And out with the building. Smash the like button. Make love to the like button. All right? Make love. Kiss it. Foreplay with the like button. Tap that like button. Doggy style the like button. Impregnate the motherfucker. Impregnate the like button. Do some freaky shit to the like button. I already know, man, it's the most dangerous show in the YTBC, damn it. You impregnate that like button, give the like button twins. Treat the like button good, or the like button gonna take the child support. Oh yeah. Don't get caught. All right? Don't get caught. But punch him, mama. What the fuck you doing, motherfucker? What you doing? What you got to say? What you doing? With the computer. Now the punch on boxing said to smash the like button and says you ain't giving me no punani. I got it. He said that it is wet. You know, there's some weirdos up in this YTBC shit. There's some weirdos. I'm talking about Weird TV. Weird TV. Talking that freaky shit. Who called Weird to it? Shout out to Weird TV, ladies and gentlemen. That is not a porno site, all right? That is not a midget porno site. It's Weird TV. Does some weird shit, but it's not that. All right? It's not that. Clear your name, man. Clear your name. Smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Smash the like button, baby. It's going to be absolutely wonderful year to sport of boxing. Huh? I know everybody is bitching. A lot of people is bitching about, Keith Thurman is pay-per-view. All right. Don't pay for the pay-per-view. Look past that. Chocolatito versus Rey Martinez in March 2. What happened? Yo, boxing is good, man. Boxing ended good, and now it has its momentum. We thought January was kind of slow. January was kind of slow. Boxing was decompressing. It was kind of slow. Come on, y'all. These fights that may come through fruition, come on. And we already know that we're going to get Cameron. We're going to get Chantel Cameron versus Reese. We know we're going to get that undisputed matchup. Let's also not forget that also Clarissa Shields is going to be fighting also as well. But the biggest fight in the sport of boxing, I don't give a damn what anybody say, the biggest and the most important fight in the sport of boxing is Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Jake Paul. Mighty Max Boxing in the building. Everybody subscribe to Mighty Max Boxing in the mother effing building. Subscribe right now. Or you losing out on some good content. You losing out, folks. If you ain't subscribed to Mighty Max, you're losing out. You're losing out. Matter of fact, you don't like boxing. If you don't subscribe to Mighty Max Boxing, you don't like boxing. You don't like Shout out to my broski. Hand kill Amanda Serrano with Katie Taylor. Amanda Serrano with Katie Taylor. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, you know why I'm also extra happy? Because I gotta rub it in. I got to rub it in, y'all. Because I debated this fight. People were trying to make, Amanda Serrano pulled out of the fight when she was supposed to fight Katie Taylor on the co-main event of Dillian White and Povetkin. Man, please. You think of Katie Taylor? Amanda Serrano? That was already a disrespect right there. Putting them on co-main event to Dillian White and Povetkin when they wasn't even fighting for a title. That was a slap in the face. That was a slap in the face. Think about it, y'all. They was gonna be fighting in the backyard of Eddie Hearn. No, not that fight. That fight is no backyard fight in the house of Eddie Hearn. That fight is no co-main event to any fight in the sport of boxing unless we're watching the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. If that would be the co-main event to Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury or Alexander versus Tyson Fury, maybe. But no, that fight has its own, you got to give it the respect that it deserves. Its own card, its own date, its own main event. I said that these ladies deserve 7 figures. They say no, Punch. They say no. What do you mean? You just want to give money away to Amanda Serrano? Huh? She's not worth it. She's not value to that. Mira ahí, ustedes lo que dijeron eso. Niema ustedes. I told y'all how boxing works. You don't know where the money is coming in the sport of boxing. Their money comes from everywhere. This is a wild, wild west. This is a gangster's playground. Don't tell me that the fighter is not worth the money when we see even Mikey Garcia go to the zone and get $7 million off what? To fight Jesse Vargas? Off where? Where the money is coming from. Mira, señor, listen to your boy Ponstron Boxing. She ain't worth that. She don't worth more. She's lucky to have that. Mira, lucky to have that. 7-division world champion, a walking Hall of Famer, one of the most decorated champions ever in the sport of boxing. Ever in the sport of boxing. That don't deserve a $200,000 purse, and then you pay taxes, and then you got to give your manager, and then you got to give your promoter, and then you got to give your nutritionist, and you got to give the camp and the sparring partner. I don't que sabe hacer dinero. ¿A dónde? Ni un Honda Accord of 2005 she could buy with that. Say, yo, Punch, you don't understand boxing. No, ustedes que don't understand boxing, eh. Ustedes que don't understand. A esa mujer me la pagan. Me la pagan ahora mismito, cuñazo. The Manny, right, case of oil? The Manny Pacquiao of women boxing. Lo dije yo. Problem here. The fuck. Rapstar Boxing Knowledge. UK, London, bruv. Subscribe to Rapstar Boxing Knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, subscribe now. He's going to have an epic interview with the most controversial, powerful man in the sport of boxing, the WBC Presidente, Mauricio Sulaimán. Yep. The questions that you want to be asked is going to be asked that day. If he don't answer it right, hey, Rapstar might grill him. What's happening with the Dillian? Mauricio Suleiman, what happened to the Dillian White situation, bro? Well, can't get no. Leave me like, hey, you tell me right now, bro. What the hell is happening to Dillian White? Yeah, the way in, Mr. Shine. What's good? Everybody subscribe to the weigh-in right now. Inmediatamente. Immediately. Let's go. Smash the like button. Smash the like button. I'm out of here. Smash the like button or I'm out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm lit, man. High octane boxing content delivery. Your boy, Mr. Moonshine. Nobody got it like that. Nobody got this passion. Oh, you nuts? You ain't gonna hear passion like this. You ain't gonna hear nobody preaching like this. You ain't gonna hear nobody that love the sport of boxing like this. You ain't gonna hear nobody that respects the fighters like me. I fight for fighters. Why they fight for the ring? They fight for us. I fight for them. I also fight for the fans. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what's going on? I'm heavy now. All right, I'm good. Uh-oh. The alpha, the two alphas in the building.
That's right.
Rachel Donaire. Nonito Donaire. The champ. What's good, brother? What's good, sister?
What's up?
Blessed, man. Blessed, man.
Blessed? That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Happy Hour Thursday. What y'all got? Y'all got water?
Yeah. There you go.
I saw you got your tequila.
Hold on. I gotta let me shout out my sponsors right quick. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Oh, you see? Let me shout out my sponsors. Shout out to my sponsor, Chia Pet. Get your Chia Pet and your Target near you. Maybe in Marshalls, Walmart. Get your Chia Pet. Made with the AKA I make smart investments. Get your Chia Pet right now. And I think it has if you want to grow your own hair as well, it probably has some liquid there for you could help yourself. But yeah, shout out to my sponsor. You know what I'm saying? I'm a low budget YouTuber, so I could get all the I need to get all the sponsors I could get. You feel me? I just needed a shout out. I just needed to shout out the sponsor, Race. You feel me?
Yep. No, I got you.
Soon I'll be moving up like the Jeffersons in boxing. Soon I'll be moving up like the Jefferson and maybe have, a punch room boxing studio. But for now,
hey, you have it all set up. You have an upside down mic and a headset. It's clean.
I'm moving on up, right? Just little by little.
Are we we should do a podcast when you're here in Vegas.
Oh, now we talking, you see? Now
it might be dangerous though, because drinks be flowing in Vegas, so might be a little bit dangerous.
Hey, I mean, it's punch room boxing, we can handle our liquor.
I can't.
You can't?
I can't. Man, I'll be like all over the place.
Oh yeah, so she be having to save you in the club
all the time, man. No, I get I'm cool. I can't handle it the next day.
Yeah.
So
he's praying.
I can drink all day. But the next day, I'm praying to every god there is.
It'll be funny if you like in the club and stuff like that, and you step on somebody's foot. So it'll be, hey yo, why you stepping on my shoe? You know me though, right? Can you step on my shoe again? I just want, you feel me? Can you just step on both of them this time? I'm all right with it.
Man, now it happened that way before, but it didn't go that way. All right, come on, let's do it. Let's go. I'm like, just taking the shirt off. I'm like, well, you taking your shirt off. Boom.
Why do people do that? Like,
I don't know.
Hey, yo, man.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me take my.
That's not fair, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't understand it. I mean, you're getting into a fight and the hands over here, and the next thing you know, they start taking their shirt off. I'm like, bro, Put your shirt back on.
Right? God, why guys do that? And then, you know what I'm saying, in the hood, you know what I'm saying, the girls be, hold up, they get the Vaseline. All right, mom, all right, come on, I'm ready.
Right? No, I mean, you know, in the club it's dark and all of that stuff, you know, so, you know, I mean, it's, everybody's drunk, everybody think they can fight, you know what I'm saying?
Right? Right?
Yeah.
Shit, man, running up to Nonito Donaire, he steps on your shoes.
I'm actually pretty, you know, I'm pretty calm. You know, usually I'm just like, all right, my bad, dude, my bad. I'm sorry. And if they come in, I'm like, I'll whoop your ass. I mean, you probably can't. I'll walk away. That's usually,
walk away.
You know. But the moment that they do get, you know, physical, then I'm on it. You know,
you on it. So okay. There's the myth. Then the myth is that, you know, you guys are registered weapon. When can a fighter, like, you know, hit somebody without getting sued? Like, they always say like fighters can't hit nobody, but because you're registered,
you can. I mean, you can pretty much do anything in self-defense. So that's why I'm like, you know, I warned them. You know, I'm like, yo, I'm a fighter. I'm a professional fighter. You know, I'm not gonna start the punch. I'm not gonna throw the first punch, but you know, just know that when you do hit me, I'm gonna come after you.
Bing, 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 bing.
Bam, bam. Yeah, so
man, you short. I don't know how much you weigh. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty calm usually, man. I don't get into any of that stuff, man.
Yeah, man.
It's always her. It's always her. I always gotta calm her down. I'm like, calm down. It's okay. It's okay. Think about your babies, you know.
So she create the problem. She create the problem in your eye. Like,
I don't want to be like protecting herself, you know, or protecting me, you know, protecting. She's mama bear, you know. So,
do you think? Because when I see when I see fighters with bodyguards, I think that they do y'all get the bodyguards to protect you from hitting them or from them from coming to you? I think it's the other way. Like y'all get it so y'all won't do anything to them.
Right. No, I do have them, like for big events and stuff like that, you know, especially if people are drinking and all that, you know, I have them. But because of that, I mean, it protects the whole entity of my hand being weapons and all that other stuff, you know, so.
But then y'all both fighters at the same time. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well,
like you take the guys and she takes the girls. Like
she takes on some guys too. Boom.
Oh yeah. Okay, my fault. You know what I'm saying? She take the guys too.
She has no, you know, she don't pick, man. She you know, she knows where to hit you, where to break you in little places, you know. So she's not to be messed with. I mean, I ain't messing with her, that's for sure. You know, there's a story when we were dating. I was being cocky and everything, and I was like, "Hey, you can't kick for nothing, man. Girls can't kick, really." You know, I said that to her. Oh, you know, it's like, okay. I put that little thing that they have on Taekwondo. It's a little body shield. Kick me 30%, maybe. It was like, you know. I'm like, come on, you gotta go a little bit harder than that. I mean, you kick like a girl. I was being an a-hole, you know. I was being an ass. So she went, bam.
Woo.
I had to, hey dad, can you cancel the fight? Because you know, I think I broke my ribs in sparring.
When you hit you, that was like love at first sight, like boom.
Yeah.
Ow,
yeah.
I love
Yeah, you had me with the kick.
Got him all the way to the heart.
Yeah, it went boom, boom. It touched me. I like it.
I like it. Right? Hey, nice announcements, man. Nice announcements, and it's April. So there was report last week saying that y'all negotiations with Inoue. Today is Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. I think the biggest woman fight in boxing. Shakur Stevenson, Valdez, Ryan Garcia saying he's fighting on April 2nd. April is a massive month.
That's crazy because I thought I saw something too that, and I have yet to confirm it, but a news report came out of the Philippines that Prebellum was doing the Casimiro Butler fight in April too. April 23rd.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah. So that, I mean, there's a lot of happening on April. So
yeah, we haven't confirmed if that's a real report.
We haven't confirmed
It was a big news agency, so I wouldn't suspect that they're fake news yet. But
How legit was the report? You know, we're trying
the guy who did it, he's
a reporter for a TV network in the Philippines.
Yeah, and he's a veteran reporter, but so I don't think he would make a mistake like that. And he quoted, I believe he quoted the Probellum lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
So he must have gotten something. But we just got back from Mexico, right?
Cabo, man. So tequila. Yeah, tequila, güey, tequila. Órale, güey. That's right.
How was it?
Tomar más cerveza. I was gaining a lot of weight.
It was his first time there.
My first time in Cabo. Man, it was fun. We had an amazing time. It was crazy because, you know, you go to Mexico and everybody, at least for me, everybody started noticing me, like, aren't you Nonito? And then, you know, Donaire, you know, it was crazy. So we get like free drinks everywhere, you know. So it was pretty cool. And then I got to meet the mayor, when I was out there, you know. So
it was weird. You ever seen those fans that go, "Are you Donaire?" And you're like, "Yeah." He's like, "No."
Nah. I'm like, all right. You asked me.
Step on my shoes.
Yeah. So it was fun, man. It was fun. It was amazing. It was. I definitely will go back out there again. You know.
Yeah.
So for her birthday, so you know. Oh, there you go. So
they say boxing scene confirmed it too.
Yeah. This is the first time I hear it. You know,
yeah.
So many
we heard it today too. So.
I've seen almost all like websites kind of do a little bit of a mess up here and there. So I'd kind of just rather wait to see it on Probellums because since they're the one promoting it, or WBO, then that means it's legit. Because usually what was it? There was this one. It was when Casimiro said he signed a Probellum contract, and then fight scene, I think.
Everybody started picking it up.
Yeah, well, someone in the Philippines said he signed a Probellum contract. That got twisted into a promotional contract. And then I think it was Fight Hype. I don't remember. But
it was one of those.
But one of the US ones pulled down the Philippines, and then they had to like clean it up because it was just the fight contract, not the promotional.
Yes. When I hear stories in boxing, if I know somebody that knows somebody, or let's say I have the right contact, I will hit the person up before I say a story or anything like that, because that backfired once. I think it was July 4th day in Ryan Garcia. The story said that he pulled out of a fight, and so I did a video. I mean, like, man, you pulled out of a fight, another one. I did a video and stuff like that, and Mrs. Garcia hits me up. A lot of derogatory names and stuff like that. She's like, and I want to speak to you. I'm like, all right, check the email, get the number. He said, are you a journalist? Well, you know, I'm a boxing content creator. You know, I'm heading to, you know, you can say, well, you got to do a better job and get your information straight. I said, I got it from Steve Kim. I just read the ESPN. She said, I read it. Well, now Steve Kim don't know what's going on. And if you a journalist, you got to contact the people. And I'm like, well, I DM your son, you know, for an interview. I'm like, that's the best thing I could do.
Yeah.
So, we all laugh and everything like that. I'm like, I'm comedic, you know. I love fighters and things of that nature, but I'm comedic. I throw things out there. But that was, I think that day was like, all right, like I'm gonna do my due diligence. I'm just not gonna go by what a story just said. Because in boxing, half of the time they wrong. And I'm not disrespecting none of the media people, because probably they get a source and the source wasn't legit or whatever. And everybody's trying to be first. That's what it is.
That's
right. Everybody's trying to be first. And I've seen that a lot. And you know, but also as well, like sometimes when the contract is said this way and the next thing you know, it changes, you know, because the other person didn't want it or whatnot. Like I could say, oh man, everything's great or something like that. Next thing you know, they go back and say, no, it's not great. You know, so stuff like that can happen as well.
Yeah.
How Steve Kim's pretty, I mean, I don't know. He calls us whenever, you know, he has my numbers.
He comes in and fight and figure it out.
No, not true. So, I mean, for us, like, there's nothing that he's printed that isn't true, because he just calls me an ass.
Yeah. See, and that's what it is. Like, if we have your information and he'll hear something, I got Nonito's contact, you know, let me hit them up.
Yeah.
So, but shout out to Steve Kim though. That was just one incident, Steve. One incident. Right?
All Steve's fault.
Yeah.
All Steve's fault, man.
But what do you right? What do y'all feel about the month? Because look, boxing, the fans get fickle. They waiting for. I mean, I hate when fans dictate boxing, the whole sport, off one fight. They want Errol Spence, Bud Crawford, or they want Fury and Anthony Joshua, whatever, the undisputed Usyk, right? And then they'll base those fights that's not coming through fruition as, oh, boxing this, boxing is that. But yo, just the month of April, let's say if your fight comes through fruition on April, like, yo, it's actually going to satisfy my boxing year probably. Just that date.
That month is really interesting. Like I said, we just got back, so we haven't, it's been crazy with the kids. They're not taking us longer. Even when we started already, the youngest one came back out here. I'm like, good, go to bed. So we're still trying to get back to like off vacation, back to regular life. So I put in a call to Richard, but he hasn't called me back. He'll probably call me tomorrow. Usually tomorrow's Friday, right? So it's like an end of week report, kind of where everything is. But what I think is interesting is, there's, the possibility of Inoue, which is Richard's working on that. But the fallout between Chocolatito and Estrada opens Estrada for somebody to fight as well. Ooh. So, while I'm thinking, I'm looking at the shifting and the mark, their Chocolatito's by March 5th, right?
Yeah.
And Estrada needs a little bit more time, so give him another 4 weeks to recover. So then you're back into the April month again. Oh. So little fun magic tricks that let's see what sticks up in there and what catches. Is really interesting. I mean, like, this whole COVID crap is, it's absolutely ridiculous. But, it is what it is now.
So if it's not Inoue, it could be Nonito, Donaire, and Estrada.
Watch everyone go crazy about this stuff right now.
Right?
Everyone gonna be like, oh, hey. And everybody's like, what's going on?
That sounds sexy to me still.
Exactly.
That's what
April.
and even look, I wanted to see the trilogy, right? Chocolatito, Estrada, but even the Julio Cesar Martinez. He's a bad dude. Yeah, that's still a good fight. Like, people was like, oh man, damn, but who's gonna step in for substitute? Oh, Ray, who? Yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
that's good.
Exactly. And for him, he's been wanting to move up. So I mean, it just kind of moved right, walked into that open position, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like you said, there's not any bad fights. There's so many fights that I'm like, oh my God, I really hope it doesn't land before our fight, because usually before our fight, then I'm locked in. I can't go anywhere. I can't,
can't do nothing. You in jail.
Yeah, I'm in jail. So I can't, and even if we watch fights at the house, it's really touchy. Like, he'll walk out, he'll look at the fight, then he'll start pacing. And then he'll be like, why are we watching fights? Because now I can't sleep. So then
I get tense.
So I can't even watch fights in the house. It's like I have to watch it on the phone and just have my earpiece on, so then he doesn't,
I have to watch it the next day, and then, when I'm calm, I can see it properly. But when I see it live, I'm like,
he starts pacing.
I start shaking. I'm like, I want to fight,
Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
But there's so many. Many.
If he's fighting over there in Liverpool, y'all could fight on the same date, because y'all be here. Let's say let me just put it out there. Nonito, Juan Francisco Estrada, Vegas, Cali, and y'all and let's say Casimiro fighting over there. It's still a good day, because they'll be fighting over here. I probably watch it at 4 p.m.
in the morning. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Something like that. Yeah.
No, 4 p.m. in the afternoon.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm in New York City time.
They're 10. Okay,
yeah.
They're 10.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So I watch it at 4. Like, the main event in the UK usually starts at 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. And then later on the night, and y'all in Vegas, that'd be good.
Then that would be a nap and then wake back up again.
Oh, no naps. Just no naps. I mean, they did it before. Look, that the same day, I think it was the same day that we had, or I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, they had Usyk versus Chisora, and then later on they had Inoue versus Jason Maloney, and then they at the same paper, and then the pay-per-view event with Leo Santa Cruz with Tank Davis, all in the same day. That was
Inoue, didn't we watch Inoue before this? The Leo Santa Cruz, because I remember we watched those.
Yeah, it was all the same time. We were in Florida at that time.
Yeah, we were in Florida.
Yeah, that was a good day of boxing. That was like all day.
Yeah, all day.
Yeah, we made sure that we were home by then because the kids were at Disney World, and we're like, nope. So we gotta get home.
Yes.
And they're like, why? And we're like, you'll go back tomorrow. Don't worry, we need to go home now.
Yeah.
And we just sat there and watched all the fights.
Yeah.
So
no, it was good. It was back to back, and sometimes. The thing I don't like when we do have all that is like sometimes they fight at the same time and you're flipping through channels. I'm like, come on, man, get along, people, get along. Yeah,
it's like April 30th. Excuse me, April 30th. We have Shakur Stevenson versus Valdez in the same day. You got Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. I really didn't want no boxing event. I feel like boxing is a gentleman's sport. Gentlemen be gentlemen and let these women get their spotlight. I wish it was like that because I feel like if they do just have that date reserved to them, the whole boxing world, probably the whole combat world will see this fight because it's giving a good enough time to promote the fight.
Yeah.
It's January still, it's in April.
That's the unfortunate thing now, promoters are just like going with the motion, knowing that they're getting paid through everybody, from the television to the TV rights or whatnot. There's a lot of sponsorships and stuff like that, and they just kind of go on, instead of just like how it was, hey, let's go here, let's go there, let's promote this. Now it's like you don't, especially with COVID, like no one's doing the stuff anymore. The press conference, they do it in the week of the fight now. They don't do it like the week or a month before and plug it in and all the other stuff. They don't do that anymore.
Yeah. COVID's messing everything up, man. What do you feel about people when they trying to question you had COVID twice? What do you feel about fans trying to question fighters, being in COVID? They say, they're using that as an excuse, as a lie, as a way to just push back the fight. You had it, Tio had it, Tyson Fury had it, Jamel Herring had it. Like there was a lot of big fights that's been postponed. What do you feel about the people? Do you think that the boxing world, people just in general, just disingenuous about COVID?
Well, the thing about it is each postponement or injuries or anything like that, there's a doctor's note. There's a data showing that you are injured or whatnot. Especially with COVID, it's all in the system. So when you have COVID, you're in the system. Like that's why they canceled my fight with I wanted to fight.
Yeah.
I was training with Manny Rodriguez because I trained hard for it.
You were talking about the Obali fight before.
So the Obali fight got COVID. So they put Manny Rodriguez and me, and then I got COVID. But I still wanted to fight. Me and Angelo Leo was still kind of sparring and all that stuff. And even coming into the fight where I was negative already, I paid for my own 3 or 4 or 5 tests to get negative to be able to fight, but because I was still in the system, they didn't let me fight. So when there's COVID, at least for COVID and the others, at least for COVID, it's in the system. They can look it up. The doctors are there, so there's really no way for you to say, hey, I'm pulling the fight, because you are actually really sick and you can't be. I mean, for me, I wasn't sick, but you know what I'm saying.
You had the symptoms.
Well, I was tested positive. I mean,
the first one, you just
the first one I couldn't smell, but I wasn't sick. Like I wasn't coughing. I wasn't fever. I was still running. I was still training, in the backyard and stuff like that. I was doing my own thing.
Wasn't a situation where you tested positive and then you tested negative the next day, something like that? Was it that?
For her, she did.
Yep.
That was her when we went to Hawaii for a flight and we had to test, and she tested
positive,
and then she's like, nah, That's
so,
wrong.
Yeah, so we tested December 24. We're leaving the 26th, and we needed a 48-hour test. So we tested 24. On the 25th morning, Christmas morning at 3 a.m., I get the emails like, you gotta be kidding me. And so I called a couple of my friends that own a testing center out here in Vegas. And I'm like, where do you have tests at your house? And they're like, yeah, but the clinic's closed. Why? And I go, I just need to know, like, legit, because I'm about to cancel Christmas. Like, I'm about to stay in my room. And they're like, no, come over. So he tested me twice. And he's like, you don't have it. He goes, go back to UMC, which is one of the biggest hospital chains out here in Vegas. And he's like, test again. And so on the 26th morning, I tested again, and it was negative. And it's funny because the state or whatever, because they were tracing everyone, they called me a couple weeks later. They're like, can you explain why you have a positive test and a negative test? I'm like, it was a false positive. It's like, well, can you explain? I was like, you're the one that's supposed to be explaining it to me. I was like, apparently, the accuracy on the test, on what kind of test, what test were you using? And they were like, what do you mean? I was like, what brand? Were you using Indicate? Were you using iHealth? Were you using Binex? What were you using? And they were like, all quiet. I was like, each one of these have different sensitivities and accuracies. So depending on which one you did, and is what's going to be, the false positive or not. And they couldn't give me an answer. So I was like, so I'm negative. But that's what I wanted for him against Rodriguez, because once you get, if something that's going to change it so drastically, where they're going to cancel a fight, that's why I kept pushing, like, give us a secondary, like, if you believe every negative test is really a negative test because of how many was in succession, if you get one positive, you should have a confirmatory to make sure that it's the best, that it really is freaking positive.
Yeah. So because sometimes you do get those false results, and that's why for us we made it a mandatory for us to have it in there, that if we do test positive, we have another way to retest to see that that there was a.
Isn't that funny? They had to build that into the contracts now.
They do.
No, I built it into his contract.
So because of what happened with the Rodriguez fight, we she made it into the contract that if I do test positive, I still can test. If I test negative, then I can still fight rather than pulling the fight out.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So maybe you the one that started that putting into the contract. That's why Canelo Alvarez and Caleb Plant was actually like, they was talking about COVID, putting it in the contract. That's what y'all was.
I don't know. I never saw their contracts, but ever since then I put any test, any medical test that disqualifies him from the fight, we get a second and a third test. From a third party, a different person to take it, whether it's an MRI, EKG, X-ray, whatever. And the one that best 2 out of 3 is what wins.
Just in case they try to do some corruption and stuff, huh? That's what it is, right, Rach? Huh? That's what it is.
I didn't say that, you did.
Well, let me say it, damn it. Let me get. Super. Thank you. Free 111. We love Nonito and Casimero, but Casimero so undisciplined, always going back home with big belly. Casimero not doing far with his style, being overweight and cutting weight for fights. I did see Casimero with a 3-month-old belly.
And I used to be the same way. It's the whole concept, and I was just talking to her about this. The whole concept of how he was. Remember when El Terrible would fight and he'd gain weight, Fernando Vargas would fight and he'd gain weight. All these fighters would gain crazy weight, and I used to be the same way. I still do. A lot of people are still doing the same thing that had been, passed on to them by the champions, and for me, I kept myself. I mean, I gained a couple weight being in Cabo, because I was like, you know what, Cabo,
let's go.
Hey,
bring the foods and the free drinks.
So, so that's when I started to just, I mean, again, I try to maintain that discipline and that lifestyle.
Yeah, just don't turn into Nassim.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Damn, man, I can't even recognize you, man.
I'm like, whoa, who you look familiar. You know,
that's like a chamber right there. Like,
man.
Like, don't let yourself go that much. No, Ricky Hatton, don't let yourself go that much.
But see, the thing is, Ricky was always that way, though. He'd go like, he'll fight at 140, 147. I mean, and he'd go up like 200 something pounds.
That's crazy.
You know?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That was it. Like you said, like they just followed what all the old school boxers did. So it was like, oh, so what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to be 200 pounds and then drop to 118. And it's like, no, actually, that's not what you're supposed to do. And they just kept that tradition alive. And I don't know. Like
it's funny that they like to critique today's fighters and say, you know, like back in the days, fighters used to fight and used to be serious about it. Yeah, right. Roberto Duran, what happened after the Ray Leonard fight? That he ballooned up, went back to Panama, ballooned up, and he needed to cut that weight back.
Yeah,
like in 4 months. You know.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, it was always like that. Even for me, for a very long time, it was the same way. And I see all these guys, you know, all these champions that I look up to doing the same thing. You know, so I think that I'm like, you know what, I'll do the same thing. You know, and it got, you know, without even realizing it, you start doing it. You know, so.
Yeah. Please subscribe to Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel and Donito Donaire. Let me see if I have it here.
But yeah, I mean that's just, you know, that's just the boxing mentality, I guess. I've changed a lot in because of this one. You know, she's like, no, why do you eat so much? I'm like, I love eating. You know.
Yeah, we always had a different mentality because like I would just eat and I'd pick throughout the day. My biggest meal would be about brunch time, and then dinner's super light. And he's like, what the hell? And then like I would barely put anything on my food.
Yeah, you know, and now I'm you know, we barely just eat anything like once a day or maybe once in a little.
Yeah, we kind of do what is it called? We kind of do intermittent fasting without really knowing it. I've done it since I was younger, but I never knew. That's just how I did it. And then like when we met, he was like, let's go eat, let's do this. I'm like, why? And he's like, well,
she barely, blah, blah. It's so crazy because she eats something and it barely has any flavor in it. I'm like, how can you eat this stuff? You know, I'm like that African kid going like this.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is that?
Like in my mentality, it was always like when I had to cut, man, I had to cut hard because I would have to cut down to like under 100 when I was fighting. And so for me, it was always like eating clean and only eating for fuel, not for pleasure. And then with him, it was like he was eating.
I had this churros with ice cream when I was in Cabo. I was like, look.
Look at that pretty stuff.
You know,
get in my belly.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, so I mean, but I did when I started doing the workout out there. I'm like, oh god, I didn't like the feeling that when I was running, my belly was going up and down. I'm like, we did too much. I don't like that feeling. So I started training and stuff like that. You know, me and Jesse trained today. Her strength and conditioning portion of training. So, you know, just getting back into it, man. Mentally, you just got to make it a lifestyle.
Yeah, with Jesse, I usually keep them separated because I want to be able to focus on them. For example, this Saturday, how in the world did you wake up?
I have no idea.
Oh my God, child! He already has the sound machine on, and he's just not wanting to sleep. So when we were in Cabo on Thursday. So on Thursday, I guess like the gym said, all right, well, can you teach on January 29th, which is this Saturday? I was like, yeah, whatever. Like set it up. And then they're like, okay, well, can you do 2 classes? Let's see if you can fill 2 classes. And I was like, well, how many people is it? And they're like 60. I was like, okay. So they scheduled me for 9 and 10. Friday, I get a call. I'm in Cabo. I'm like, crap, I forgot to post the class. I didn't promote it. I didn't see, maybe no one signed up. And the owner was like, yeah, so we have a problem. I was like, yeah, I'm in trouble. And he's like, you have a 200 person limit. And I'm like, well, there's only 2 time slots that can learn. Like, can you actually teach 3 on Saturday and 3 on Sunday to get through everybody?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm gonna be doing that this weekend, like teaching.
How do you ever worry? Do you ever worry? I know you can. You a trainer. You fight yourself, so you know the nature of a fighter. But do you ever worry as a wife if he does, if God forbid he does get hurt?
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever do that ever cross your mind? Like, after my husband might not be the same, or
no, because he's the way he moves. Like, I mean, like there's like the.
She
like,
said, "I like the way you move." I like the way.
We had this conversation though when after the Darcinian fight, right?
yeah,
when he was taking stupid shots for absolutely no freaking reason.
I had the flu.
Oh, you blame it on you was blaming it on the COVID before COVID appeared.
Yeah, I was a COVID. No, I really had a flu. I was sick as a dog. But I was like, just gonna land one punch. That's it. Mentality wise, So I took a lot of hit on that fight, but I was able to still get the victory. But I learned a lot from it. I'm like, nah. That's that. I got a family to live for. You got to be smart, and so.
You can
yeah, but you still a fighter. Y'all still you still a fighter. So I know that don't come across your mind because you're defending yourself, right? And this is what you do. This is what you do. That's why I asked it from your wife's point of view, because you geared to fight at the moment, and you're a fighter too. But he's geared to fight. He ain't worried about if one shot hits me, what's gonna happen after it. But do that ever cross?
I almost know if anything like bad like that's gonna happen from the first round. Like, first of all, the thing is, like, most wives, I don't know, they go shopping and they don't see what their husband does in the gym, right? So they don't see the progression. They don't see what they're working on. They don't see if they're strong.
They don't connect in that confidence level.
They're completely locked off. They have absolutely no idea what's going to happen in fight night. So, with me being in the gym and then see, from locker room into the first round, I can see if the timings there, the speeds there, the powers there, the focus there, everything's there. Where most spouses that separate themselves from the fight game completely, they have absolutely no idea what they're watching. It's like me watching football, pretty much.
Got it. So like, let's say, so when for example, when Kenny Porter, when they asked him why he stopped the fight, he said, like, I had to stop the fight, but really because what was going on during camp, So now, listening to the perspective of what you're saying about, you will know what to do even prior, how he was working out in camp, what you see. So now, so people can get a better understanding of what Kenny Porter was saying about his son. Like, it was not going to get better because I knew during training that if I sense something like even close to that happen, I'm going to throw in the towel because I know he can't. Because of his preparation, he would not recover from the hits.
Yeah. And that's something that people don't understand. What goes behind the training and stuff like that. But the thing about it with me and her is she sees how I am, how the sparring is going, and how I am mentally. If I am there mentally, and the way I am physically when I perform in that ring, in the sparring at least, we're just one mind where we're confident. And when we're confident, we don't think about anything else.
Yeah, I mean, like when we were fighting against Caballo, the first round or two, I wasn't super pleased, but I knew, like, I was like, he looks cold. Like,
you never look pleased in the corner. I be catching the flick out. Even when he won the last fight, he ain't no smile on that. Like, what's good? Like,
those two little freaking kids, they brought the kids in, and those big cameras, like, they don't care. They're running around, right? And you see the cameras like whip left and right, and they're huge. I'm like, stop freaking moving, just stay right there. And you hear me like turn and be like, stop. Like, then they're running between Caballo. Caballo's trying to hug his dad, and then I think his coach, Caballo's coach, came over. They're trying to hug someone. They're hiding behind him. I'm like, oh my god, Jesus. Someone check him out of the room. So
I'm like, it's either she's still not satisfied with the performance, or you have the demeanor like, we work at this in the gym. This is nothing that I'm. You know, when you work on something, it's almost like basketball, right? And so,
no, if you saw him and Tomoki Kameda and Angelo Leo, if you were a fly on the wall in that gym,
it was a competition, man. We were just going at it. It was fun.
Actually, I think we didn't upload Tomoki Kameda, but we uploaded. I think it was Kaye you were fighting.
Yeah.
He was. I think we uploaded that video. We were giving like little snippets of what happened in sparring, and he actually hit Kaye with a body shot, and
the same way
he hit Gabayo.
Yeah.
So it was everything we were training for in camp. So yeah, it was. I knew that was coming because that's what we trained for. I just wasn't like, he just wasn't as fluid as he was in the locker room to when the start of the fight was. Like, it was like all of a sudden we started from, we're back to warming up again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was like he wasn't, he had to shake off this coldness. So he said he wasn't cold, but like his body like just seemed otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't cold, but internally my temperature wasn't, because I came out of that blocker sweat dripping. I was hot out, I came in, I was like, okay, I'm good. And then they did the walk in, I was outside and it was cold, but I wasn't cold, but internally I was just kind of starting to cool down a lot.
Yeah.
And so I needed another one or two rounds to really kind of get back on my feet to warm up, so stuff like that happens. So,
but usually it's my resting bitch face. That's it. There's nothing I can do about it.
That's okay. Oh, that's just your face. All right. Well, we need to change. But we need to change that. We need to change that in the Inoue fight. Because if Nonito goes out there and beat him, we want to see that Kool-Aid smile. We want to see the Kool-Aid smile. We want to see the Crest. We want to see you going to get a commercial with Crest or Colgate.
That's right.
Kool-Aid smile.
That's right.
Oh my God.
Show your man that you're happy.
Now she does. If it goes both ways. It goes both ways. In the locker room and stuff like that. She'll congratulate or she'll beat the crap out of you if you didn't perform properly. Just like, why you take a hit? Why blah 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 blah. I'm like, I won. So what? I don't care. You got hit. I'm like, I won. It don't matter to her.
Lalita's like this, knockout. He's like this, and then she like, and he like, come on, like,
yep, yeah, man.
Is there a fight where you're like, I'm 100%. That's the way I planned it in my head. It went that way. We prepared for it. That's the game plan. Boom. Was there any fight that while you trained them, it went the way that? This
the first Darchinian fight.
No,
that's what.
Me.
Oh, you.
Yeah.
Oh,
mm-hmm.
It was only Ubali and Gabayo. Ubali we had to adjust. What we
Ubali we did.
Yeah, didn't happen the way we thought it was going to happen because
the way his body positioned.
Yeah, he didn't position. You're missing what we were training to do.
Yeah.
I thought the last fight you need. Me watching. I thought the last fight you needed to. You was adjusting to the timing. I figured watching it.
What happened in the last fight is that Gabayo actually started throwing an actual jab.
Yeah, he wasn't really focused on jabs in all of his fights. Before. And his right usually goes down in all his fights, but he
doesn't cover up. He never covered up.
It was like this. So so that was different, and we kind of figure out what we want to do, and we went around the head hunting, and then we went underneath instead.
Yeah,
we planned that though. She had planned that for all of us.
The body shot was
okay.
All we were looking for.
That's what's up. I was listening to an interview with in a barbershop conversation. He was interviewing Evander Holyfield's son. And he was talking about you. He was saying that I wish he could bring me into camp.
No, he actually hit me up, Evan
Holyfield.
Yeah, he actually hit me up, man. I told him, man, we whenever we have a camp, you're gonna love it. You're gonna learn a lot because the way we train like no one trains harder than us, because we push, and that's why I can perform the way I can, even though you know, there's a lot of things that should slow down, but nothing's slowing down is because of the way we train. And you know, I welcome him anytime, man. I think that he has a good head on him on being a fighter and stuff like that, skill wise, and then just being in the level of training that we do is gonna elevate him to a different fighter.
Now let me see if you study the other fighters, other greats. What's different between the Nonito left hook, Oscar De La Hoya's left hook, and Roy Jones Jr. left hook? What's the difference between the three?
My left hook is timing. It's time. The other three are all set up through either a jab or through a combination. Like De La Hoya, he would go out through a combination and through it that way. You know, my left hook would be comparable to my timing is just different. You know, I really time for it and I sit on it. You know, I guess a little bit like Trinidad. You know,
Trinidad, Trinidad
walks and then he leans and boom, and he throws that left hook. There you go. Hey, there you go. Yeah,
is it a rhythm thing? Like, is it a rhythm?
No, it's not so much
everything up.
You want to do a rhythm, right, when you're moving and all of that stuff. But then it's just timing and seeing what they'll do by understanding the movement. Because see, people have patterns. When they learn patterns, when you learn their patterns, they know that they're gonna do the same thing that they usually do. So if they move, like say with their chin, if he step forward, he knows he's gonna pull back this way. So he's gonna feint with this one to throw this left, right? So stuff like that, you know. But there's other people that are like that you can figure out the pattern. But with Trinidad, it was a rhythm. He was more of a rhythm, but he did sat on it when he threw the punch. You know, he would lean and then boom, he would catch him like that. You know, also Arguello was the same way too. You know, he would just throw it the same way, and I learned it from that. You know, so let's see who else can I really think of. I mean, mine is just pretty much time well and just knowing the distance. I don't have to look. I know it's gonna land. Kind of like that feeling for me because I know exactly.
What punch you see like them throw so you could counter the left hook? Is it if they throwing? Let me see if they throwing the jab, your left hook. I'm like, what do you see from your opponent? Like, okay, he about to throw this punch. I'm about to hit him with the left hook.
So there's different styles, right? So you get guys who are more out this way, right? So when they throw a jab, you lean right there and like a Trinidad left hook, you can catch him every time. But you get a guy who's more square and they throw a jab. It's hard to catch him with the left hook. You have to catch him when they throw that straight. So that like Montiel. So he was more of a square guy. He was like this, and when he threw that straight, I went here and I I went with the straight and I threw that left hook. So it depends on the position of a fighter that gets you the level of counters. You know, so if they're throwing the jab this way, you can lean this way, throw uppercut or hooks or body because it's open. Right,
yeah.
But it's farther, so they're gonna be far away when they're jabbing. But it's easy to come in when you time it. You're right there, just lean through and you catch them. And then you get a guy who's again square. When you throw a jab, they're gonna counter, boom, boom, boom. So it's not crucial to throw a counter when they're throwing a jab when they're square. If they're throwing it straight, you can go with the body or the hook right there.
That's what's up. To see teaching right there. It ain't even. It was free, y'all. This was free. This was
That's
free.
right.
I got him doing some free work.
You know? Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I was gonna ask, did you? By the way, did you watch the Mark Magsayo versus?
Not yet. We're gonna do a live commentary, kind of watching the fight because we wanted to just see it, and all the Filipino fans wanted us to kind of, see it and watch it with us. So. We're gonna do something like that.
When you're gonna do it, and so we could know, so I could tell the people when you're gonna do it, because I was gonna go ask you the questions and stuff like that. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's probably I don't know because we're very stacked this week because she has a class in LVAC, which we came from Cabo. They called us and like, hey, your class, we have like more than 200 people who signed up. So we got to figure something out. Yeah, you guys got to go back. So
wait, is there a fight on Saturday?
Man, I've been out of the loop, girl. You the same as you. You're the one informing me. Yeah, ask Punch.
what's the date?
29.
I don't know.
27th and 29th.
Should be, but I don't have it in my head right now. No, because I know because the thing, my mind is it's so geared the February 5th date. So I know there's a fight this Saturday, but I'm not sure. Makabu, the cruiserweight, the guy that was supposed to be fighting Canelo Alvarez. Yeah, he'd be fighting, but I think a lot of people. I think people gonna be watching because the interesting if he wins real good.
Yeah, who is this guy kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, who is this guy? I mean, Canelo Alvarez, they called him out, you know. So, but look, it was a good. I mean, it's not controversial that fight. I think that Marco Gonzaga actually did good. You know, I think the only critique that he's gotten was that, you know, Gary Russell Jr. hurt. He said he was coming in with an injury, but it there's the video shows also that he actually hurt him in the shoulder and actually hurt him when he wins. You know, we don't know if it was a injury coming into the fight or he injured his shoulder, but I think in my opinion he did good. I think people wanted to see him attack him while he was hurt. Like he was just using after the fourth round, he was just using one arm. He was just using the left hand. He's a southpaw, so he was just using the left. So a lot of people was critiquing him like, yo, your IQ, if you already know that he's using one arm, you should have went after him. But then I was thinking like maybe he just stuck to the game plan. Maybe he don't know that he was playing possum. So no, some fighters play possum. You just stick to the game plan and keep on doing what you're doing. So I see it from that point of view. And of course, you could get in the gym and get better like every other fighter. So I don't know why the critique is so much. Like he's supposed to knock him out if Gary Russell Jr. was fighting with arm, but he stuck to the game plan. You know?
Yeah, and yeah.
Well, and I mean, like you were saying, playing possum, like it's really rare that a boxer says the week of the fight, "Well, I have an injury. I'll tell you about it after." Like, you know, I mean, like, honestly, you are damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't say anything, because if you say it before, well, if you say it after, everyone's like, "Well, you should have told us because the betting odds and blah blah blah," or he's making excuses. But if he says it before, then he's still damned. So it's like, well, so do you put it in an envelope and pass it to the commissioner so then people don't say it's an excuse? Or what do you do, right?
I mean, the thing is, overall, it doesn't matter if he said it before or after. The fact that he made the decision to fight, he made the decision to fight. That's pretty much what it all comes down to. It doesn't matter if he has injuries. He made a decision to fight. It's, you know, plain and simple.
Like I'm trying to. Because I'm trying to understand the fighter and the fans, right? Like I understand the fans, people don't want to hear excuses, right? But I do still would like the fans to understand even the sacrifices. Like, because in the end of the day, I was saying this yesterday. Let's say Gary Russell Jr. ain't saying nothing about the injury, that he was coming in with an injury. But then he ain't use his right hand, right? And then Jim Gray would have an interview and ask him, well, Gary, why wasn't you using the right hand? I mean, you know, you're a technical fighter, and why you? Now, what do fans want to hear? The truth? Because the truth, he's gonna say, "Well, I was injured." But then if he says the truth, is an excuse.
Yep.
If he lies, you're gonna question his IQ, or you're gonna be like, "Oh, he was washed up." So
you can't win. There is no. It's really at the end of the day, like what really is comfortable with you and what is your truth, because at the end of the day, no matter what anyone says, like if you believe you went out there with everything that you could, and this is why, and this is, you're okay with nobody with other people disagreeing with you because this is how you feel at night, you could sleep better knowing that at least this is you stuck to exactly how you felt. And that kind of, you know, that does also play with oh my god, who was the one with the dad that threw in the towel? I'm blanking.
Kenny Porter.
You know, people were saying, they're like, oh, he should have said that, or he shouldn't have said this. I was like, you know, like being in front of the camera on a split on especially with a son that he was seeing let's just say, for lack of a better word, deteriorate before his eyes, because he knew what he didn't have in the gym and he's seen him at a better time, right? And then you ask the guy a question right when he has to make this decision on his son's career. Of course, he's going to say the wrong thing.
Yeah.
And no, there's never going to be a great answer that everyone's going to be like, oh, he answered that great, you know, that he should get an Oscar nomination for that. It's such the fight game is so charged that most of the answers that we get are not really what they're trying to say, but they're so emotionally charged and excited that they don't know how to put it together, and it comes out wrong. And it's the same when, you know, a boxer loses. You know, there's frustration. There are beliefs like, yeah, I did hurt my shoulder, but at the same time, they didn't want to lose. But if I say, like you said, then it's an excuse. But if I don't say, then I'm a bum. So I'd rather just say, yeah, it was a damn injury, and call that what it is, and I'll be back, because an injury you can get over if it's not that serious. But if you just don't have the IQ, you just don't have the IQ.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, facts. There's people that always want to be on fighters' pockets, right? How much Nonito got paid, how much Inoue was getting paid, right? But can you elaborate on? We know the purses, but how much money is put into that event? Like, we know the purses, but how much money is put? Like,
you mean promoters? Like how much they put
like
out
in the pot, like just to make an event, you know, just
to
make
depends on the fight and the pay for everybody else, you know, but you got to put that into account, you know. She's smiling, so I'm just gonna.
Because like I remember,
like let's say you getting paid. I'm just saying a number. Let's get you paid $3 million or $2 million. The other fighters pay $1 million or $500,000. But how much is it? The pressure of, you know, this fight needs to happen because there's so much invested in this fight. How much money is in this fight? Because my follow-up question was gonna be, you know, with let's say with the commission, in terms of the doctors when they checking you out before the fight, and they be like, okay, this fighter, you know, he don't seem 100%, but he's saying he's gonna fight. It's so much money in the pie, so much money invested in this event. We can't pull Nonito out right now, you know? Yeah. So that was my follow-up question was gonna be, do you think that because there's so much money invested and Nonito's not 100% and the doctor checked him, but hey, go out there and fight because we can't pull this fight right now?
I think there's a certain amount of risk that they take, but I honestly don't think it's that much. I mean, I've seen like Muhammad Ali disclosures that are complete BS. Okay, it's complete BS, because most of them just say, you know, this is how, usually they'll put how much the sponsors are giving them, which is a decent amount already. They'll give you, most of the time they'll show US rights, how much the TV rights are for the US. But then international rights are always to be discussed or to be disclosed later. Gate and tickets and all that stuff, also to be disclosed later. So you're never, like, once you start looking at all those numbers and the make on what they, you know, they do make, that's why a lot of these boxers like are asking for, you know, we're allowed to ask for more, because we've already seen, like, so how much is that gap? There's a way too big of a gap. So when it goes back to your question about how much money is invested, about how much money they invested, and then also against the risk of pulling that fight. I mean, I would think that I believe, because we did look into event stuff before, and it was an event insurance that would cover that.
Okay.
So if they have to pay for event insurance as a whole,
they cover that.
Then what really the risk is even a lot less than before, when event insurance wasn't even a thing.
Yeah.
Especially in this day and time with events getting canceled
with COVID and all that stuff.
Right. If a promoter isn't getting event insurance for the possible cancellation due to unforeseen circumstances, I question their business ethics. Like, why wouldn't you do that? Like, so, you know, like, it's just something that you would do. That's the smartest thing in this environment today.
Yeah, because people don't understand you know, that what goes on. They think that, oh, if the fight's canceled, they're looking, oh, they're gonna lose a lot of money, this and this and that, you know. But in this time and age, and you know, there's a backup for everything.
Just like because you know, let's say the Manny Pacquiao Mayweather big fight, right? The biggest fight in the century, right?
Yeah.
In terms of money, he got a bum shoulder, right? Am I gonna pull out? And there's so much money invested. F it, let me just fight with the shoulder, because I don't know if I do pull out what happens after, you know.
Yeah.
So then it's like fighters are forced or probably shamed to fight because there's so much money to be made. And maybe it's just the fighter, because we can, you know, a lot of people want to blame the promoters and everybody else, but maybe the fighter's saying, you know, I only got this much in my bank account, I gotta fight.
Yeah. Well, wasn't that the case with Teofimo?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Just like Tio, right?
Yeah, they were saying he only had like 20 grand in his account or whatever, and then like he didn't, you know, his, what was it, like he had some breathing,
some water in his lungs or something like that, like bronchitis or something.
Yeah, I could say it because I think I already explained it, because I was doing media credential, media week, right? But I know Tio as well.
Yeah.
And that the Friday night, you know, even told him, so I've said this before. Even Friday night when I was there and I was chilling with him in the hotel, I'm saying in my mind, like, you shouldn't step in the ring. You shouldn't fight. But got 20,000. I'm living. I got this in the bank, and I'm just getting the God bless that I got these endorsements, because that's holding me down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm saying the way he's like, yo, my chest never felt like this. And I'm like, somebody asked me, like, what do you think about tomorrow's fight? And I'm like, you shouldn't step in that ring tomorrow. I knew that before, but of course I say people gonna be like, yo, you a Tio fanboy, and blah blah. No, if I see something, you know, I can't go out there and say anything on my channel and then be like, George Camp. Also, people saw Punch Run Boxing. He said that Tio is this. No, I can't say shit. You know?
Yeah. I mean, they make that choice, you know, and yeah, this is how it's gonna be, and you know.
Mm-hmm.
He was dealt a bad card, though. I mean, he was dealt a bad card. I mean, like, what was that, a year that they had to, you know, I mean, that you should never count. First of all, he should have enough, you know, stored away in case of this, right? Because it could have, maybe it wasn't even COVID. Maybe it was a shoulder injury that he had to have surgery and he needed an additional 9 months. Yeah. Fighters have to think that it's not until the next payday. It is literally the amount of money that they get on these one fights should last them for a decent amount of time. Mm-hmm. And then not have to fight.
Is the question, because I was the same way, you know, and before we met, you know, I fought that Chilean, you know, and within like 2 months it was gone. I was a magician. I make money disappear.
And plus the taxes, because he was like,
I didn't pay the taxes yet,
right? He's like, people thought I got 1 point this versus Lomachenko. Man, I only came with 600,000. It's a Lomachenko. That's all I got.
Well, that's the crazy part is you know, like, people don't think of that. And then I think what happens is these boxers, most of them don't put it into, like, for example, an LLC or an S corp. So they take it in as personal, right? So there's not a lot of.
I'm gonna go grab me some chips, man.
We have chips.
Tequila and chips.
That's right.
So they get taxed differently already. There's one. And then second, when it comes to all that, when they see that money in their bank account, they automatically go, I have this, so I get to spend this, which is not really the correct way of thinking. It should have been, you know, take what you need, possibly for 3 months, or put all of it away into a totally different account and give yourself an allowance that is enough for you, enough to be comfortable per month. And that's it. Don't go, spending and buying, just because that's the problem. Is like what he used to do is he would see all this money and he'd be like, oh, I could buy this. Oh, I could buy this.
Unfortunately, now for so many years, I haven't seen how much money I have now.
So you needed a financial advisor, trainer, nutritionist to put you back in line, huh?
All in one.
Everybody.
All in one. All of the above.
I interviewed Peter.
That was my answer in school. Is all of the above. I get lucky somehow.
Hey, you in good hands. You in good hands. Yeah. I interviewed Peter Quill and Kid Chocolate a year ago. He was telling me, when he needed to pay for his grill. He said, when a dude hit me with a good shot, man, my whole grill effed up. In my mouthpiece. He said he had to pay $100,000. Because we was talking about insurance and things of that nature. Fighters don't have health insurance and things of that nature. So he needed to pay almost $100,000 to fix his whole grill.
Wait, I'm sorry. Why doesn't a professional fighter have health insurance?
Well, maybe that was early in his career.
Oh,
so, yeah. He
didn't have health insurance, so you came into the picture.
So all his money goes into
he said basically almost half of my purse went to the dental.
Yeah, so his money goes into an LLC. It gets taxed right off, and then from there we have a business insurance that gets paid out of the business for our health insurance for our entire family as if employees, and he gets paid a salary, and that's it.
We need to talk about that too, man. Fighters, see, we left a lot. We left even if it was like 3 to 4 hours the last time. We left a lot of stuff out.
We did. We still did, for sure.
Yeah. But I think people, fighters don't understand, even athletes, just athlete in general, they don't understand to put it in a business to get it in a system, tax write-off, and they don't really, go ahead.
I was going to say that I think what stresses fighters out maybe is that the perception is if you let social media and you try to put stuff out there, now you live in the perception of that you have money. And then now you stress because you really know that you don't really got it. But now you have this perception, you have this Floyd Mayweather type of attitude, and you put in it. Hey, I know a fighter, one of the fighters that I know. I ain't gonna mention the name. He got signed. He started going shopping. He's putting everything. He's putting, like if he bought the car. And then I'm like, I hit him up. I'm like, yo, see, I see you do. You're about to have a fight. I said, yo, who you with? He's like, nobody. I said, you not signed anymore? He's like, man, I'm broke. I'm like, man, what happened like 6 months ago, man? You was putting pictures up on Instagram like you had it all, bro. I thought you was like, you got a good signing, good promotion. He's like, nah, man. Next fight, he lost the fight. I'm like, damn, what was the perception, man? Why you putting things out there? You just gonna look dumb at the end, right?
No, but we also, like when someone asked what kind of chips you're eating.
Barbecue. Lay's barbecue chips.
What kind of chips? No, we had
barbecue.
That's the weird thing, right? You got people like Floyd, who have throw it all over the place. And then me as well. When I started dating him, they wanted to put me in a category. They're like, okay, you're the trophy wife, so you're supposed to wear designer up the U-Haul on everything. And so when we were first married, he would go and buy like a huge closet worth of stupid purses that I wore like once. And then
hey, babe, that was for you. It made me happy. I hope you were happy.
And then he would buy me like all these the Hervé dresses that are like $2,000-$3,000 a piece. And I had a whole closet full of them. But the problem was I could never wear it again. So me being the weird person I am, I'm like, hey, there's this thing called Rent the Runway. I could literally rent the dress for one night and then return it for $100. And he was like, are you serious? You do that? And so then we went to like a wedding in Colombia. And then he's like, well, what are we going to wear? He's like, are you going to go buy or rent a dress or blah, blah? I was like, no, I bought this dress for $20. He's like, where the hell did you buy the dress for $20?
Walmart.
And it was Walmart. And so
it looked good on her though. It really did look good on her.
The picture. But
you did the Michelle Obama.
Yeah, so it's but the thing is, like, we were already put into this cookie cutter, like that we were supposed to be like this. You're supposed to wear this and look like this and have a car.
I know a couple of world champions that I hang out with in the past that would buy all kinds of stuff, but because their girl want them to buy all that kind of stuff, they want to play the hype, you know, and the girl has to play the hype, and they gotta play the hype, and next thing you know, they ain't got nothing left.
Yep.
They gotta keep fighting. They gotta keep fighting. They gotta keep winning. They gotta keep fighting. You know, nothing left.
I mean, we've gone to red carpet events in LA, and I'm like, they're all these like cute models are like, oh, where'd you get your dress? I'm like, Amazon.
yeah.
And they're like, they don't even know what the hell to say to me. I'm like, why am I gonna spend it for something? And once I get photographed in it, can never wear it again.
That's just the clothes. But now we watching the fighters, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, Danny's guys. But you know, each and every fight we see a development going on with the wifey, you know what I'm saying? He's some nice breasts, and then in culo, and then another fight you get the enhanced fiance.
Ugas is with?
Fiance.
What about him?
That's his wife?
No.
Yeah, no, that's not.
I mean, when I met him before, you know, I ain't gonna. I know. Everybody has their own thing, you know.
I'll say, don't worry about it. I'll say it. Because I go live and I'm like, yo, you Daddy Sugas, man. Every time you do win the fight, she look like she got something new. So maybe I'm not making enough. I'm not making enough money.
He's a good dude, man. You know, he's a really cool guy, really nice guy, you know. But we do have our own vices.
Epic Magic said, yo, when we come from bottom and make it financially, we have those moments where when we over and over spend to make us think of where the hell we started and how quickly God can give and how quickly he can take.
Amen. Epoxy Magic. You know, the thing is realizing what it is and just going with your means, not so much as, you know, I mean, it's like you said, you know, we go out and we have fun. Like when we were in Cabo, we spent, we went, we whatever, you know, and that's okay. But doesn't mean that you do it every single time. Doesn't mean you do it every time that you know, just because a friend is over, you know, you want to show up.
But don't act like I wasn't asking for a AAA discount, my parents' senior discount for hotels. And
you're a bargainer. You bargain for everything, man.
Everything,
I'm like,
right?
Even for a single dollar, man.
Like,
even for
why you
a
embarrass
single
me
dollar.
like that? Like I don't got it. Like if I don't got it.
right.
It's fun. It's like a sport.
No, it's for her. It's like
a sport.
Even the house we buy and shit like that and stuff like that, you know. She bargains for everything. Even like, for a penny.
No, because I did a skit before the Ugas and Manny Pacquiao, and I said, "Baby, that's I'm gonna fight. I'm going to fight Manny Pacquiao. That's it. Now I can get you the whole body. The other time I got you the right titty, the left titty, and the right bone. But now I fight Manny Pacquiao. I'll get you everything in one shot.
Everything. Give you some booty. Give you everything.
Get taller.
Yeah, you know, get you 2 inches taller.
No, screw 2 titties. You should just have a third one.
like that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Yeah, what was it? Total Recall.
Total Recall.
Just 3.
The three breasts.
Yeah. I'm like, wow. See? How did they do that? Back in the days, you know, I'm like, wow. I was like a kid.
Yeah,
like,
that
you know, she had 3 titties.
Yo,
how
you know,
the heck did that happen?
You know, whoever created that nerd, that you know, he has some imagination. Why would you even put that in a movie, right? Like, how about, what do you think about we add 3 titties on a woman? Huh?
Yeah. Oh, that's a great idea, dog. That's a great idea.
Right?
You got 3 titties. Oh, I love it. I love it. This is a genius idea.
Right? That had to be a weirdo, man. I wanted to hook him with that idea. Huh?
Totally.
What's next? They're gonna have like 3 pingas, like three PPs and stuff like that. How about we have like 3, you know? Maybe the girls will like it.
Yeah, maybe the girls will like it. Oh man.
That's hilarious. It's happy hour Thursday, y'all. You know.
That's right, baby. That's right.
The drinks are flowing. The drinks are flowing, and now we're talking about 3 titties and
Imagine speed bagging it.
Speed bagging it. How about motorboating it?
Right?
Yeah, go left and right.
Right? Can you imagine like if a dude? Can you imagine if a dude was dating a girl like with 3 titties and then he breaks up with her and then he meets another girl and she only got 2? But like, my ex had 3 titties. I ain't fucking with you. Like, you gotta have more, man. I had more before. I gotta go back to Mars, man. Earth ain't shit. Man, where you from, man? I'm from Mars. Where they got 3 titties. What you talking about, man? This shit is whacking Earth, man.
I got 2.
Yeah.
2 and ain't enough.
Yeah, 2. Man, not in this time and age, man.
There's some girl gonna come out with 4 titties. They're gonna be like, "What about me?" Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that's it. The more the merrier.
Oh man. They gotta create new breasts.
Yeah, that's like dog titties or something. 4 titties hanging.
Now I'm trying to figure out when they jump, which one would jump higher.
No, it'll go like this. It'll go like
Get the one in the middle. Get the one in the middle.
Yeah, that's compressed. It's compressed.
Maybe like a piano.
4 is overwhelming.
Oh man. Happy Hour Thursday, man. From boxing quadruple titties.
Hard.
To be like, what the fuck am I walking into? Punch right. I mean, I thought this was all about
Oscar Valdez. We're talking about 4
titties.
They're like, damn it, I thought I was walking into some boxing shit. What the fuck is this? It's some porno site? It's a porno. I'm reporting you. I'm reporting the site.
Man.
Yeah.
But shit, how people think of, man, in the movies and all that stuff, they just think of the craziest shit, man.
Of course,
it's
man.
funny.
Yeah, I didn't even think that. I think in life, that's it. Like, is there more evolution? Like, I think it's just shit is just getting crazy now. You know, like 100%. Everything that's invented. Like, do we need what do we need? What the human race needs?
Kindness.
Yeah, they did not care
kindness
about what other people think.
I think is people think about themselves a lot. You know, I think that one thing, you know, I'm this is me being the guru now and shit. You know, I gotta get off the chips. You know, it's feeding. Right, it's feeding. The 4 titties is feeding me the bad hormones going into my brains and giving it wrong signals. You know, I'm just playing.
Put them 4 titties away.
Is being who they are, real. You know, being real about who they are in terms of not wanting to prove anybody else. You know, what the humanity need is people to know themselves. And not about what they should be because of what they see that allows them to think that they should be the same way. You know, I think that just being you and knowing you and taking yourself in the realm of understanding, I think that's when we can learn to respect other people.
Yeah,
because if we are constantly trying to prove to others, when people don't like the other person, we automatically most of the time will not like the other person, especially if we're on this crew or this group. You know, we don't look into the fact that there are 2 sides of everything, you know.
Well, I think people I think people value too much of being understood. Like, I feel like people want to be understood so badly that sometimes being understood, when they want to be understood, they're actually being fake because they just want to have that connection of having that verification of being understood. Where you really don't care if someone understands you or not, you're always going to just be where you are, then it's more freeing. And I think because we're living in such an age where, you know, the likes, the hearts and all this stuff like that, the more likes and hearts and that you're doing, then it's funny because it gears you towards that kind of that whatever behavior you were doing at that time, right? So there's content out there that people are completely just toxic all the time, talking mess, blah, blah, blah. And there's people that'll go there and then talk mess about it and say we hate this, these people are crap, blah blah blah. But they're those subscribers, that's feeding that fire to still do it, because of the fact that the viewership is coming. Even though they hate what you're doing, they're watching it because they hate what you're doing.
You know,
So it's
and it goes into categories of wanting, right? For these people, they get a sense of feeling and accomplishment and joy in feeling significant, because they're getting attention, and at the same time they're getting people to connect with because they are getting likes and stuff like that. Oh, I'm cool because they like me and stuff like that. So they get this wrong idea that this is what life is, you know, because of the likes, because of the feeling of significant that they don't get anywhere else.
Yeah,
you know,
perception.
So they take the time. Yeah, and they take the time to other people because of the fact that it's their connection, you know. So, but again, you know, it's the world in itself will. It's like everything in business and in life. The bubble comes.
Yeah,
you know, and it will hit, like say the Roman times, you know, when they got fat and they drank everything and they partied and didn't want to protect their kingdom. They got taken over. They fell apart from the inside.
Yeah,
you know, and stuff like that. You know, what when we find ourselves, and history repeats itself in a way that, I guess, through I don't know, just the dispute in itself. I mean, just allowing, like, the way people are thinking now, and the way that it's going, and in the way that life itself, and the lack of, like, say, respect, honor, and integrity. You know, it without it, I mean, people were always gonna be pushing everybody down to get up there.
Yeah. I mean, the world's it is getting crazy. It is getting crazy. No, you didn't, me knowing, or well, we knowing that you ain't see the fight, but what do you feel about another Filipino fighter becoming world champion and beating a legit champion, you know, very highly credible champion like a Gary Russell Jr.? What do you feel? What do you feel about what do you feel about Filipino boxing?
I think it's great. They're getting the confidence to, you know, to be fighting each other now. You know, they're getting the confidence to get to a higher level now, and they're getting the confidence and the performance that people are wanting to get them there. You know, so I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. I'm all for people who works hard, really, you know, to get there. But you know, especially for those that are suppressed, like the Philippines, for quite a long time. I mean, these guys, they didn't have anything. They don't have anything. And when you see that, you know, coming from the Philippines, you know, they came from very, very humble beginnings, you know. So it makes me happy to see them on top, because they work hard for it.
Well, and that's really how, like, you know, the Mexican boxers got, you know, onto the world stage. Like, they were fighting each other, you know. And, and when there's enough of the Filipinos that are coming up to that level of, you know, the top 10, where they're going to end up having to face each other, that just shows the level of competition that that's coming out of that country, to be able to get there. And they'll get that recognition and be put on the spot. You know, Manny had opened the door. Now it's time for everybody else to put their foot through it and show who else can step through the same door. But I mean, it's taken a little bit. I know a lot of Filipinos, when we were doing the Casimiro fight, like, we're like, why Filipino versus Filipino? It's like, you guys, it's gonna have to be this way eventually. Yeah. It's kind of like, you know, like, you just have to get there, and it's not anything else, but it's just competition. That's
and it's a good thing. I mean, at the end of the day,
it's a great thing. You know, it's a great thing to be on top and fighting for the title. You know, and regardless who wins, there's still a Filipino champion.
Exactly, the Filipino people win. Yeah, win. You know,
I think sometimes it's that scarcity mentality that some people have to get over. Like, you know, they're like, well, you know, they're both good boxers, so we should just keep them separate so we have more. But if you have that scarcity mentality, then it doesn't help the boxers to be their best selves against other competition.
Facts. Right? Let's bring in somebody from the UK. Rap Star Boxing Now. I want to speak to the Donaires.
Oh, cool.
What up? What up, Rap Star?
Hey, listen, Nonito Donaire, man, I just woke up out of bed, but I'm not going to miss this for the world. You know what I mean?
Okay, you got to talk like him.
I can't talk like him. It's quite difficult for me to start talking like that. It's just, I can't.
Hey,
I
let
can't.
me tell you something, bro. I would never come on right now. I got a wisdom tooth problem. I just woke up out of bed, but I'm not going to miss this for the world. The Filipino Flash, the legend, Nonito Donaire, mate. We got a lot of fans for you out in England. Listen, mate, I got to talk to you about one thing. You are close to our age. You're an inspiration. I don't want to say we're old, but I've got to say this. You're a man at your age still breaking records. And I want to ask you a simple question. You've already done it. Everything you've done in this world, every fighter wants to be where you are. You're a 4-weight world champion. You fought all the best fighters. What gets you out of bed? And why do you still want to be doing what you're doing?
You gotta beat the monster. That's it. Right now, that's what's driving me, is just beating the monster, man. You know, you gotta have, the thing about it is you gotta have that inspiration to get that energy going. You know, and even for me, waking up and then just visualizing my gratitude for having everything that I have, for being who I am, for everything that I am. You know, and then I go into the gym and I'm ready to go. I mean, I think what really sets me up mentally is just I know that I won't be doing this for forever, but I'm gonna make as much. I'm gonna make it as long as I can. And right now, one thing that inspires me most in training is beating the monster.
I think what I can say is, like, from the losses that he's taken, right? Walters, he's just too big, and it was we believed it was a foul shot, but and then Carl Frampton, after talking to him and seeing him in the ring, was such a bigger guy, and he took those losses. He was fine with that. The Inoue loss, was the biggest one that his demeanor changed. No one's ever seen him like that in the dressing room.
Yeah, usually when I lose, I'm like, whatever.
Yeah,
you know, because for the first time, I took the time. For a very long time, I started training harder than before. You know, after the whole thing of just winning with one punch kind of thing, you know, it came to a point for me, was like, I train hard. When I train hard, nobody beat me. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, and he came back in that locker room and he was like,
and I cried. You know, I cried. I'm like, he's not better than me. And this.
So there's something inside of you that still isn't ready to give it up. There's something inside of Nonito Donaire that still tells him that he wants to accomplish more. I mean, that is an inspiration, because you do realize fighters wouldn't even make it half of what you've done. You do realize you've done a lot in this career, that fighters that look at you as a 4-weight world champion. You've been fighting the number 1, number 2 guy from year 2007. Yeah. On your 14th fight, you went against somebody with 35 wins and 6 losses. And from then, from Vic Darchinyan, you've been fighting guys at number 1, number 2 for the rest of your career. So it just seems like it's one man. That one man inspires you, which is the pound for pound man. And I'm not going to lie, he's a very special, unique talent. But you are a very special, unique talent. And I've got to say this, though. You are the only man that's ever made that man look like he's normal.
Ordinary.
Yeah. I've never seen a fighter make that fighter like Monster Inoue. The way that you made him look, it looked like he was in a normal fight. So I've got to say this. You must have humbled him, because there's not many fighters who can stand with that fighter. And not to mention, you know, you are much older than these guys.
Yes. And again, for me, you know, I'm very, very excited for it. And knowing where I'm at, and this is why my performance has been just tremendous the last 2 fights after the Inoue fight, is because I started going back into the drawing board. I just didn't go and train. You know, I've always trained hard. You know, but I didn't do any of my due diligence of watching the fight or studying, putting game plans on, until she came in the picture and you're like, we're gonna do this. I'm like, okay,
and
cool.
He wakes me up at 2:00 in the morning.
I'm like, hey, I got this idea. What do you think of this? You know, so stuff like that. We'll look at it, but it's different now. I'm back. That's the difference between the guy he fought was a guy who just went there to brawl. the guy he's gonna fight now is a different person, a different, smarter, intelligent, and just who knows the ring more than he ever been. You know, he'll fight a different person. That's it. And at the end of it all, it's gonna be the undisputed bantamweight champion of the world, Nonito, the Filipino Flash, Donaire.
Let's go. Hey, listen. Hey, Nonito, I don't want to just get too carried away. I'm a big fan of yours, right? But at the same time, I'm becoming a fan of your wife's. You know, so
100%, man. 100%.
Let me give Rachel her props. Rachel, you're inspiration for women. You are standing by your man and showing us that you are in the boxing business. Not just in the boxing business, you are in it with a passion. And I've got to say this, Rachel, you must be inspiring women to say, you know what? I'm going to stand by my man. And I've got to tell you, it's an inspiration for women to see a woman like you, how smart, articulate, and the way that you break it down. I've got to say it. There's not many women in the sport standing by their husbands the way you are.
I appreciate that. No, I think it's you know, we always talk about it, and I think like the best partners are the ones that, you know, I lift him up, he lifts me up, right? And when we can compliment each other and actually question each other. I'm not a yes person. I'm not the yes man, I'm not the yes woman or whatever, because he's thinking some type of way. If I think it's not going to work, I'll say, well, what happens if this happens? What did you think about this? What if he does this? Because this is his tendency. So I'm not like, I think because I have enough respect for him that I'm willing to open those doors and ask the hard questions to him is why like the wheels turn in his head, why we talk at 2:00 in the morning and things like that. And I think when women start to realize that, first of all, you can talk and you have a different approach. That is the biggest thing. Like, you know, he's been with Robert Garcia, Kenny Adams, the guys from Undisputed, with your dad, and all of them in the very beginning, they always were like, just sit there, be quiet. And, you know, and then there came points where he would start to talk to me, or he would look at me in the corner. Like, he would literally look at me while he's in the corner. I'm sitting in the front row all dressed up, and I'm like, you're losing this fight. I'm like, what are you doing? Da 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 da. You know, and it slowly became, at least in Las Vegas, that I was getting this tendency that when we would spar other people, the other trainers, like, how the hell do you know what they're doing? I was like, because I'm not looking at it through boxing. I'm looking at it as like the tendencies of a human that's doing these things over and over and over again. So looking at it from something completely different, which is, you know, women have a different perception of what guys do, especially guys that have been in the sport for so long, looking at it from a different perspective, and, you know, communicating that is pretty much how we work together, because I had fought so long. So, I mean, I encourage women to, I mean, if you're not, if they don't want to go into gym and really go into hands-on training, the most I think you can do is really like freaking go to the gym. Go to the gym and spend the time, sacrifice that time with them. See how hard they're training. Do they need a towel? Do they need the water? Do they need someone to help them with their bags? It doesn't matter. But if you see how hard your man is training, you're going to give him that full support. And he sees you there and you're not out shopping. So, and I think that's like the biggest thing is I see him work hard. I drive him to the gym every day because he's tired after the gym. He's training his butt off.
Yeah, I don't know any other way. That's the thing, is with me, when I train, it has to be all out. I just don't know any other way.
Yeah, but so, Rachel, you must have some kind of tough skin, because I don't want to say, you know, women are a little bit, when it comes passionate, emotional, when their men are in boxing. But to know that you've got a brain that, you know, looks outside the box, it shows you're more interested in your husband's career and what works for him. This is not about just you. This is about what it takes to be into the sport of boxing. You know, boxing is not for everyone. And to see that you've got thick skin, I should say you must have thick skin.
Very.
A broad personality, because, you know, I've worked around boxers. They're not easy to work with.
No.
So just to see that you understand, you know, the highs, the lows, because if you think as a wife, then things get difficult. But
Yeah.
True.
just to know that you have that mindset, then I gotta tell you, some women, I don't want to say this because women might attack me on my channel, but you know, women find a way to not want to see their husbands going through certain things, and they show that in their emotions.
Yeah.
And I feel that you come from a different mindset, and it's a good inspiration to know that women are in the sport, but they have a very strong, thick skin. They know what it takes.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge thing because of the fact that, I mean, thick skin, whether it's in like managing or just what the sport of boxing brings, what I think is, I always think it's funny because I know I've touched a sensitive subject when slurs start to become very personal to me, or sexist, because I'm like, oh, we could just talk about what the sport is, and you don't have to go, you know, personal. But apparently I touched something that like made you feel some type of way. But and then the other stuff, as far as it's been a process. I'm not going to say it's been easy. He's, you know, when he was cutting down for all the way down to 112, I would get yelled at because
you still get yelled at.
He gets, oh yeah, you did yell at me this guy. It's been a lot more chill, but you know, he went into the wrong van at one point, and as soon as he got out of the van, he got to the lunch, and his food was already ready. He sat down, but I still got yelled at for him being in the van that I didn't put him in. Somebody else put him in, but I got yelled at for it. And I think it really is about, we have to remember that our fighters are going into a fight. We literally are not going to be physically in the fight. Yes, our hearts and our minds are going to be in there with him, and we're going to help him as much as we can, but we're not taking those punches. So we could take, you know, emotional or verbal punishment for a certain amount of time to allow for his warrior to come out and to only focus on that. What we do after the fight is we always have an after fight, what is it called? A post fight, after action report. And after that's, it's the day after the fight, literally at 12 noon, before everybody leaves from our camp, and we sit down at a round table and everyone goes one by one, what went wrong and what went right.
That's what's up.
So after that, like, so you will hear me, trust, you will hear me during that, like, you know, hey, like, so I asked you if you had your ID, and you're like, you know, I don't have my ID, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, and, you know, I bring it up, and I don't bring it up to, you know, to fight with him, but just, you know, to let you know, okay, kind of bit at me there. How do we solve this problem? Well, why don't you just bring my passport in case I don't bring my ID? Okay, from now on, I'll have your passport in my purse.
It's all your fault.
And it's always all my fault. And and in case he leaves his driver's license in the hotel when he needed it for, you know, something, right? Mm-hmm. Things like that. We've had after action reports since 2010, maybe.
Long time.
Yeah, a long time. So we know, you know, I save whatever thick skin I had to deal with, but I do address it. I do address it after the fight, and we talk about it, and I'm like, yeah, you could have, but at the same time, again, I understand. I've been there. I understand he's not eating. He has to do all these media interviews. His short temper is going to flare at me. And I can't take it personal because I'm also not the one that's going to get punched in that ring. Right? So if I would trade his punches, or if I could take the verbal punches, mm-hmm. because he's taking the punches physically in the ring, that's a trade I'm willing to take. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And we have to understand, we have to be empathetic to what they're doing in there. If you just cause more problems, then, I mean, the last thing I want to do is, like, we fight the night before the fight, and thinking about that, going in your conscience. Mm-hmm. Come on, like, then this is not a team. You forgot what the goal was.
Yeah, let me get the super chat. Hector, good looking now. Appreciate you. He says, speaking of the monster, would you say that Inoue fight motivates you more than any other opponents you ever had? I see the eye of the tiger in you.
Yeah.
100%. You know, I've always, when I train hard, like before, when my mind, body, spirit, and just the way I was training, and I give it all I got, I've always went on top, you know. And I felt that when after that fight, you know, I came short, and I realized that I was regressing. And so I came back to the drawing board, you know, and this is what you see now. But that really opened up my eyes where I'm at, and I know I'm better than him. So that's my thing, and I'm ready to go this time.
Now, when me and Rep Star, we talk about boxing, and we spoke the other day. He like, yo, what do you think about the rematch with Nonito Donaire and
Oh yeah, we did. We spoke about that ourselves, didn't we?
Yeah. And I'm like, nah, he just look different. He just sound and look different. Not saying that you wasn't motivated, but I was like,
I'm an alpha now.
I said it, and I said it the last time when we spoke. I said, you know, the aura around this fight was, the first fight was, is this gonna be Nonito's last fight?
I've got to tell you this though, Nonito, you hyped me up on the last fight. Who was it against? Gabriella? Was the guy?
Gaballo.
I got to say this, man. The way you set him up to the body, I got to tell you, that was a body punch, bring you back like Filipino Flash.
Yeah, but
that's the Filipino Flash that I know.
Yeah.
You have such a
no, my son is actually that called me.
It
called up
were in the boxing
watching
it all the time.
So when if you really listen to the fight,
listen to it.
My son, my eldest was saying, hit him to the body, Papa. The body's open. The body. And I went, oh yeah, it's open. Oh, you know. But my son called it. That was funny. That was incredible.
You know what was good about that
great knockout, by the way,
is that since your name is linked to Inoue, and that's the possible next fight, and everybody knows the monster as the body snatcher, the body puncher, to use that momentum. Anything you can do, I can do better. Boom! Now we fighting you next. It's just and that's the one when I was saying, I was talking to Rap, so it's like, yo, this guy is hungry. He don't look like, he's like LeBron. I said he's like LeBron James right now. He look like a guy that's near retirement. That he got his second win. And yo, what do you think about the fight? Man, it's a 50-50. Now this one is, I don't know. Nonito got this eye of the tiger right now.
But I've got to say this, Punch, and I'm going to say this to Nonito. I don't know how you guys came out to the Muhammad Ali trophy. And Rachel, I've been watching boxing for years. But the way Nonito Donaire came out in the ring, and the way that you were motivated, and they put you on one side of the platform, then they bring out Monster Inoue, and they put him on the other side. And I thought, these are two, look at this. I got to say this, Nonito. How was that experience? Because that's not a normal ring walk. And there's like, they make you look like two barbarians. And I got to say, that Muhammad Ali trophy, that looked amazing. How did you feel about it? What was the experience like?
That was incredible. I mean, you know, they did it. I believe they did it right. You know, the excitement and all of that stuff, the performing, the whole performance of it, us coming in and just putting the like you said, the barbarian, like gladiators, you know. So for me, I really enjoyed it. It really hyped me up. I want to go in there, you know. So
gladiators.
So that was fun for me, and you know,
it was super fun though too. Like just even coming into the tournament, because we came off of the loss of Carl Frampton, and as soon as he came back into the locker room, we went to go see Carl. Carl said he walks at 150, and I was like, he's never been 150. I'm like, you serious?
My biggest, never.
So, you know, Richard, he had said something. And he goes, I might have an opportunity for you at 118. Are you interested? And he's like, yeah, I'll make it. And then Richard pulled me aside. He goes, Rachel, he's like, can he really make 118? I was like, he can make 118. I was like, I assure you he will make 118. So when we did the bracketing, or not the bracketing, but the selections in Russia, you know, like we're like, dude, we were the last freaking draw pick. You know what I mean? Like it was, we're like, who's here? Who's going to pick this? They were like, who do you think's going to pick this? Who do you think's going to pick? Like literally your last draw pick. And then, you know, Ryan Burnett had picked us first. And it went the way it did. And then it just literally we were just so excited to have the opportunity and be in there, and a tournament setting is the best because like you don't have people backing out. You can't, right? Like people are supposed to be bracketed to go all the way to the last, but no one gave Nonito a chance to be in the finals to begin with. They didn't think he was going to last.
I mean, you beat my guy Ryan Burnett, didn't you? Ryan Burnett. You beat him. They had him thinking that he was going to beat Nonito Donaire.
Well, so that's the weird thing is that we were our cut guy James Michael Basil was with Eddie in New York.
Yeah, Eddie Hearns.
The week before, and so Basil calls me and he's like, hey, you guys didn't make weight? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, is the fight canceled? I was like, the hell are you talking about? And he's like, well, I need to know because I'm supposed to jump on a flight tomorrow to go to Glasgow. I go, bro, we're in Glasgow.
Yeah.
I'm like, we've been here. I was like, we did the 7-day weigh-in with commission already. Who's telling you this BS? So there was like this whole like scandal of like people didn't think we were going to show up. He was going to make weight. And like, just massive. Like I think that was playing a lot with like Ryan's mind because even wasn't Paul Butler
the substitute?
Yeah, so Paul Butler thought he was going to fight Ryan Burnett that week because they were like, well, so I heard Nonito's not making weight. And we're sitting in Glasgow in our hotel room like, what is everyone talking about?
Yeah.
You know, so it was an interesting experience, but everyone there was amazing. I just remember going into the Inoue fight and they're like, and Nonito's out of there by 3 rounds. So I was like, who are you guys? Are you serious? Like, there's no way. I was like, sorry, it's not going to happen. You know, 3 rounds? Like, literally, no. He's gone all the way up to 126. You know, like, he's the biggest in 118. Like, the 3 rounds?
Yeah, well, you know, people are going to think the way they're going to think, but I like to make them think otherwise, so.
If we had, okay, so I'll tell you this. If he had the gloves that he was supposed to have that night, the game would have changed. The game would have changed because he didn't. So the Everlast gloves that we normally use, they usually send only 2. Both were damaged in shipping.
Oh.
So Nonito had to wear the winning gloves, which he never wears winning when he fights. He always wears the Everlast Elites. And the winning gloves were a lot.
So we'll make sure to bring those gloves when the fight happens. You know, when negotiation goes well, we will bring those gloves.
No, we bringing more than just.
Yeah, we're definitely bringing a lot of pairs, so that nothing.
We bring 10 pairs this time just to make damn sure there's nothing wrong with it.
I mean, to be fair with you though, and I'm gonna, send it over the punch after this maybe, but I gotta say it. You know, he is a great fighter as well. And let's not
100%
forget, Nonito Donaire is a legend. Look, I'll say it to Nonito Donaire to you right now. You have already accomplished what a lot of fans are thinking to themselves. Why are you still fighting?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So this is for you a bonus of your career because you've already proved it. You're a Hall of Famer already. Okay? For us, we know what you've done in this boxing world, but he's a great fighter. You're a great fighter, but we got to admire that you know how great he is.
Yes, 100%. And this is what excites me is because he's good, but I know and I feel that I'm better. You know, I just have this feeling, but I 100% believe that, you know, he is an amazing fighter. I have the greatest respect for him. I mean, he has great power, you know, great speed as well, you know, and great explosive, just speed and power. So, you know, he has it all, and intelligence as well. So this is why for me it's very exciting because he'll bring my level of performance to a different level.
That's the interesting part is that they both have so much respect for each other. You know, you've seen like after the fight, Nonito asked him if he could borrow the trophy to show his boys, and he returned it after. There's so much sportsmanship, but at the same time, like sportsmen want to level up. And these two will continue to level each other up, right? And I think that's the best part. Is it's such like you just get really giddy about like, okay, we played chess already. Now I think I know your moves and you think you know mine. Well, let's see what other tricks you have in the hat, and just having fun with the sport in general. Like nobody wants, I'm sorry, let's just be honest. Nobody wants to see Nonito fight a number 30 in the rank, right?
Facts.
So the only ones is what is going to be a challenge. And the challenges are the ones that have the belt right now. And Inoue was such a youthful challenge to him that it rewound the clock for him to be excited to be back in that ring and to train excited to level up his game against him.
So you're trying to say not even Casimero brings that level of like you want Inoue more than you want Casimero.
Well, I'm gonna say this though. Me and Punch spoke behind the scenes, Nonito, and I'm gonna say the conversation here. We don't even have Casimero. We don't have Casimero beating Monster Inoue. The man that we think can do it is you.
Yep. Yeah,
this is me being very
featherweight champion of the world.
We're a very open platform. We speak from the heart. We say it as it is. We don't think the other champions can beat Monster. His speed, his accuracy, his power is on another level. But the man who's got the ring IQ, the education, understanding how to use his energy, understanding where he's at in his career is a man who's got experience. It's you. So if the man who we think can do it, it's you. I'm going to keep it real with you.
Yeah, it's like I told Rab, I said, yo, he took his best shot though. And he's like, Rab was like, yo, but you know, it's a monster. And I said he took his best shot though. And then you gotta understand he fractured his orbital bone. So he knows coming into the next fight that Nonito Donaire don't look at you as a monster.
Yeah, but Nonito's another.
I never look at anybody a monster.
No, but you know, from a fan's point of view, like
right.
We know now, like,
and he
ain't no monster.
But from that fracture, he didn't have the surgery, right, to correct it?
No. I think the story that came out after it was they're gonna let it heal by itself.
Yeah.
First, the story came out that he's gonna have surgery, and then they said they're gonna let it heal by itself. But it was an effed up orbital bone. It was fractured. It was effed up. But just like we look at the body shot, and that's his trademark, right?
Yeah.
The body shot, the body snatcher. And I say, yo, but Nonito stood up. He took the best. Yeah. So and then you deliver your pain. So he knows what he's stepping inside the ring with next time. And I have the capability of ending your career. With that shot, I have the guns to end your career. I know what you possess. I know the power you possess, but I could take your best shot. He knows he could take your best shot. And this is what makes it look, and even in boxing, the most lucrative fights, all those rematches. You know what I'm saying? It's that rematch. Even with Anthony Joshua and Andy Ruiz, he made twice as much even in the first fight. Like, it's that rematch.
Yep.
So I can't wait to see that fight.
Well, and you have to remember in the tournament too, like it was set up to a certain way that you had a certain minimum when, like, pretty much like your entry fee, and then everything was set out already. There was no negotiation in the tournament. Oh. Okay. So if you won your first, then you won your second, you won your third. There were these were your purses. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. There was nothing. So with now that it's a free play, like, let's see, okay, now we're gonna go second, right? Guarantee you, when Nonito takes his belt, he's gonna want a rematch.
Yeah.
Okay. It's gonna become this whole trilogy that would be exciting to fight.
And also, let me clarify here, because they're saying, one of the guys here saying that coming down to 118, finding smaller guys. The thing is, I was always a small guys. I could have stayed at 115, 118 this whole time, but I fought bigger guys. And if you can make the weight, see, the thing is, there's two things. When you make the weight and fight, like say with Diego Corrales, right? People say he was bigger in the division until he couldn't make it anymore, right? I can make the weight with very healthy, meaning I can make the weight. You know, there's two things in that. If you don't make the weight, or if you can make the weight, but you can't perform well if you're really cut. If you're cutting down really well, too much,
How about we just do this? Who is it? Manuel AG? Yeah, back to like I kind of see it like he's fighting smaller guys. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's just put it this way. How about you let everybody fight at their walk weight? And let's see where everyone lands.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, we were just talking about weights and people getting 200 pounds. How about everyone, like, as soon as they start camp, as soon as you start camp, you weigh in. That's the weight that you're fighting at.
But, I will say this, though, Nonito. I will say this, my brother. Your legacy is done already, though. Now, if you beat him...
No, Rapstar,
No, undisputed, baby.
No, his legacy is done. He's a 4-weight world champion. He's a Hall of Famer. Now, if you beat him, then that will add to it. Of course it would. But you already are defined as one of the best to ever put on gloves in your weight divisions. Now, I want to ask you this. What is your most defining point in your career already? What was that fight that really gave you satisfaction, Nonito? That fight that you said, you know what, I've done it. Because you did it. But what was it for you already in your career is your most defining night?
Well, for me, it was way back in 2011, 2012, after winning the 122, I thought that was it for me, against Nishioka. And you can watch the fight in Nishioka. If you look back into it and watch the fight, it says there on the commentator saying that Nonito is contemplating retirement. I think this is his last fight, so that was when my downhill came from, and then the Arce came in, paid me really good money, and then the Rigondeaux came in and paid me really good money. So I was just kind of floating and fighting for the money until that point, until I guess I would say after that it was more finding myself, until the Inoue put a punch, something in my head that really got me back into but that was the time when I was, that I had my kids, my she was pregnant, and I was like, okay, I'm done. This is the last fight with Nishioka,
He wasn't even happy with his Arce performance.
Yeah, I told everybody, I'm like, man, if anybody
after he knocked out Arce.
After I knocked out Arce.
Yeah, but how can you not be that impressed, mate? You're a 4-time world champion. How many times you fought for the belt? 8 times?
I'm a 9-time world champion.
9-time world champion. Look, you even got my history wrong now. 9 times. 9 times.
It's about to be 10 soon.
I'm going to ask you a man-to-man question. You're telling me you haven't gone home one day and said, you know what? I've done it. This has defined me. You're telling me that you are not the most happiest man when you're all said and done, when you close the doors, that you think those fights that defined you and you did it. Doesn't that make you so happy?
I mean, I'm always a happy person. I don't really look back into all of that stuff. It's just more of like, I know I won't be able to do this for the rest of my life, and I'm gonna go out there and extend it into some. It gives me purpose. That's the thing, is I live my life. I have a purpose. I challenge myself constantly, and I look into it, and I'm very grateful for everything.
I think what he was missing at that point in his career was a challenge that really woke him up. Like he was just.
I was floating. I was just floating
mentally. He was naturally naturally talented and just easy. It was just.
I mean, I beat the guys.
I just think fighters are tough on themselves, Rachel. No, I mean, listening to Nonito Donaire, look at the people that he's beat. He's beaten some serious champions. Vasquez, Montiel. I mean, I remember when you beat Vic Darchanyan, you knocked him out. I mean, the fights that you've had have defined you. And it always tells me, until a fighter's career is not finished, they're never really totally satisfied. And that goes to show me you're a very hungry man. It's like you've done things that some fighters would be proud of themselves, innit, Punch?
Yeah.
I'm
very proud. For me, it's just, I think it's just you know, the mental aspect of things, right? My mental strength and my the way I am mentally, you know, I always want to learn and I always want to grow. I always want to elevate myself, you know. And I think that when I fought Inoue, it just elevated my mentality to going back to where I was, you know, after being happy and accomplishing my desired goal of boxing, which is becoming the fighter of the year, you know, the best
Right.
in boxing. And that was it for me. You know, mentally, I just blanked out until that moment with Inoue, where I was just like, whoa, I got to get back, man. I can beat this guy.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Like when boxers set like a ceiling for themselves, like then what's your next goal? And if that goal isn't enough to feed your hunger, then you kind of just float.
Well, I was gonna
Nonito's
ask to Rach, when Nonito said about, you know, he was just, you know, floating in the air. That's what you said, like floating, just floating and just fighting for the money. You as a fighter yourself, because Rach, you a fighter as well.
Yeah.
Have y'all both ever had the conversation like, honey, I'm just fighting for the money now? But you as a fighter, if you hear what he just said, when he said it probably back then, what do you felt about it? Like, oh, don't just fight for the money. Or how do you take it?
Never really. It wasn't never
A conversation.
It was never a conversation because I never admitted to it that I did fight for it, you know.
But you just you don't see him the way that he's in the
way I am now.
It was always like you had to for lack of a better example, he was like the little Filipino kid that you would have to grab by his ear and be like, you're going to practice, because he didn't want to go to practice. He didn't want to go and train. He hated the gym. And it was a totally different mentality where now he's like, I'm like, hey, I gotta go train Jesse. I had to train Jesse today. And he's like, I'll go. He's like, all right, let me bring my clothes. I'm like, are you training? He's like, yeah, I'm training. I was like, okay. Like, you know, you don't have to push him out of bed. He's setting his own alarm. He's making his drinks. He's packing his bags early. Where before it was like, literally you had to pull him by the ear and tell him he needed to go to the gym.
Yes, mommy.
He's motivated on his own now. And when someone's motivated on his own and doesn't need an outside motivation, then that's a whole different athlete that you get to play with.
I'm my fault. I wanted to follow up what he said earlier when you was fighting and you would yell out instructions and he would look at you while you're not the trainer at that moment. Was that when it kept on happening constantly, Nonito, was that the point where like, I need him in my corner because I have a trainer. I'm not gonna throw him under the bus. I have a trainer, but I'm still listening to her. That's my certified feedback right there. It's almost like my son, right? He plays ball and he's playing in the team and his coaches, but everything he does, whether it's a turnover, whether he scores, he's looking at me. He's looking at me for validation. Did I do this something right? Did I do something wrong? So it and then I'll get to the point, man. I just got let me get a team and let me coach my son, because my son will get to the point where he's not really listening to the coach. He's looking. If I say good job, then even if his coach say bad job, his dad says good job. He's looking for me for validation. So is it the same thing? Like your coach could be like on the court, Nonito, you're doing really good, and your wife is like, you gotta do something, and you're like,
100%. You know, I look into it because she's been in the game for a long time along with me. But when the pandemic hit, you know, we started training together more, and that's when I really saw the value of why I listened to her, you know. And then from that point on, we kept it.
Yeah, I think like that, like the biggest one, there's two I remember for certain. One was against Rafael Concepcion, and they had flashed my picture up on the big screen, and he told me after the fight, he's like, why did you look concerned? I go, in what round?
Resting bitch face.
He's like, that's how I look. And he's like, you look concerned, so I had to turn it up a notch. I'm like, okay.
That's why you gotta learn to smile, girl.
And then
now that's smart. No, the grin is keeping you hungry. Nah, I ain't do good. Yeah,
well, I think
the second one was Victor Chinian, 9th round. you know, I don't know what the corner
The
was.
second fight. The second fight.
The second one. He was losing, and I don't know what the corner was saying.
I didn't hear. I don't even remember what they said.
But I know he turned to me at the 9th round, walking out of the corner. Literally, they called seconds out. He's walking back into the center already. He looks at him and he goes, "We're fucking losing." And he just looks. I was like, "Knock him out, or it's over. We lost. We're losing." And then so he went over, knocked him out. I was done. So.
Just like that.
And that's the thing. I'm not a yes man. Like, what do you want me to tell you? That you're doing amazing. Keep doing the good job that you're doing. You're not doing a good job. We're losing on the card. And
that's what I'm talking about. That's the real. Everybody needs somebody in a corner like that.
Like, what do you want me to do? Like, give you ice cream and say, "Hey, good job. We're continue what you're doing," and then we lose. Like, I don't understand the yes people. I don't get it. If this is our goal is to damn win, then you better tell him something that's going to change the game. Or
be real, Nonito. Be real. Knowing that you have your wife and then your kid looking on, and everybody know, you know, you the superhero, you the Superman in the family, you the Superman. So when is it a pressure? Like, I can't lose in front of my wife. You know what I'm saying? I can't lose in front of my baby. I can't lose in front of my kids, man. They see me as Superman. Is it a pressure when now that you have a family? Then when you was younger, you probably was just fighting for yourself, but now you fighting for the legacy. You fighting for the fam. You fighting for your wife and the kids. Is it a new pressure, new motivation? What is it?
Well, both. In the previous fights, I would say, I would say Miss, you know, I would say that it wasn't the pressure, but then now I realized that it was a pressure because I didn't bring my kids at all into the last fight. I brought them before. I'd never, but now I have the confidence of beating anybody. That's why I'm bringing my kids in. So put your money on me.
I believe that. You know why I believe that?
I see that's some real ish right there. That's some real.
You know what's the fun part though, Punches, is the fact that like you know, people are like, okay, well, where are they? What are they doing? Like, he's, you know, his money is stacked. It's good. I have my own career outside of this. That
she makes more money than me.
Let's talk about my career. Anyway, so yeah, so this is the fun part is when you don't have to do it for the money. You're literally doing it because of passion and like Rapstar said, legacy. That's all you're doing. When you throw money out the window and you're just like, you know what, I'm doing this because of this. And it's not going to be, well, I need more money, or I need this, or I need that. No, now I'm doing it because what I stand up for my integrity. I stand up for, you know, drug.
I'm doing it on my own.
I'm doing it on our own terms because we don't care about the money. We already have enough. We're fine. We are blessed enough to have made the correct decisions. And with me still, you know, in the industry that I'm in, we're completely fine. So it gives us a freeing experience to be able to make the decisions that he wants to. If he wants to step out of the ring tomorrow, we're good. T.O. Senior should be more like Rachel. What?
Oh, by the way, to all people that's betting on me, I was just kidding, because I don't want anybody.
No, wait. First of all, if you want to bet on him, make sure you bet after me, so then you don't make the odds change. I need to get the low odds first, because I mean that's what is it, like 13
that's
odds?
why she be having the grim face.
But it is your choice. But it is your choice. I'm just giving that. You know, it is your choice. So,
like, motherfucker, I told you to knock him on the third round. We just lost $10,000.
The bio fight, like you were favorite, but then you know what's weird is that they didn't have him for knockout. They didn't have Neil for knockout. They had him for decision. I was like, okay, so you're the favorite for decision, but not knockout. So I bet only knockout.
See, that's another pressure right there.
There's no pressure. There's no pressure because the thing is,
I don't tell him when I play.
I always go for a knockout. That's the thing with me, is I always go for a knockout. I don't really want or like decision. You know, not because of the, you know, I mean, everybody has their own opinion with judges and all that stuff. You know, I just don't like it. For me, I can win by decision, but it doesn't give me that satisfying victory.
It's a little nerve-wracking because you literally, like, one of the weird things about, like, when I'm in the corner and when, you know, we see the replay, it totally looks different. So if it looks different for me and I'm in the corner, it totally looks different for the judges.
Yeah.
So I don't like scorecards because perceptions, you know, who wants a, like, do they like a boxer? Do they like an effective boxer? Do they like someone who's pressing the action? Do they like someone who's just tagging and running? Like, there's too many variables, so you can't argue a knockout.
Well, I don't really care about that. It's more for me, my satisfaction. Like for me, the greatest satisfaction, the victory is knocking somebody out, knowing that there was no contest. You know, that's true victory. That's like in the Roman time, I chopped his head off.
You know what's funny though? We used to argue about this all the time. I was like, well, you want a body knockout? And he's like, why? And I was like, well, because Darchinyan always said you didn't knock him out in the first fight. He doesn't remember it, and you can't blame him because he was knocked out. I was like, but a body shot, literally your body, you're trying to, your mind's telling you to get up, but your body's like, yeah, no, bro, and they put you back down. And so when he got the last time, he's like, yeah, a body shot feels totally different when you get that win on in a body shot. I'm betting my house on Nonito.
Hey, you know what, Nonito, before I leave,
yeah.
I wanted to ask you this, brother, because you've been in the game for years now, and you've been fighting most challengeable opponents, even the opponents which you went up in weight. You know, they were the number 1 and number 2 guys of the world. You have always been fighting tough competition, right?
Yeah.
Have 100%. You seen in boxing today, there's a man called Canelo Alvarez. And this man is holding up 3 divisions. If you look at the champions today, like Gennady Golovkin, Jamal Charlo, and Demetrius Andrade, I love all these fighters, but they're not unifying. And then you look at the other guys when they win, like Dimitri Bivol and Batur Babib, they're calling out Canelo's name. Everybody wants the Canelo fight, but they're not fighting each other. And I'm sure that's a live I did the other day. What do you think about that? That these days, fighters are waiting for the biggest fight, but they're not fighting each other and unifying.
You know, it's difficult because for me, I was brought into watching the old school fighters where they fought each other, where they unified. You know, they had one champion because they got them all. You know, and that's how I was brought up, and that's what I've always gained or wanted to do for, you know, in my career. And for these guys, they've seen fights and they've seen money talk more than their desire for unification or fighting the best. You know, what I can say about that is it's just not my thing. You know, again, they have their own perspective with that, but it doesn't fly with me because I'm the kind of guy that wants to fight everybody and become undisputed or the best fighter in the weight class. You know, what I say to them, you know, it's unfortunate because we don't get to see the best against the best in each division.
Yeah, everybody wants Canelo, but they don't want to unify against each other. They're not calling each other out. They all want Canelo Alvarez, and
just the money.
Yeah, but that's not like, you didn't come up that way. You were always fighting. You were always fighting the tough competitions.
Yeah, and again, it's different. It's different generation. You know, again, for me, I grew up watching Sugar Leonard. You know, and Hagler and Hearns and Duran. You know, even Chavez, you know, all these guys, you know, and that's pretty much where it all comes down to why I do fight the way I, you know, in my career is because
like you looking to fight the monster, the number 1. You've proved yourself. The monster's a pound for pound guy. I mean, at the end of the day, right? Today's fighters. I like all the fighters. I have a boxing content channel, but look, Gervonta Tank Davis. They just want to keep him in one promotion company. And they're not even letting him. They call him a 3-weight world champion when he doesn't even have the real belts. And today, networks and fighters are selling a different story to the people. We know that you are a real world champion. You got the real belts. But you've seen that there's champions which are not even fighting each other. And Gervonta Tank Davis is supposed to be a superstar in America. But you look at his resume, bro. It's no way near your resume.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that the promoters are doing their job by promoting. You know, like they're building a story that they want you to buy into. And when you talk to someone who is just I guess a casual, like they'll believe that, right?
Eat it up. Yeah, they'll eat it up.
they're like, nah, this guy, you know, that's why Josh Taylor was so hyped on, like, he was like, no, you're not, you know, you're not the champion. You're not, you know, and this confusion, the and the lack of clarity and transparency on really who the hell the champions are is not on mainstream media, because they sell a certain storyline, and
and you got a lot of delusional fans these days, like these guys who
for
sent
sure.
money right now. You know, I've got a lot of these delusional fans these days.
Hector,
They're calling out the #1 undisputed champion and calling him a dog. This is the kind of fans that have been invented.
Well, let me read it up. Let me read it.
Look at these dumb fans.
Cracks hits like chicken Josh Taylor. Hey, I'm just reading it, Rap Star. I know you get, you know, kind of, you know, riled up when they talk about your UK bro.
Free smoke.
Good looking at Heck.
Yeah, no, but you got a lot of delusional fans in boxing today. They are praising Tank Davis for being a pay-per-view star in America. Tank Davis is the best at 140, but the man who's got the best resume is Josh Taylor, who's really gone and done all the hard work, and they're slandering a fighter in over there because of Tank Davis.
Now remember,
and Leonard Ellaby, which, you know, big nose Leonard Ellaby. I mean, you know, this guy is delusional. I'm sorry, because the things that he says to the fans, he says, oh, Josh Taylor is not on Tank's level because Tank is a pay-per-view star.
No, he said
Josh Taylor is not a pay-per-view star. I mean, what kind of delusional stuff are you selling?
And he said he brings nothing to the table.
And Josh Taylor, who's an undisputed champion, doesn't bring nothing to the table for Gervonta Tank Davis.
So the weird part is that they keep calling Tank a prospect, though. They're like, he's the brightest prospect. And I'm like, how long is he gonna be a damn prospect? Like, Jesus. Like,
that's crazy. Like at the age of
he's on the other side. So we got where we
at the age of 27, what did you gain by 27 years old? What did Onito already done by age 27? What
year was that?
2010, 2020, I mean 29, 09.
2009?
I think so.
2009, so 2007, 8, 9. You hadn't fought Montiel yet. You're finally. You fought, I think. You fought Raul Martinez in 2009, and that was someone who he said he beat you in the amateurs.
No, he didn't beat me in the amateurs.
He didn't beat you in the amateurs.
No, he didn't. I beat him.
He said that, though.
No,
come on, Rage. Come on, get it right. Get it right.
Get it right.
No, but he said that.
Get it right, man.
He fought you in the amateurs.
Yeah, I beat him. No, I beat him in the amateurs. I beat him in the Junior Olympics.
But that was at 112. 2009, yeah, you didn't move up to 115 until after that. Then that
2010.
was Tyson Marquez in Puerto Rico.
Yeah. So I just defended the belt.
2011 was the 118, and everyone was scared of Montiel. Yeah. Okay, so I'm right. Okay, I know where we are. I know in the timeline. We were fighting in the
right, woman.
Yeah. What we were still at 112. Jesus Christ.
No, we were at 112. That's right. We were at 112.
2009. You were fighting at 112. God, it was so bad. He was going down from 140 to 112 before.
Everything. I would eat a whole cow. That's why.
Yeah.
In terms of what we were talking about Canelo Alvarez, if you was in a situation, if you was 160 pounds, you got a strap. And I understand people mention Canelo Alvarez versus Jamar Charlo, Canelo Alvarez, Andre, Canelo, Beterbiev in 175 or Bivol. And I'm saying I want them to carve their own legacy. There's great fights where they could carve their own legacy without Canelo. Charlo versus Demetrius Andre is a unification bout in the middleweight division, or a Triple G. Like, you don't really have to chase Canelo. You don't have to drop your belt to go to the 160 to get Canelo. You can actually carve your legacy. You have a chance to be a undisputed, you know, in a historic, lucrative division like the middleweight division. And then when you get that type of, or maybe undisputed, then you could call out Canelo Alvarez and be undisputed versus undisputed, legacy, pound for pound versus pound for pound.
Yeah, but unfortunately, people aren't like that. You know, for me, I would have done the same thing. I would go out there and kill and just beat, you know.
But that's why I like Triple G fight, like going for Murata and not waiting on the sidelines just for, you know, that payday, right? Like, okay, am I gonna?
Because I could do the same thing. I
You
could
know
just
what I'm
be like, you know what? I got the belt. Give me the top 10, the top 12, the top 20, you know, and keep making the same amount of money, you know, or maybe just a little bit less, but, you know, but still good money. You know what I'm saying? So, but if I was in that weight class, I'd go out there, man. I'd go out there and do the same thing what Canelo did.
Yeah. Oh, yo, Rapstar, did you hear earlier? I don't know. You was taking your royal nap. Oh, did you hear
Don't
about?
take the piss, mate. I'm on the other side of the world, mate. Don't be. Listen, 6 in the morning. Go on, bro. You know what I mean?
Did you hear?
I came over here because I see Nonito Donaire and Rachel. I said, man, I ain't gonna miss this chance. Go on, bro.
Did you hear? Did you hear that? You know, they're also looking at Juan Francisco Estrada. What do you feel about that, Rap?
What do you mean?
So
Go ahead, tell him, Ray. Go tell him, Nonito and Ray. Tell him.
So I was telling him because of I like to, you know, move chess pieces around the board. With the Inoue fight with Richard trying to negotiate that, I believe always that I don't like putting all my ducks in one basket. So knowing that Estrada had pulled out of the fight with Chocolatito because of COVID, which leaves him without a fight, and Chocolatito being booked up for March 5th, that Nonito being able to move down to the 115 to fight Estrada, who has no fight now, would be open for discussion as well.
Wow.
What do you feel about that?
Oh,
Estrada and Nonito Donaire.
Division.
I mean, I gotta be honest. I'm excited either way now.
Don't you like the way that I
mean,
think?
Either way, this is fireworks. But I gotta say it. You are choosing now Estrada, and Estrada is another pound for pound great fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you guys have caught me by surprise. I need to get ready to
wake up. Wake up.
To get ready to get the
get your tea.
And I'll be honest, I need to get ready to make my new thumbnail. I need to get ready to make a new thumbnail and make a show that Nonito Donaire could be looking at Estrada now versus or Monster. So it's either way now, yeah? One or the other.
That's big.
Like we you know, I don't ever, until contracts are signed, I don't ever lock down and put my hopes in anything. And whatever happened with, you know, with him with COVID and an additional 4 weeks, because, you know, Punch is so big on April right now. He wants everything in April. Could April be a thing? Yes, April could be a thing because Chocolatito is fighting March 5th, puts Estrada out of commission. If you give him an extra 4 weeks to recover, could he fight in April? Yes, I believe he could.
Yeah,
and love April.
Yo, that shit is big though. Like the more I think about it, it's like, yeah, I would love it. I seen it, but El Gallo, the Filipino Flash.
We need that
Vegas or Cali.
That baited us. That 115.
That 115
baited us. We stayed at 115 for so long, and they're like, he doesn't want to fight you. He doesn't want to fight you.
Yeah,
he doesn't fight you. It's so irritating at 115. So. I mean, you have to remember, like, the thing is that you have to think how boxers think, right? And then you have to think about, so he put in how many weeks for a training camp? And he's already, let's pretend, he's already at 70%, right? Because we still have a lot of time. Let's say he's at 70%, got sick, went down to 60%, but he still has 60%. He already paid for sparring. He already was in camp. He doesn't want to go back and regress. So the next best thing is to delay it 4 weeks, have enough recovery, make sure he's good, go back up to 60, 70%, and then continue out through the next 4 weeks of camp to be ready to fight in April.
I've got to tell you this, Rachel. That's a blockbuster fight. The more I'm thinking about it, it's such a huge fight. I feel that you will sell that fight out. Estrada versus Nonito Donaire is a legendary fight.
Mexican versus Filipinos always.
I'll be honest with you, that's a pay-per-view. That's a pay-per-view, just like Monster Inoue and Nonito Donaire is a pay-per-view. As a fan perspective, that's a blockbuster.
I'll pay $100.
Either is an amazing fight. I just don't, you know, like, there's things that have happened where, you know, okay, we're talking about all these guys that are waiting for that golden ticket. We're not waiting for a golden ticket. There's golden tickets in every division and with different fighters. So whoever's gonna come up and wants that ticket punched, for lack of a better comparison, then we'll go and punch that ticket. And that it is what it is. You know, and so I mean that's the name of the game, is go and get what you want. And if people don't want to play, then they don't play and they can sit on the sidelines. That's how it's gonna be.
Yo, can you imagine Nonito and Canelo going after 5 division world champion in the same year? That shit is big. That's cool. And Rachel, like I said yesterday, see, they ain't putting you in the nomination for trainer of the year. What do you feel about that? Yo, Boo got 2 straight knockouts over ranked fighters. Huh? Why they ain't put it's some sexy stuff? Is the woman? Come on, Rach, come on. It's the most dangerous boxing show. Let's go. What you feel about that?
I mean, I totally like,
to the side.
okay, so, I mean, no, if we were gonna talk about like legit, like, okay, let's talk about, okay, what are the criteria for trainer of the year, right? Like, is it about like how many champions that you have? Is it about bringing a prospect over to, you know, world championship stage? Is it about, what is it about that gets you that? Is it popularity? Because some of these awards is popularity. It's about voting, right? When it comes to that and you don't know what the criteria is, then yeah, it is freaking it. You're going up against what? What am I supposed to hit? What boxes am I supposed to hit to get there, right? And am I ever going to get, like, listen, when the WBC had put me up against Reynoso, I'm like, I'm gonna win against Reynoso. Come on. He has first of all, he has Canelo.
And right? All the other guys.
And then he had Valdez. And then he also has Garcia, but Garcia hasn't really done anything this year, so it's really not.
It's Canelo Alvarez, 4 division world champion. Donaire, 4 division world champion. It's dun, dun, dun.
So with the boxes checking, right? So okay, so what are they doing? What has he done? Because he's won it so many times. He has, right? So what is being done that's different, or what is game changing? Okay, well, I came out of the gates and no one gave me a chance. Everyone's like, okay, your wife's gonna be head trainer, good luck. And we showed. So is that not trailblazing enough? Is that not a box in itself to be able to say, okay, the mold got broken? Could Reynoso be like, okay, well, not Reynoso himself, but could whoever's deciding be like, this was something that broke the mold, and we're gonna give it to her this year, because Reynoso had it for 4 years.
Well, if you look at all of the awards and ceremonies and stuff, they have women boxers fight of the year, or
that's another one.
They have a separation between women and men, right?
Yeah.
And
so in the WBC they have in the WBC, well, in all of them, they have boxer of the year, female, male, right? Then they have knockout of the year, female, male. Then they go down the list. But when it comes to trainer, there literally is only one box, because I broke the mold. So if I broke the mold, shouldn't there be a new box?
Yep, it should. Let me get Epic C Magic's Donito out of Berea, Morales, Marquez, or any other Mexican OGs. Who should you want to fight for the Mexican versus Filipino fight, and why? Dun, 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 dun.
How about we say all of the above? I mean, those are legendary fighters, I mean, in a fantasy world, man, I would definitely mix it with everybody, man. Those are amazing fighters. You just can't pick one. Everybody has their own strength, Manny
Pacquiao, Nonito Donaire, 118th. Who wins?
The funny thing is, Pacquiao never stepped on 118. He skipped the 118.
115. Oh, I mean, Gonzalez, good looking now, good looking now. He said, "Did Jake Paul really win knockout of the year?"
Yeah, irritating. Shut up.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he did. Shut up.
He did.
Oh my god.
Well, for
I
me,
think
I'm done. I'm done,
No, I
guys.
swear. Hold on.
I'm done. See you guys later.
get another shot. Get another shot. Get
I'm
another
gonna
shot.
drink me some tequila.
No.
I'm gonna drink me some tequila.
No, I swear to God. I swear.
I'm pouring more tequila. I didn't know that. I know that. With Oscar Valdez, Miguel Burchett, you had that's a knockout of the year right there too.
ESPN Ringside's knockout of the year 2021.
Jake Paul.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nah. You can't be serious.
The knockout of the year, Rachel, was Tyson the Gypsy King Fury. Tyson Fury knocked out Deontay Wilder. That was one of the knockouts of the year for us.
That's true.
That was a knockout. Oscar Valdez versus Miguel Burchett.
Oh, that's it. 100%, man. The way, man.
No, yeah. So mirror.co.uk reported it. I knew I saw this for Sports Inquirer, and the -sun.com and Sports Bible. All of them, like, people were furious. DAZN reported it. Daily Star, UK. Why is all the UK stuff over there? What Rapstar? Why is everyone over there reporting this crap?
Hey, talking about the
Queens,
UK,
the Queensberry
England,
rules come from the UK, bro.
Yeah, talking about UK, I want to ask Rachel or Nonito Donaire. There was a fighter who made a lot of noise in the 90s. His name was Nassim Hamid, the Prince.
We were talking about Nassim Hamid earlier.
Hey, listen, Nassim Hamid, the Prince. What do you think about him, Nonito Donaire? He brought a lot of
man. For early in my career, I used to walk in like Nassim Hamid. I would dance around and stuff like that, man. I was just like that. Except I didn't do the flip because my dad wouldn't let me do the flip. I was walking around like Nassim Hamid, man. I was like dancing around, you know.
Yeah, he was a good showman and he was a good fighter.
Yeah, he was a very difficult fighter.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
I always call that like irritating.
But there's a difference between people like Nassim Hamid when they reach their heights. Like, that's what I said. Nonito Donaire comes from a different breed. Marvin Hagler said this, Rachel, a long time ago, that you can reach your pinnacle, but you start living on silk sheets. You start having, you live a different lifestyle. The hunger in you to stay fighting is not easy. That this is why I asked Nonito Donaire, how come do you believe in what Marvin Hagler said, that some fighters in their head, when they reach a level, it's hard to stay hungry?
Yeah, I mean, I think like when they say like your bed's too comfortable, right? Like,
I mean, in peace, right? In peace, everyone drinks and be merry and
like you're sitting on top and
gain lots of weight.
I think when fighters get too comfortable, like and it's everything, right? Like when we talk about the materialistic stuff, when we talk about them being just way too when they see the zeros in the bank then they start being comfortable because they're like, oh, I got all this money, like what do I got to worry about? I'm good. Like they always think I could live off this. But yes, you can. You should be able to, but not the way you're damn spending. There's no way you're going to live off it the way that you're spending like $5 million a month, right? And when fighters get into this comfortableness of these paychecks, let's just even say, let's keep it modest, $500,000 3 times a year. That's a lot of damn money. It gets people comfortable. And Rapstar left. Did you kick him out?
Nah, probably his Metro PCS phone died. Hopefully he'll pop back up. Probably die.
Is there Metro PCS in the UK?
Oh, but maybe they got something else over there.
But I remember when we went over to UK.
Yeah, man, I gotta go over there for a fight because I just see the culture is different.
Yeah, they sing karaoke in the middle of the fights.
Yeah,
I had so many. I provoked. You know how many? I provoked a lot of fights when I was younger. Again, I told y'all, my best friend, when I got introduced to boxing in terms of training and wanted to become a boxer, my friend, I was like 10, 11 years old. My friend was 16 years old, but sparring adults, right? But he died in sparring. You know, he took a shot in sparring, and around that time, you know how Mike Tyson used to fight without the headgear. So we used to like to imitate Mike Tyson. So he took a shot. Went to the emergency room. They had to do emergency surgery. So he really took the hit in sparring, right? That's how I got introduced to boxing. I used to go to a lot of amateur shows, and when people used to call fighters bums, I just used to go at them. It would just go back to when my friend died, and I'm like, don't call no fighter bums. Don't call no fighter. I used to rock like that for years. I didn't even want to talk about boxing. I just did a boxing channel. You know, I just started this Punch Run Boxing like almost 3 years ago, like Punch Run Boxing. But I didn't want to do no boxing because I saw the community is very disrespectful towards fighters. You know, fans are just they look at fighters like animals. But it always goes back to my best friend. You know, like yo, my boy died in the fucking ring. Ain't no fighter a bum. You got to understand these guys are special human beings. You know. Well, they the one that's the career that they chose. Nah, but it ain't about that. If you're a fan of the sport of boxing, take time to understand the warrior mindset. Take time to understand what these humans do. It's not about that this is what they just want to do. You know, we do a lot of shit in life that we don't want to do. You work a job, you really don't want to work a job. You probably don't want to fit burgers. You probably don't want to be a car salesman, but you do it just to live. You do it to feed. You know, but these people are fighters. Now, don't put no excuse because I know fighters. Fighters don't like that pity shit. Don't pity no fighter. They fighters, you know, but understand them, understand their journey, understand their sacrifice. You know, that's why, you know, I hate it. Oh my God, that blow. Yo, if you really want me to like go at somebody when I was younger, call a fighter a bum or a pussy or any derogatory name that you could think of. And it got to a point where my friends didn't want to come with me to watch boxing fights, you know, that because I'll just start something. It will just
yeah.
Like I'm like, yo, you see this kid right here, this kid right
in New York, right?
Yeah.
What gym were you at?
Well, I used to just go to my boys used to go to different type of gyms. You know, everything is closed now. The Bronx, Brooklyn, you know, and my father, we used to have a gym in the recreation center, right? In 173rd and 173rd in Amsterdam, right? And some fighters used to come from there. Recreation center used to have a ring, but no events, but just coaches that used to just, you know, work with kids, right? So when my friend died, and I'm like, Dad, I want to box. I'm like, he's like you too smart for that. That's not the type of sport. You know, that's for the people that don't have nothing shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what they used to call it a poor man's sport. You know, it's a dangerous sport. And then the psychological of my friend dying is like, nah, you know, you don't need that. I want you to be something better. I want you to do something more, you know, use your head for something, even though I love boxing. And then I have so many stitches, right? I have stitches here. I got like 8 stitches here. I got stitches. So every time, you know what I'm saying? I used to get cut all the time for nothing. He's like, man, you get cut every time. You get cut every time. So I was into basketball and every other sport anyway, you know what I'm saying? So, but I just have a found respect for boxers, for fighters. I look at them like when I say modern day warriors, modern day gladiators, people be like, well, why you say it? They're not modern day. You know, they mine modern day warriors. They mine. I don't know what it is to you. I don't know how you look at the sport. Maybe you're just a fan that want to see the best fights. I love the story of a fighter. Like when Bert Sugar used to tell the stories and things of that nature. I love that, you know?
Well, and that's what I feel like. I think, like, honestly, like, I think there's a couple reality shows overseas where someone takes, let's say Simone Biles, right? Like someone was talking mess about them online. They take the person that was talking mess, and then they have them train with someone like Simone Biles to respect the sport. Like for, let's just say a month or whatever. It's like, oh well, you think this is so easy? Okay, this is what you have to do. You have to train. You have to do this. You have to do this. You have to do this, and then you need to go and compete in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
But since you think it's so damn easy, and I feel like I want to take the average Joe, anybody that's like, oh well, yeah, you're a bum, blah blah. Look at, okay, I'll give you 4 weeks. Oh, I need more. Okay, fine. I'll give you 8 weeks. Train 8 weeks.
Yeah.
We're gonna put you in a sparring match. Fully protected headgear and everything, 16-ounce gloves, and then tell me it's easy, right? And that's still nothing to what they're doing, right? Because what they're doing is 8-ounce, no head protection. But doing the sacrifice of at least 4 to 8 weeks, and then having that anxiety of really going out on an all-out sparring to realize, like, oh crap, like this is literally what they do, and it's more dangerous than the little padded environment that we're giving them. Is, I feel like, a wake-up call.
Well, just more like living the life, of the athlete or the person,
Yeah.
So
yeah, and I don't think people understand.
People can learn to respect the fighter, knowing all of that stuff. I mean, again, we go out there and like your friend, anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
You know.
Yeah. And that's the that's the part that I want fans to, I got a platform, but I want fans to understand. You're a hardcore boxing fan. Just take the time to learn about the nature of a fighter. Not saying that, because people do criticize me, but yo, you always talk about fighters, and what about the fans and stuff? Because I'll be like, I'm paying for all the pay-per-view. I don't give a damn. I'm paying for the pay-per-view. I'm a boxing fan. I say I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a New York Knicks fan. We've been losers for how many years? But guess what? I'm still going to go to Madison Square Garden, and I'm going to pay my $300. And if I'm taking my son, you double that, and that's like 700 plus. But but 50%. But I know that my team ain't that good. I'm still paying that. I'm still paying the support. The same way for a fighter in boxing. I'm paying to support. It's not necessary, And I think people get it like when we watching the NBA. I was watching the NBA game, and there was almost nobody in the stands. Ain't nobody saying, so how many seats they sold? Trying to devalue the NBA player.
Well,
right?
That's the crazy part. Is like, how many of the fights today do we have? Okay, let's just say, so there's
back.
No, I just want to say this. I really appreciate your time, you guys. He's always making fun out of my connection. He's always saying, man, he's got the Metro connection. We got T-Mobile here too, mate.
Metro PCS.
Hey, look, man, I really appreciate you, Nonito Donaire, champion.
He's better.
Legend, and Rachel setting a way for the women, making a path for the ladies to let them know that anyone who knows about boxing can come to see Rachel. She's the woman who can help you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Punch, I appreciate your time. I didn't want to leave like that, just with that, it just...
No, don't leave. Stay your ass right here.
Okay, then, no, you guys have really taught us a lot.
When you hang up earlier, Punch was singing, "Baby, come back."
No, man, it's been an amazing experience chopping out with the people which are in the business. Not to mention the champion himself. Huh?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why is it in the UK when you guys have events and boxing events, like there's a karaoke session in between the fights?
What do you mean? Like everybody's singing? Yeah, I think we get very passionate. I think the fans in England, boxing means everything to them. You know, we don't have like.
Caroline.
Yeah, why do you guys like that song?
Bum, bum,
Everyone sings
bum.
Sweet Caroline.
Good times never.
But you know the
so
British
so
fans,
good,
the British
so
fans.
good, so good.
But there's nothing like the British fans because you know.
No, I love it. It's amazing.
They're amazing.
Yeah.
You know, we love boxing. You know, there's two sports we love. That's football. That these Americans call it soccer. I don't know where they got that from. Right? There's real football. You know, football. But but yeah. So we really, you know, we're big football supporters, and the main thing is boxing is a big thing for England. We don't have NFL. We don't have NBA. We don't have, you know, many sports like the Americans do. So for us, boxing is one of the biggest sports. The Queensberry rules came from England, you know? We're very passionate fans.
Yeah, we see that, man.
No, I just totally like I remember going to watch Josh Taylor, and then in the middle of the fights, like everyone broke out. Like as soon as they started playing Sweet Caroline, the entire crowd, I was like, is this karaoke
Everybody.
hour? I was like, what's going on? And they knew every single song and every single lyric, and I was like, so is it like boxing karaoke is what we do out here? Or I didn't get the lyric book, so I had no idea what songs we were singing that day.
Other song. Let me
you know, we'll be singing God Save the Queen, because don't forget, we got a queen. We're very proud and passionate people about the Queen. And remember, a queen is the most powerful woman in the world. She has set an example. She's a very powerful lady, and she's our monarchy. So when we get, you know, a little bit drunk, we start remembering the Queen. And
look at the chessboard, man. The Queen is a powerful.
Yes, Chick said, boxers are the warriors we wish we could be. We are fortunate to live vicariously through their efforts. Respect to you, Nonito.
Thank you, Chick. Really appreciate that, man. And you know, that's what the fans can see. You know, we go through out there and we fight our butts off, our hearts, you know, in our life. You know, we go out there with everything that we got. So, but we do appreciate you guys, you know, watching and supporting fighters, man.
What I will say as a fan, what's exciting about you, Donaire, is that you're in the sport now, not about all this fame, money, and all that, or trying to get more belts. Really, what you're in it for is because you know you can win. I think what separates you right now is that you know the only reason you're giving it your all is because you're going in there to beat this guy. And I feel that that's what keeps you driving. Am I right?
100%. You're correct.
Mm-hmm. Yo, also everybody subscribe to Rap Star Boxing Knowledge. You're about to have that interview also. When is he gonna have the interview with Mauricio Suleiman?
I'm gonna be speaking about Nonito Donaire for sure when I do see him, or when I do speak to him.
Or you're gonna ask him if you're gonna give him the franchise?
No, I'm gonna.
Oh boy.
We got to tune in for that one.
I'm just gonna ask him. You know, he must be excited having Nonito Donaire as his WBC crown champion, because you know one thing about Mauricio Suleiman and WBC, they're very proud of their champions. And you know, when I speak to him, he feels like all his champions are his family. You know what I mean? So I'm sure he's a proud man knowing that you're his champion.
Yeah, I remember his father,
Jose.
Yeah, Jose.
Yeah.
He loved me. You know, he was like he would every time he sees me, he was like he was very proud. He was very proud, and you know, and Mauricio can tell you about it. You know how proud his father was, me being their champion. You know, so you know, because like I've always he sees that old soul of mentality back in the days where I just fought. You know, I fought everybody. You know, and I don't. You know, I just go out there and I just don't give anybody problems. Like, okay, let's go, let's make it happen. Bada bing, bada boom.
How do you feel about the WBC? You know, in a whole nutshell, you know, they help fighters after their careers. You know, Adonis Stevenson. You know, I like the way I like what they do about you know, autism children. You know, that's cool. You know, I rock with them with that. I have an autism child, so you know, I do have a soft spot for the work that they do. You know, what do you feel about
it? That's amazing. You know, I was in one of their Zoom talking about getting kids out of the street by you know, getting them away from drugs and stuff like that, you know, and I totally support that 100%. And even all the things that they do, I think that, you know, it's a good example for everyone, for every organization, and for everybody in the boxing world to, you know, help in that way. You know, I think that's an amazing program.
Yeah, man. I like what they do. I like what they do. You know, a lot of people always talk about the emphasis of the titles, but behind the scenes, they do so. A lot about Federation do a lot. You know.
Well, I think like what we have to remember is that boxing has been around for a very long time.
200 plus years, 200 plus years.
Exactly. And then now we have, you know, we have different belts and different organizations, sanctioning bodies and commissions. And every single one of them have had to adjust to, you know, and grow within the times that we are at. And when we ask them to, they do rise to the occasion. And we have to give them opportunity to tell them what we are not thinking is okay, right? Like what we don't agree with, and they'll move accordingly. And we have to give them the opportunity to grow. What boxing was 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 80 years ago was completely different from where boxers are stepping in the ring now.
Yeah.
And we have to allow these sanctioning bodies and commissions to be able to grow as well. And if we don't tell them what we think we want from them, they can't read our minds, right? Mm-hmm. And we can't expect them to do. So until we voice it out and allow them to change and integrate into where we are in boxing in 2022, then that's when we start to see movement, right? Like we're seeing, like even the WBA right now is trying to condense like their champions, and it was only because of the fact that we said something.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
That and it's not going to be over
because of the robbery.
Yes, so,
that set it off.
But it's, you know, like we can't expect things to happen overnight. Nothing happens overnight. Even in the look at our government, nothing happens overnight. Things have to be done accordingly. And we have to allow that grace period for things to be transitioned over. But that being said, please continue to speak your mind on what you think that is the best way in bringing boxing forward. And when we do, and they take those appropriate steps, commend them for doing so. And commend them for giving back to the community that they don't have to, but they do so because they want to expand the humanitarian efforts beyond boxing to impact everyone worldwide, not just boxers.
Can you imagine Rachel Donaire, Trainer of the Year? No, can you 2022? No, Rachel Donaire, Trainer of the Year, Fight of the Year, Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor, and the winner is Fight of the Year. Can you? Because this is my prediction. My prediction is 2022. The women take over 2022.
Well, so was it WBSS also didn't they also announced a babe which wait, was it 130?
What?
The one that WBSS announced. They were doing a tournament.
Oh, yeah, something like
130?
I'm not forget. Something like that.
It was 130 or 135 WBSS was doing a tournament for.
Well, for the women or the guys?
Women.
Because I just see the fights, right? I see, you know, Chantel Cameron versus Reese, and that's an undisputed bout. We're gonna get Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, undisputed bout. We got Rachel Donaire that her hubby, her boo.
I need to know who you got winning that fight, Amanda Serrano or Katie Taylor.
Who I got?
Yeah,
Amanda Serrano winning it.
You know really? He's gonna say that. You know he's gonna say that.
I got well, look, it's a 50-50 fight. The thing is, what I see, all right, we're going to break it down technical side. Now we're going to the technical side of things in Punch Drunk, right? Katie Taylor, fast, throws a lot of combinations. She is you know, she got the pedigree, the amateur pedigree. She knows the point system very, very well. But I seen slippage in her defense. I don't see her like going up. I see her now. She is, especially on her the defensive end, I see her declining. I do see her declining. And I don't see Serrano declining. I see Serrano getting stronger and stronger. She's still fast. She's still, it's no, I haven't seen no slow, no slippage. All I see is Serrano's getting better, you know? And now she's going to the lightweight. Probably will be different, but you know, she feel like she's still strong. She throws a lot of punches just like Katie Taylor. I think Katie Taylor is faster, but Amanda Serrano was quick. I feel like Amanda Serrano could time Katie Taylor. I think she could go. I think she got better body work than Katie Taylor. I think she got great footwork. I think she could take punches better than Katie Taylor, in my opinion. But Katie Taylor knows the point system, and she's been in the ring with better competition. So you could say that, you know, you could say that she's been there with better competition. You could say that maybe she's seen, maybe Katie Taylor's seen more of Amanda Serrano than Amanda Serrano seen a Katie Taylor in the ring. Yet the same analogy I had for Sean Porter and Bud Crawford. I thought that Bud Crawford never seen anything like Sean Porter, you know, that experience. And look what Bud Crawford did. Still stopped Sean Porter. So I can't use that analogy.
Yeah.
I think it's a 50-50 fight, but I feel like the momentum and you know, the skill, talent, the power. I think that Amanda Serrano got more of a pro style game than a Katie Taylor, that she knows the point system game. And that's the only way I could see Katie Taylor, if she beats Amanda Serrano, I could see her being by the point system. But I don't think that's going to be enough. I don't think that's going to be enough.
So for me, like, I think Katie Taylor has, you know, the like you're saying, the amateur style that can win the points. My problem with Amanda Serrano is that the last fight, if that's any indication, likes to square up. And by square up, I mean she puts her both feet together and then starts to throw shots. And she takes shots that she shouldn't be taking. She should move her damn head a lot more, because the girl that she was fighting, you could see the punches coming. You couldn't tell me that the repetition and the rhythm of the punches that the girl she was fighting wasn't
Miriam Gonzalez.
Yes, wasn't predictable. It was predictable. You knew exactly what she was going to throw. And yet she didn't evade the punches. She wanted to stand toe-to-toe. So if you want to stand toe-to-toe, I mean, if I'm thinking of IQ, then yes, I'm not going to stand toe-to-toe with Amanda Serrano. I'm going to square her up, push her, point her out to where her feet are squared, and then keep running dances around. Now, is that going to be fan-friendly? Not so much. Amanda Serrano does have a power punch. She hits you with a very heavy punch. And that's not something that Katie Taylor is going to want to trade with. But at the same time, I feel like Katie has had the experience in the level where this kind of action, if she has to win by points, isn't going to bother her because of the amateur background. I feel because of the fact that Amanda Serrano is being backed by Jake Paul, Showtime, you know, the ones that are putting out the money right now, which is amazing for women boxing. I think that type of money does come with kind of a price tag. Bring the entertainment. And the bring the entertainment value is what allows her, or for lack of a better word, allows her to have to stand literally toe-to-toe, face-to-face, chest-to-chest, punch for punch, even though I believe she is smarter than what she showed in the last fight. I think she could have not taken as much damage. I think if it was a stronger puncher, it would have had damage. We don't need to take that damage. That's my point. I think she could have. I think she's smarter than what she's showing, but for some weird reason, I don't know if it's the crowd. I don't know if it's this hype. I don't know if it's like
the pressure. maybe the pressure of I'm the knockout, or I gotta get this knockout, because you could see even in the later rounds, like I gotta get this knockout, I gotta make a statement, Exactly. I understand that. The thing also with Katie Taylor is that she is a prestige, skillful fighter, but she also puts herself in a position when she wants to brawl. Yes. And when she puts herself in that position, she never wins that game. No. She never won it with Persoon. She won't win it with Natasha Jonas. She puts herself in that position. So me knowing, I envision that she will put herself in that position where she wants to trade with Amanda Serrano. And I don't think she's gonna succeed trading. She is different from her sister. You know that Katie Taylor fought Amanda Serrano's sister, Cindy. She beat her. So I think also that Amanda Serrano's coming with a chip on her shoulder. I'm not my sister.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the same thing with Nonito and Darchinyan, right? And that hit when Darchinyan had beat Glenn before that. There was a chip on his shoulder, like it was a grudge match, because Glenn had an issue with his jaw in the Darchinyan fight, and then they were like, oh well, let's put his baby brother in, and they put in his baby brother, and they're like, do the same thing that I did to your older brother, kind of thing. So. Yes, there's going to be an added like
the chips had to go down.
We had so much good boxing content,
okay.
and then
that's great.
You literally had to shit on
it. I did. I shit on it. That's exactly what I did.
Still thinking about the Total Recall titties.
That's it.
Yo, yep. Rapstar, you ever watched Total Recall?
Did they show it in the UK?
Yeah, no, I couldn't hear that. What was that, bro?
Did you ever watch the Total Recall, the movie with the three titties?
No, bro.
I told you it wasn't a UK thing.
But no, I used to go to captain in school.
I feel like I'm enjoying this conversation with seeing Rachel, and Mr. Moonshine is very passionate about women's boxing. But most people are not as passionate about women's boxing like we are about men's boxing, and that's been shown in many different channels. That's why we don't cover it as much. But I think where we're missing the point here with Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, this time women's boxing is going to win, because they have made a mega blockbuster fight, and they're paying these ladies a payday, which is making history, because now these women have shown they can become $1 million fighters.
Yes.
Yo, Ray, still, you know how much backlash I got?
For what?
Because remember, Amanda Serrano was supposed to be fighting Katie Taylor on the almost 2 years ago. On the co-main event of Dillian White and Povetkin. Mm-hmm. Well, I was like, nah, this fight should not be no co-main event to nobody, unless if it was like, Anthony Joshua versus Deontay Wilder, undisputed, or Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury, undisputed, right? This should not be no co-main event. This is the biggest fight in women's history.
Yes.
And then I said, nah, this is a 7-division world champion. Basically, she's the Manny Pacquiao of women boxing. And then you got Katie Taylor, decorated champ, decorated Olympian, undisputed. No, this fight deserves 7-figure fight. Both of them deserve 7 figures. And Amanda Serrano was barely going to get paid over 100,000, and she pulled out of that fight. And people, she pulled out. She's scared of Katie Taylor. But me as a fan say, hell yeah, pull out. No. Nah, if this is the biggest fight in women boxing, you got to set the tone. This got to be the bar. She just can't get paid no $100,000 and Katie Taylor $1 million. No, both of these women deserve a 7-figure payday, to raise that bar.
But that's the crazy part, is that I train a couple of female boxers, and all of them are used to $10,000 purses on a world championship fight. And I'm like, wait, sorry, what? How are you living? I'm sorry, what? So right? You're walking away with 5, 6, 5, 4, maybe?
They be dancing the pole.
Oh my God.
So people was like, oh, come on, 90%, probably 98%, right? Nah, punch. Amanda Serrano is not worth that type of money. Where she's bringing that money, she don't value. She's that's not her value. And I'm like, you don't know how boxing works. You don't know where money comes from. Oh, y'all motherfuckers always talking about money this and everybody's on their pockets. You don't know where money is coming from. You don't know the investors. You don't know the sponsors. There's a lot of money in the sport of boxing. You don't hear Eddie Hearn getting bankrupt. You don't hear no Bob Arum getting bankrupt. You don't hear none of that. You don't know where the money coming from. This is a 7-figure payday for both of these women, right? So I was like,
I mean, at the same time, like the way when you were saying it, it probably just, you know, I always think about like where the universe is supposed to be and when it's supposed to be. Like there's a time and place for,
and this is the perfect time.
And it's the perfect time.
This is the perfect time.
With women
back in the days,
now,
in early 2000s and 90s, it would never have. Never.
Even 4 years ago.
Yeah, never.
Even 4 years ago.
But just the way the world is just been happening, you know, it's a different world. It's a different world. This is the right time for them.
Yeah, and it's better that it didn't happen then. It's better that she knew her worth then.
Yes.
And that she didn't go into what society had
put
upon her and approved for her to be, and what they thought was supposed to be paid. Because now in this day and age, like they are getting paid because of where we are in society, accepting women fighting, and a lot of it did come from the cross between MMA, right? It did come from Ronda Rousey and her crossbreed into the mainstream media, and bringing in the fact that these women can fight, and Holly Holm being a prior boxer, and then, you know, crossbreeding it back into boxing and being like, hey, right? Yeah. We all know UFC doesn't pay what boxing does. So why are these women getting X in UFC, and the women in boxing haven't even cracked an egg yet here in this industry? So it all had to be the right time for where Amanda didn't take a fight that was, let's just say 99,000, let's just say 100,000 at the best, and regretted it to where today, where she is now, and her and Katie Taylor being able to headline and make the money that they are, instead of looking back and being like, crap, like why didn't I then? Well, it wasn't right then.
Yeah.
Now it's right.
And now it's in Madison Square Garden where Ali fought Frazier. Mm-hmm. Headline Madison Square Garden at the Hulu Theater. Madison Square Garden, New York City, the Mecca, my hometown. Y'all could come April 30th. Y'all welcome. I got you. Happy out with you.
Come on. If it's like before then, I could go. But if it's after that, then I'm locked down.
Oh, and so today, I was just, what I told y'all. What did I tell y'all about this fight? Like, let's not forget, Mikey Garcia fought Jesse Vargas in the zone that got $7 million. Where that money come from? You know, so I hate when it's...
Wait. Why are we going so far? Wasn't the Charlo fight the Charlo twins?
We got like 12 million for
the Showtime, the double Charlo twin
fight.
That was
like last year, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Where did that much money come from?
And that's the point, is that the boxing fans, they put value on fighters, they value or want to put value. Man, that's not your place. You don't know it. Stop acting like you know the business. Stop acting like you know where the money coming from. Just support. Why in boxing we try to pickpocket the fan, the fighter? Why are we trying to pickpocket?
They don't.
If you don't want to buy the pay-per-view, don't buy the pay-per-view. Don't buy the pay-per-view. Don't buy it. I don't go to a grocery store and be like, well, this water costs $1, but across the street costs 50 cents. I ain't gonna buy it because across the street costs 50 cents. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop. Like, don't buy it then. But if you're a boxing fan, you know, understand that these fighters make a living. Yeah. They make a living, and that's the way they make a living. Just like we make a living. Do you want me to go to your place and devalue you and tell your boss to be like, why are you paying this guy $70,000 a year? I mean, I could find you somebody that could do it for $10,000. Like, why you? It's only in boxing, because we don't see it in every sport. So I don't know how boxing fans like to pickpocket, like to pocket check, like to always go with the gate. Man, just support the fighters like you support every damn sport, you know? At least these guys are risking their lives. These guys are just kicking the ball and putting the ball in the hole. These fighters are actually risking their lives.
But to be fair with you, Punch,
Talk to me.
You're not telling Nonito Donaire
Talk to me,
what
man.
the fans are really. You're not really feeling what Nonito Donaire, what the fans are really feeling like. They don't mind paying for fights, but they want to see fights like Nonito Donaire versus Estrada now. They want to see fights with Monster Inoue versus Nonito Donaire. These are pay-per-view fights. When you sell us Charles Martin versus Luis Ortiz and there's no titles on the line, people do get upset. When you come with Andy Ruiz versus Chris Arreola, no titles on the line, people do get upset, you know? And it's consistency. Now, Keith Thurman is coming back after a 2-year layoff, and he's a great fighter. He's, no disrespect, but he lost. Mario Barrios, he's never fought at 147, and he lost at 140.
No,
so
but I'm not.
Two guys who lost selling a pay-per-view.
No, but
So
I'm not saying. I'm not saying.
You got to kind of keep it real that some fans don't want to keep supporting fights which are not mega fights.
But I'm not saying about. I'm not saying.
Am I saying everything right, though?
No, you're not. What you're saying is not even wrong. But what I'm saying is that fans have the right to support their fighter, though. It's not about the fight. There's different type of consumers. If I'm a Nonito, put it this way, Rap. If I'm a Nonito Donaire fan, I don't care who he's fighting. I don't care if he's fighting the guy in the halal truck. I don't care if he's fighting anybody, the Uber driver. I am going to pay for Nonito Donaire if they on pay-per-view because I'm a fan of his. Just like I'm a fan of New York Knicks. I'm going to pay because I'm a fan of Nonito Donaire. Now, that's a different type of fan base. Now, there's fan bases that only care about if Nonito Donaire fights Inoue, then I will pay for the pay-per-view. But if I'm a Nonito Donaire fan, like if he's a performer and an entertainer, because this is what I always say, these fighters are entertainer as well. So they got their loyal fan base that, they might not sell $1 million pay-per-view, but they could sell the 200,000 pay-per-view that is going to pay for Nonito Donaire just as his loyal fan base. No,
that's fair enough, Punch. But you can't miss the point here. And I hope everyone can hear me loud and clear here, because what we're saying here is that you're giving fights consistently without any titles on the line. They're not mega fights, and you want them to support it just as a fan base, but the fighters also want their fighter to fight someone. Do you understand? They want their fighter to be fighting somebody which is a value to knowing why they support their fighter. Today they sell so many pay-per-views, bro, and these pay-per-views are non-title fights, and they're not fights that people wanted to see.
Okay, now I'm gonna give you an example right here. I'm gonna give you an example. Watch this, Nonito, and watch this, Rap. I'm gonna give you an example. K Savoy says Thurman really not worth $79.99. Now peep this, right? K Savoy says Thurman is not worth $79.99. Bobby says Thurman versus Barrios view is worth $75. It's $75. Okay, now I'm a Thurman fan. I will pay for Thurman. So how can K Savoy has his opinion, but I'm a Thurman fan. I wanted to pay $150 for pay-per-view to watch Keith Thurman. So you can't put that value on me. I will pay to watch my favorite fighter fight. Now it's a difference if Thurman now Thurman versus Barrios is another subject. Would I pay? Is Thurman versus Barrios a pay-per-view, traditional pay-per-view fight? No, we all be real with that. It's not. But other consumer, just like Gervonta Tank Davis, that will sell out Atlanta, it's Gervonta Tank Davis fan base. They are willing to pay for him wherever he goes. Just like if you're an artist. If Kanye West is gonna go on concert, I'm gonna pay to watch Kanye West. I don't care if he brings Jay-Z and other. No, you gotta understand this. You gotta understand this. That there's different type of consumers. You can't.
I appreciate that.
You can't put all the consumers. We buy. Me and you may be buying this for different type of reasons. That's what I'm saying.
And I do appreciate.
I think
what you're
we
saying.
have to remember that when we do a pay-per-view, it's not just that one fight. It's also, there's like usually 2, if 3 at best. If you have 4 pay-per-view fights, then that's freaking amazing. And so usually they'll stack it with guys that are on the undercard that are pay-per-view worthy or that have a good following. Like, for example, on the Thurman card, like you have Leo Santa Cruz, who has an amazing following. And those fans who don't really care about Thurman will still purchase because they want to support Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's the best promotion, is when you stack different fan bases in a pay-per-view where, okay, well, we know this fan base is going to watch because this guy's here, and this fan base is going to watch, and that fan base, and you take all of it inclusively, and that will make the $75. We focus a little bit too much on who the main card,
right.
a little bit too much on what.
Exactly. They got Josecito Lopez, and they got Luis Neri too.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Isn't that the way
Luis Neri's on the other card?
Yeah, but isn't the main card always meant to be the blockbuster? Isn't the main card meant to be unification or a world title on the line? I mean, you know, before Punch gets to the super chat, I just want to say this. Look at this, Rachel. We had Chrissy Ariola versus Andy Ruiz, which wasn't a mega blockbuster, and there wasn't any titles, right? As the main card. Then we had Javante Tank Davis, which, fair enough, he had a title, Mario Barrios. Fair enough, right? That was a title that he went up for, a regular title, okay? So then they went to Luis Ortiz versus Charles Martin. Now, Luis Ortiz, Charles Martin as a main card, that's not really pay-per-view. That's not bringing titles to the table. And now we got two fighters in today's generation who just lost, and they're selling it as a mega buster pay-per-view. I
agree. I think the main card should at least be, I mean, as a conservative, I think the main card should at least be a 60% draw. On the most beneficial, I think the main card should at least be a 70% draw to be profitable. Again, I'm looking at it from a business aspect and not, by heart about who I really want to see on the main card. So yes, no, I completely agree that the main card should have the most fireworks. It should have belts on the line. It should have the most fan following. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be like 2 losses. It shouldn't. But when it comes to okay, here's the thing, you start looking at, okay, what weight division gets seen more, or what weight division do fans really want to see more on the top card? You have to look at the dynamics and the statistics as far as heavier weight divisions or more popular weight divisions on the top of the card, regardless if they're not having a title, and who was on the undercard. Could we switch Thurman with Santa Cruz or Neri on the top? Is that a more demographically better draw when we sell the card? When we sell the card, it's always right now. It's Thurman, blah blah blah, at this weight, this and that. What are the demographics and what is the statistical information of when we sell that card on the top card? Are they going to get more buys than putting Santa Cruz or putting Neri? Being that Neri just lost also too, and then Santa Cruz is also coming off of a loss. So who is...
Everybody's losing on that pay-per-view. That's the truth, Rachel.
But anticipation.
Everybody's coming off of a loss.
Anticipation sells as well. What's the next? If they do win, then they got that title shot.
It's hard to sell it,
but it's not. But for me, it's not for consumer.
No, you're a different kind of fan. We're talking about the fans which are really looking to pay. You got to grab the casuals attraction. You got to grab the general fan who's willing to pay. $75 is like 55 quid. It's a lot of money.
Hold on, let me get.
People listen. People want to see a fight which has got at least one title on the line, and the man's coming from a win. No, do you not agree?
I mean, it's different type of consumer, brother.
Yeah, different type of customer.
Hold on, let me say. Punch, please stop talking, Knicks. Please, boxing only. Let's be positive and professional. Good looking out. Well, I mean,
especially after Rachel just pointing out everybody just came up with a loss.
I mean,
now to go on that side, rap star.
Yeah.
An example would be how data wise, right? So for instance, like YouTubers, right? Like Jake Paul and stuff, they're the headliner, they're getting paid more than all these guys are getting paid. So that's because they're bringing in people, right? So needless to say, maybe their data is that they're looking at the Santa Cruz and Neri, they're bringing in the Mexican crowds and the popularity as well. Because remember, back in the days, Arturo Gatti was a guy who lost to fighter, but he was exciting. But he brings hundreds and thousands of people in arenas.
Yeah.
And I guess going into that, I think that would be what they're looking at as these guys have a prominent name in the boxing world, and bringing in their fans to watch the fight, as compared to. But I do understand what you're saying, that back in the days, you had Tyson, the big guys,
that was what pay-per-view was.
that was pay-per-view. That was grand. The grand fight was the pay-per-view fights. That was pay-per-view.
But peep this. Is you can set example. Have you ever gone to let's say a Filipino restaurant, right? Mom and pop Filipino restaurant. You could get that plate of food, that good Filipino home cooked meal, right?
Mm-hmm.
For like $7 a plate. But then you go to an upscale Filipino restaurant and the same plate, rice and whatever, you paying $23. But you still pay for it. You just in a different place. It's the same food, but you pay for it more. Hey, I was paying cheap gas just a year ago. I was just paying cheap gas just a
talker, isn't
he? I was just
now I want Filipino.
Yesterday
I wanted Mexican because someone said El Faro, and
so I have to overeat this thing at like 10, 11 o'clock to get this tacos and burritos that she's looking for, and the chips and stuff like that. And then her parents, your dad's actually here right now, and her parents came over to just hang out and
Hey, Dad, can you bring over some Filipino food? Thanks. My dad's in your comment section.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up?
I didn't even tell him I was here. He's over here talking.
But right, I could get
I hear that.
Good plate of food from the Mexican truck right here for $8. $8. I'm getting like a plate of food that could feed 3 people.
Yeah.
And
I could go to a restaurant and it will cost me $16.
Now here's
my people at $16, but I'm
Now there's my rebuttal on that, right?
Oh,
you pay this mom and pop of this ginormous plate of, I don't know, just say fried chicken. Now you go to a I guess yard bird, right?
Yard bird. The one
chicken,
that you like?
yeah, the one I like, chicken. But the chef, a Michelin chef, you get what I'm saying? Now it's like 10 times or 50 times more. But my point of it is like the quality of the people that are behind is what brings the money in terms of like pay-per-view, like say Mike Tyson back in the days, right? Or like Trinidad and De La Hoya, or Trinidad and Vargas, or De La Hoya and Vargas. These were grand names. They're like Michelin chefs.
Yeah, but Rapstar's like whole thing is like, does Thurman, does he demand that? Does he demand the pay-per-view?
Yeah.
To be on the top card, to be demanding what did you guys say? $75?
$75, yeah.
Okay, so then we go into contracts. And the question is, what is Thurman's minimum purse?
Yeah, we don't know that yet. You see? And that's the point right there. You see the critique, but we don't know nothing. We're not in the boardroom. We don't even know what's the success number. Like, we don't know if the success number is, what's the success number.
So if I was a promoter, okay, and I'm not Thurman's promoter, but if I was a promoter and I bet my money on Thurman beating Pacquiao 2 years ago, and he didn't. But my minimum, let's just say that he has a 3 or 5 year extension contract based on him fighting Pacquiao. He lost, but his minimum is, for roundabout figures, let's just say 10 million. Okay, let's just pretend that's high. but let's just say 10 million. And I know I can't put him with anyone right now that's going to generate that kind of profit where I feel okay in the risk versus the reward.
Mm-hmm.
So I would bring it down, and I'd bring it down to 50% and say 5 million.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would say, okay, I'm going to give you 5 million. You're going to throw a fit, but listen, I'm going to give you 70-30 off of the pay-per-view side after 500,000 buys, knowing that he's not going to go after 500,000 buys.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you took it because you believed it.
Yeah. You thought you were going to sell the fight and people going to buy it. That ain't going to happen.
So
you don't get shit. No back end.
I mean, that's how I would have played it if I was on that side of the game.
I think that's the way they playing it.
I don't know what to say. I think
that's the way they played it, though.
I see nothing.
I think that's the way they played it because what the amount was that he made with Manny Pacquiao over $600K, and I don't think they're gonna pass no, especially now that everybody's just throwing darts at it. Like, no, don't buy the pay-per-view, don't buy the pay-per-view. It's like a protest right now on social media. Don't buy the pay-per-view, don't buy the pay-per-view. I mean, I'm not cut from that cloth to take people's money out their pockets. Like, I'm not. Don't pay for that. Don't pay for that.
And I'm just thinking of like I'm just thinking of any type of way of how to get out of that type of situation would be to present it as a pay-per-view and then say, well, okay, well, we're giving you an opportunity, but an opportunity is only as much as you think it is worth and can be worth. So an opportunity like that is, yes, like you were saying, I can make X. I believe I can make X. But if it really isn't there and they don't feel like it's there, then they'll present you with the opportunity knowing that it really is just it's a smoke mirror.
It's Inoue versus Nonito Donaire pay-per-view.
100%.
Huh, Rapstar? Is it a pay-per-view?
That's a dumb question. You already know that's a mega blockbuster. Everyone wants that.
Yeah, but okay. But what about if the people said, "Well, I saw it for $10 off the zone"?
But listen, at the end of the day, that's why they respect platforms like ESPN Plus and DAZN, because they bring you fights like that.
Well, it's $20. It depends if you have the yearly subscription. I think.
But I'm sure Rachel and Nonito Donaire. I'm sure Rachel and Nonito Donaire, I'm sure you agree with this, because with the pay-per-view model, what's happening is getting watered down. The numbers are going lower. They're happy to take whatever it takes. But doesn't that take away from the fighter, which can be exposed to millions of people? So the next time round, they can really sell a big blockbuster, you know?
It just really, like with pay-per-view, it really depends on the boxer, right? So someone like Canelo can demand like a lot of pay-per-view numbers. Now, so Canelo would lose on a DAZN type of deal, because if DAZN is only doing a subscription and they get, whatever, and it's not a pay-per-view back, then what is it, $9.99? Let's just say it's $19.99 a month. So you're paying $20 times 12 months really isn't anything compared to how many times Canelo fights a year, 2 times a year. If you were to pay for the pay-per-view, right? In addition, you get X amount of fights per year on DAZN, on the app. So it's like, it's a weird like investment model, I guess I would call it, if you were to pay to buy, like, instead of, let's pretend, okay? So Punch, you buy a lot of the fights, right? How many fights a month would you say that you purchase?
I support the game that I don't even count the money. Like, I don't care. I don't know.
Like 2 fights a month?
The only fight that I didn't pay for was the Andy Ruiz and Chris Arreola. So every other pay-per-view I paid for. Or Isaac Cruz and Gervonta Davis. But I paid for everything throughout the year. I got DAZN, I got ESPN Plus, and I pay for all the pay-per-views.
So let's just pretend that you did screw it. Let's just say that you only did one fight a month, right? At $75 a month per fight for times 12, instead of paying for a yearly subscription of $20 per month for DAZN that allows you to get the fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're already saving the money on that side as far as not having to pay every single fight, and that we're only talking about one fight that you want to see.
Yeah.
So it's good for the fan if it's a subscription base, and then they get unlimited fights through one app.
But the thing too is that there's only a certain amount of people that will be watching. You know,
I give you an example.
No. That's what I'm saying. It's good for the fan.
Yeah,
It's not good for the boxer.
I give you an example. There was really no cards on the zone in January. Guess what? I paid my monthly subscription.
Yes.
And there was no fights.
Yeah, that's like the gym membership that they're hoping you sign up for in January and you don't show up.
Yeah, like, you know what? It's a new year. I'm gonna train. I'm gonna lose weight. I'm gonna get in shape. Make it happen. And then 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Next thing you know, you never show up for like the whole month.
So how about if the selling point of the zone was we got Anthony Joshua, we got Canelo Alvarez, and that's the selling point to get my subscription. Guess what? I bought my subscription. What was it, like 3 years ago? The zone, when it came out, Canelo was not here anymore. That's a big chunk. This is one of the biggest reasons why maybe I subscribe my yearly subscription for the zone. Now you got Anthony Joshua that only fights one time a year. So now what?
He's
you
like,
know,
man, stop complaining. And,
I'm not complaining. You're complaining, rap.
No, stop complaining.
You better buy that Keith Thurman versus Mario Barrios.
I'm gonna buy it anyway because I'm a hardcore fan. But we have to also speak for a lot of fans. You know, they are very frustrated. They don't hold back.
I think the whole boxing world is very frustrated because we're not getting the fights that we want to see. That's just pretty much what it is for so many years now. You know, and that's just how it is. I mean, it's just unfortunate because, you know, me as a fighter, but then also as a fan, we're not getting those fights that we want to see, you know, and it's frustrating because we want to see the best fight the best.
Don't you? Isn't it? I mean, before we used to know the plan and the schedule of a fighter. For example, when Mayweather was signed to the Showtime deal, we know that he was going to fight around Cinco de Mayo in September. So we know what we're going to get after May. Canelo Alvarez, even when he fought Yeardrum, we knew what we was going to get after. Okay, fighting Yeardrum, but he's going to fight Billy Joe Saunders, right? Like, we know the schedule, so we're not so much frustrated. But now we don't. Do we really know when Onita Donaire is going to fight? Do we really know? Like, we hear the report, but we don't. And but if we knew that Nonito Donaire is going to be fighting in April, and then he's scheduled to fight in September, whatever move you make in April, let's say even if you fight a tune-up fight, but he's fighting a tune-up because he's going to fight this, because he's going to fight, you know, on September. There's no frustration there because we know your schedule. Is there? Maybe that's the frustration of a fan. Do you think that we don't know when are we going to see you again?
I mean, to be fair with you, I mean, I'm sure Nonito Donaire knows this. It's a disjustice to the fans and to the fighter. And this is why Gary Russell Jr. came into the ring nearly 2 years inactive as a champion, and he did a disjustice to himself because now he's not in condition at the time that he needs to be. He doesn't fight actively. So what happens is the fans don't get to see the champion as much, and the champion, by being inactive, is, you know, at some point that's jeopardizing his career because, you know, when somebody else is more active, I'm sure Nonito knows this, you know, at some point you're going to be losing a step. And it happened to Gary Russell. Because of his injury now, he should.
Well,
I already knew he was going to say that.
The only thing he's going to say what he has to say, but the only thing I have to do about the Gary Russell thing is I can't know which Gary Russell we're all talking about because there's way too many of
they're all
them.
Gary
How many
Russell.
Garys?
Like, can someone be called G and then Gary or Gar and then Gary and then 1, 2, 3? I'm so confused about that.
So we got Antonio Russell, we got Antoine Russell, and we got Gary Russell
first of all,
Jr.
that's already way too damn close. Okay,
Gary,
Antoine,
Gary.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
For me,
Gary Russell is the
though,
shortest one with the beard that barely fights. That's
yeah. So for me, it depends on like for me, the nearly 2 years for me was actually a benefit for me because I've been in the game for such a long time that I know I don't need. There's no rust for me because I've been there. I know exactly what I need to do. It actually was a blessing for me because I was healing a lot. I was healing. My body was in tune, and I had time to study. I had time to learn. I had time to grow. And so for me, it was beneficial. But for other people, it wasn't. For a lot of people, it plays a lot of game in their mind, and they think about the rust and all that stuff. I don't, I just don't think that way. I just go out there and then do my thing. But in the process of the 2-year layoff, it benefited me.
Is ring okay? Can I follow up? Is ring rust a myth? Is it because the fans don't know the work that you're putting in the gym, or is just the ring rust like there is a different? Of course, it's different between sparring and a real fight, but the 2-year layoff or 1.5 years or whatever. I think that people don't understand. Again, like we were talking about, people don't understand or want to understand the life of a fighter. There is a time that you've been fighting since you was tell the people when were you 10 years old. So that's hand wear and tear, that's everything. So you've been working hard, you've been fighting since you was 10 years old. Can the man just get 1.5 years? Can the man Onito Donaire just get a time off?
So with that, I think it's all mental fortitude, mental strength. You are only as what you believe you are. So if you're saying that, man, this is gonna harm me because I'm gonna have ring rust, you're gonna have ring rust. You're gonna say, man, it's gonna harm me and I'm gonna have a bad day. You're gonna have a bad day. I go in there and I don't think about that stuff because you know what? When I go out there in sparring, I spar like amazing. I'm sparring with great fighters and I'm doing well. And what is preventing me from performing like this to win the fight? It's nothing. It's just me.
Yeah.
So if you believe in it, you're gonna believe in it. You're only gonna be as strong as what your mind tells you that you are.
Yeah, I mean, like we've there's a couple times I haven't fought since 2008, and then like there was a couple. It was like 2 years ago where someone had called me and they're like, U.S. Opens for Taekwondo is usually in Las Vegas, and they're like, okay, well we have a girl that's 118. She's fighting at 115, and we need someone to spar with her. And I'm like, dude, I haven't sparred since 2008. And they're like, it's okay. We just need someone to move. And it was because I thought I was like, okay, we're going to pick up from where I haven't kicked for so long. But I've still been in the gym. I'm still being in shape and all this other stuff. But that mentality of just like, okay, well, I'm going to rise to the occasion and we're going to go. I had no inkling in my head. First of all, this freaking kid, she was 18. And I have 20 years on her. That's one. Two, I haven't freaking kicked since 2008. But I didn't think like, okay, I need to shake it off. I need to shake off this kind of ring rust. Like it's this weird, like I think it's completely mental.
Everything's a lot of things that people are saying or the old trainer have said about having a bad day and ring rust is because they put it in their head. When I came back after the Inoue fight, that was almost 2 years. And
Yeah. You fought.
And I came in I came in really in shape, and I came in very I thought I did an amazing job against a great fighter.
Yeah, because he fought Inoue November 2019, and then he didn't fight Ubali until May of 2021.
Felt like you fought him last year. It's just
Inoue?
Ubali.
Yeah, no,
No, he's saying Inoue.
Yeah, it seems like it was last year, right?
Yeah,
but that was 2 years ago.
Like, and that's the thing. Like, what? Like, when you, it's completely freaking mental because when we had everybody had that whole time off. What did you do? Did you work on your craft, or did you allow yourself to make more excuses why you should be sitting on the couch, right? Mm-hmm. And his mental at that point, because we had nothing else to do. We were just training. What is my dad doing?
He said, buy a can of Rust-Oleum if you got ring rust.
Dad, just bring us Filipino food at this point. If so just with people being able to have that time to do better and be better, what is the excuse? Like, so our excuse in our head during COVID and all this stuff was apparently we're giving this time to rest and heal and recover, because he's been in so many wars. He won Fighter of the Year when he did 4 fights in 1 year, right? So there's so much damage on his knuckles, body ached, and like continuously did this. We took that time to recover any of the damages that he had, and then strengthen any of the weaknesses he had.
Okay.
But that's a whole that's a mental thing. Like, if that's going to be your excuse, like, well, I have ring rust.
Now, your experience, I'm not going to say y'all. How many fighters do you know? Do you think? Give me a percentage of what you think. How many fighters have brain surgery? Not brain surgery. Brain damage, whether minor, whether minor or major, that they're still fighting. How many?
Oh, jeez. I would have to say at least. I'm like a percentage.
Yeah. What would 65? You say? Active fighters that 65.
65. Only because, like, I see how much, like, there's people that I've run into and are like, okay, well, we'll spar you Friday because we're sparring Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Thursdays are day off, and then we're sparring you Friday. And I'm like, but you're sparring us 10 rounds. He's like, yeah, we're doing 10 rounds Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
It's crazy.
And we're skipping Thursday. And so I'm, just cognitive, like,
the accumulation of all of
that. Like, there's
you're sparring 10, you're 10 rounds or 12 rounds, and you got the big gloves, you got the headgear. You think that the big glove is going to be protecting you when the impact and the heaviness of the bigger glove is much more dangerous, because you're right there to be hit, and and you're getting hit constantly throughout. In the fight, you get hit here and there, but in sparring you get hit a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah, you don't think those little rattles. That's the problem. Is like, because you have a headgear on, you don't think those little rattles mean anything. Those little rattles mean something over accumulation of time. So if you're doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, good for you, and Friday, so that's 4 days that you're doing 10 rounds. That's 40 rounds per week times 8.
So I asked you earlier today, as Rachel, as the wife, but you no need to. Like, do you think about it? Do you think about, what I'm saying, the wear and tear? You've been fighting since 10 years old, so you've been taking punches, whether it was all flush, you got good defense, of course, you're elite fighter, but in sparring, you do get hit as well.
Yeah.
But that's why does he spar?
So, like, for me, I spar Monday and Friday. That's it. Now, if I spar Monday and it was a hard sparring, I don't need to spar on Friday.
Okay.
I listen to how hard my the thing is, people don't gauge their bodies, right? So for me, I have all the data and stuff like that to see how hard I'm working every day. I have the monitor and all this other stuff.
Oh, explain that, because what's the monitor you use?
So it's a heart rate monitor.
You know what I'm saying? Because I know fighters that already have brain damage.
Yeah.
No, so the
well, this the heart rate monitor is just for me of how hard I'm working. So that gauges me in total of like how well I did on the whole week, right?
Oh, okay.
So when it comes down to sparring, like if I have a hard sparring, I won't spar until the next week, and that's just me listening to my body. Like say if sometimes I'm sparring and we're going all out and I get a headache afterward, I'm like, oh, something's wrong with me. I'm gonna chill. I won't even work out the next day. I won't even work out the couple days,
But we also have a reactive brain. I don't even know what.
Yeah, I get brain. Do you get brain scan when you need to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you really?
For him, because of his age, he has to get certain scans more often than
The younger
man.
Yeah, the younger fighters that allow for, what is it, 5 years?
I'll whoop your ass, son. I will beat your ass with my cane.
But he also has he has this reaction like thing that basically measures how fast his reaction is to his peripheral that we have at the house. That we make sure that his reaction time and everything that is going on with his eyes and the reaction,
hand coordination
is still up to par where it's supposed to be, or even higher. So we have that. We're very medically and data driven. Well, at least I'm data driven. To where I'm like, okay, so we were here, we need to be here, we need to be here, and compare those to make sure that what we're doing is the safest for him possible. And I say safest, I don't even say safest as in sparring, but also any of the strength and conditioning. I can tell if he needs an extra day to recover because of how much he's expended in what we just did.
And you're head trainer and strength and conditioning coach, right?
Yeah, and also
manager,
and nutritionist too, as well.
No, I'm a nutritionist.
No,
I do a lot of this stuff.
Yeah,
you do. Yeah.
So Rachel, do you analyze the fight? When you analyze the fight, you make a game plan for your husband. So you're always on the game plan. You're watching the other fighter. You're watching their weaknesses, their strengths. You must watch tape to tape. Is that the kind of enforcement that you also play within your
role?
What you do?
Yeah, I watch things that are like he was saying, like rhythm patterns, things that they do naturally that they don't think that they do. And I expound on those kind of things. So whenever he spars, there are certain things that I see within the first 2 rounds. First round, if it's really obvious, what the fighter is uncomfortable with, what his go-to is, how he throws certain punches. Like he was saying, like if he throws a jab very linear and he doesn't square up, or if he's a very square fighter. Those things already show themselves in the first round, first 2 rounds. They can try to just disguise it as much as Gaballo did when we fought him. But at the same time, he still had the very basic things that he did before. He just tried to just disguise it with a really high guard, very open up the middle, and things like that. So what I'll do is I'll watch fights, and then I'll take notes, and I'll say, okay, I need him to watch this 10 seconds, and then I'll make the note as to why he needs to watch that 10 seconds. Then I'll be like, you need to watch this 10 seconds, this 10 seconds, these 5 seconds, and I'll go through all these fights, and we'll sit down. I'm like, okay, so watch this. I need you to see what he's doing here. I need you to see what happens to him. I need to see how he moves. I need to see how he throws this jab consistently. And this jab is the same in this 10 seconds and this 10 seconds and this 10 seconds. He throws this consistently. And when I create that pattern in the entire video archive, it starts to create this video game character of, okay, this guy's really good at this. This is his power. This is his strength, right? This is his weakness. And he doesn't have to sit there, because the problem with watching him having him watch fights is he starts getting really stupid anxious. His right leg starts moving a lot, like a rabbit, right? Like, so he goes like this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's like Thumper. He starts getting really excited. And then he starts pacing. And then he gets anxious. And even if it's a fight that we already know.
You got nothing nice to say. Don't say anything.
But yeah, so we'll watch these things and he won't be patient through the whole fight, especially if we know the outcome already. He just wants to know what is the point of why we're watching this. When we slow it down and I start doing all these things, then he starts seeing that we're painting a picture. This is who we're fighting. This is what they are at their very base and at their core, and naturally this is what they do. And so that's all he watches as far as videos, because he wants to do a whole program. She's telling too much. I'm telling too much. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Too many
don't listen to these social media people. Some of these social media people are crazy.
Trust me.
I maybe case of word probably coming from a good heart. Like, you telling too much of the how you train and go by things. But that's very detailed. That's very, and I could that must be very
customado.
That must be very encouraging for you as a fighter. Like, yo, she's like, you could just go to train and she does all the work. Like, because I also hear fighters say, no, I don't watch tapes. But it seems like Rachel watches. She watches everything. She watches the other fighters. They cut their nails and shit like that.
No, so Jelena, who's she was she an 8, 9, I don't know. You two are competing right now. 8-time world champion, the Canadian boxer. So she comes over here and she will literally pass me. I've literally watched opponents. They don't post anything on their social media, but their trainer will. And they'll post their mitt workout, and the trainer, like, they're like, so like, yeah, look at me, I'm training this world champion, blah, 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 blah. And they'll post the mitt workout, and they'll post, the sparring, or they'll post whatever. So we'll follow their whole track on who in the world is in their camp and who's allowing these
That's
videos.
telling too much.
That's telling too much, because I'm watching what they're posting, because these guys are unfiltered, and I'm like, okay, cool. So here's the spine. Okay, so let me look at the spine. It's not on the fighter's thing. The fighter is like really careful. He's not putting anything on his Instagram. But the people in your camp did. Yeah. I watched the tags, and I followed the tags, and I watched it. And they're giving me an inside look without even asking.
I could see if your son, the eldest or the youngest, want to fight, I could see that they're in good hands. I interviewed Mickey Bay, and he said he would never want his son in this industry, but he's not a manager as well. You know what I'm saying? So, you the fighter, you going through your experience, Rachel, and you're a fighter too, and also you have grown to know the business of boxing and know the loopholes and how people trying to, snake somebody and things of that nature. If your son wants to fight, what would you feel? What would you feel about that? If your son want to be in this business?
I mean, if he wanted to be in the business, he really has to make this decision for himself. He asked us today. We picked him up from school. He was like, "Papa, why is my name on the internet?" Remember that? And we're like, "What does it say?" He's like, "Son of a boxer." He literally still doesn't understand who his father is and what he's done.
Like most, they just see him as dad, right?
Yeah, and it's super cute and innocent, but at the same time, I don't want him to think that he has to fill a shoe. The only shoe he has to fill is his.
Yeah.
And if he wants to fight, he has to make that decision on his own. And if he does, then we'll be 100% to support him. But
man,
fighting is, I mean, I think we get way too excited when you know the boys fight, because Jay, the eldest, he fought in Taekwondo at the age of 4, and he just went in some local tournament. He was a white belt, and unfortunately, people found out who he was, and news reporters came and they flooded him with big cameras, and he was like, why are people all up in my face, right? So it was a little bit too much for him at the age of 4. But he's talented. He's strong.
Like I could see, y'all could see it, like, you know, even though that he's not saying I want to be a professional, but I'm like, shit, you could be a fighter.
He can,
Like,
he's gotten his hook down.
What he sees he can do.
He mimics.
Yeah, he's like me. He mimics. He can mimic anything like me. You know.
Yeah. So he has.
I'm like, wow.
But
and I'm not even teaching him anything yet, and he just like gets it.
But all the talent in the world and all the naturally given talent is nothing if he doesn't have the heart to fight.
Yeah.
So Jay, the thing with Drop is he's a very he's a little bit of scared of confrontation. So he's been in fights before at school, and he's like, oh well, I told them not to be blah 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 blah, and then he pushed me, so I hit him, and like he was like so like timid about that, and
I was like, yes.
Yeah, we
knock him out.
we had a conversation where like he's like,
I'm like, if they put their hands on you, man,
you're good.
You're good. You're not in trouble.
Logan, the younger, not as talented, not like needs to clean up his technique, but will fight. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a heart where one wants to just fight. The other one is cleanly talented, but I don't know if he can pull that killer instinct.
Oh, he can. I see it. Remember when he was sparring with the kids, he just went at it. Like he blanks out.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He has my blood.
Me as a father, I always was like, yeah, I never.
I'm getting excited already, man.
I don't want the kid to bully my.
Now I can't sleep no more.
I said I don't want to. As a father, I'm like, man, I don't want the kid to bully my son, right? And then it got to the point where he's just fighting every time. And one time, he's like, he woke me up. I was taking a nap, and he woke me up, and he's like, and I said, what's happened? He's like, man, I'm tired. I'm like, what are you tired? I said, I'm tired of going. I just want to play ball. These guys that always want to fight. I'm tired of going into the basketball court and fighting. I don't want to fight no more. I'm no punk, but I'm just tired of fighting, you know?
Yeah. And
then, you know, and people want to videotape me and put it up. So he showed me one time he fought this kid, and he thinking this is friends, but what his friends do is provoke a fight, record it, you know. And that's what he don't like. Like, you know, my friends ain't my real friends. They just want to provoke, and then they want to put on Snapchat. They want to put on Instagram and things. So then he showed me the fight. But I was proud, right? I was proud of what he did, right? But he don't want to fight. Like, I just want to play ball, you know? I don't want.
See, that's Jay though. That's exactly Jay. So okay, this is weird because he was like 4, but
yeah, my son is 14 years old.
Okay, he was 4, and he was like, I picked him up, or I was going to pick him up, and they're like, oh, he's in the principal's office. So I was like, well, what happened? As soon as he saw me, started bawling, and I'm like, John Michael, and he was like, I didn't do anything, and I was like, what the hell happened? And I looked at the teacher, and she's like, well, so they got in a fight, but we don't really know what happened. And then so I like pulled him aside. I was like, tell me what happened. And he's like, he kept pushing me. I kept telling the teacher, but she wasn't hearing me because she was across the playground, and he kept pushing me, and I turned her after the 3rd time. I turned around and hit him, and I was like, okay. And then so I looked at the teacher, and I was like, so he just said that he hit him. They confirmed the story, and they pulled him to the side and was like, so what we do is if they hit us, we allow it and we still continue to ask for a teacher. So we go to dinner and I was like, what did we learn today? He goes, I'm supposed to allow them to hit me. I was like, oh, hell no. I was like, no, I'm proud of you for standing up for trying to de-escalate.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And ask for help. And they still didn't help you. And they still didn't help you. And the third time you're just like, okay, now it's time for me to defend myself. I was like, but you will not in this household be reprimanded for defending yourself after the third time that you told this child the story. I was like, and but he literally is the one, like we said, that just wants to play. He doesn't want to fight. Where Logan, I think after like just a fake hit, he probably would have just hit the kid.
Yeah. It's tough because I'll be like, you want me to go to court with you? He's like, nah. But do you afraid they're gonna jump you or something? He's like, I don't know. I said, so I'll go to court with you. No, I'll let you fight. I will let you. I would just make sure that that no other kids would jump you. I'm like that as a dad. My son is everything. So it's like I don't want him to be jumped. I don't want him to I don't, how I know how it is growing up too. So I told him, yo, tell me everything. Don't tell me everything. Don't be like I was young. I ain't never told my parents nothing, even if I had a fight or nothing like that. Just tell me everything. I'll protect you. I'm not gonna fight your battles like that, but I will make sure, I'll talk to the parents if they're trying to bully you. I'll talk to the parents,
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, I think like that's the thing is that like we have to give them a safe environment to be able to still fight their battles because we're not going to be able to always be there. If it's 5 against 1, come on, let's talk. Like, come on. But at the same time, there's going to be fights. There's going to be one-on-one that we're not going to be able to be a part of, and them being able to either talk themselves out of the situation or make sure that that the odds are in their favor. If we're going 5 against 1, then probably going to have my back against the wall to make sure that no one's going to hit me on the back of the head, et cetera, et cetera. Just think of the street fight.
That sounds like somebody.
Who, me?
No.
Who? You? Oh, you're 5 against 1. Well, yeah, that's you.
I was gonna say because you see Nico Ali, right? That's Muhammad Ali's grandson.
Yeah.
Right. You got Nico Ali, and you got also Ricky Hatton's son, Campbell Hatton, right? And there's been a lot of critique towards them because they're already fighting televised fights in their first fight, and you could see that they don't look nearly as special. There's Nonito Jr. comes out, and I like the way that they move in Holyfield's son. It's almost like they're making him earn his TV time, right? While these guys is not really earning. I think they're using their father's name, their father's legacy. How would you maneuver towards that? Like, do you want these TV networks to just, we're going to make money off this kid because he's Nonito Donaire's son, and it's going to put him on TV the first fight? Or you like, I know what y'all doing, network. I don't think he's ready. Or what y'all do? What would y'all?
I mean, the funny part is where we are right now, right? So we're talking about YouTube boxers and what they're worth. And I think in this generation, the YouTube boxers, unfortunately or fortunately, have showed us that self promotion is worth something. So if we had put in, if he had put in the money and time and the name to make the Donaire name something, then that should be worth something coming in.
Legacy reigns supreme. That's what I'm saying. They got to eat the fruit of their daddy's labor. Exactly.
But honestly, as much as they put them on pay-per-view on their very first boxing match, is that still literally? Let's for comparison, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. is his very first boxing match. I don't remember, but let's pretend pay-per-view. Let's pretend his first 10 boxing matches, okay? is that comparison into what Jake Paul is making right now with a self-proclaimed promotion.
True.
Because you already have a built-in following. Your father was someone they put in the blood, sweat, and tears. So the name is already selling itself.
Yeah.
So why isn't it comparable when we talk about the self-promotions and what has already been put in?
No, facts. I agree with you, because I always be like, legacy reigns supreme. And you gon' like, I always say, look at Mike Tyson. The doors is gonna open up for his daughter that she plays tennis because of his legacy.
Yep.
So that's why I always say, fighters, go for your legacy reign supreme. You stop chasing the purse and chase the legacy, because your kids is gonna make money. That's inevitable money. That's
Yeah, and that goes to say in any industry. You talk about Michael Jackson's kids, right? You talk about Kim Kardashian's kids. Everything. Probably a bad thing, but anyway. Yeah,
you're watching TMZ and EA.
Yeah. More like literally.
He didn't go to the birthday party. He went to the birthday party.
But like their kids, like they're in. Like, look at this. These kids, right? How old is freaking North? Like, she's less than 14. Her social media is worth how much, right? And it's because of what her parents had done and had established as her name. So they already put in that work and that money. It's worth something because they're fruit of that name, that lineage. And so when people think of it as those terms and they understand what they can negotiate based on what's already built in the legacy, then that's what you start negotiating off of. You're not really just negotiating off of just, oh, hey, this is my first pro fight. Yay, I get to be on pay-per-view. No, bro. Like, this is a lineage that you have the name off of. And you should be able to, first of all, I mean, like, literally look at the Instagram and look at the websites, look at the SEO. If you do Chavez Senior will come up, and eventually the SEO will start to change for Chavez Jr. to come up. Those SEO requirements in the websites and the embedding and the amounts of hits on just the last name Chavez in general will create more buzz and will create more turnover than the average person that just comes off the street and has a good amateur record.
Now, y'all have fought on the Zone before, right?
Yeah.
Did we?
Well, it was bought by the Zone, the WBSS.
Oh
yeah, y'all fought. So when y'all go to negotiation, because the Zone never say their views or their subscription.
Yeah.
So you fought under the Zone. How would you negotiate the next fight? Do you know the subscription that you pulled in for the Zone, or any views? Do you know the numbers of the Zone? Because we don't know.
I don't know the numbers, but the fight the fight was in Japan, and the numbers in Japan was tremendous. Was out of this world. I mean, they filled up the 20,000 or 25,000 arena, and they showed it in 3 networks in Japan.
Yeah.
All the networks in Japan bought it.
Yeah.
So
there's big money out there in Japan. What you trying to say?
For this fight?
I mean, we've before we ever fought in Japan, we went to the Kometa Festival on day after Christmas in Japan. And the tickets for that, and it was all 3 Kometa brothers. And this had to be in 2012 or something 2013. Like that was $2,000 a ringside ticket.
How's that Japan money? How's the Japan money?
They do make a lot of money, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be in your pockets, but so for people to understand, because when they announced that, Inoue and Donaire, negotiating deals. Me as a fan,
So
Me
the WBSS tournament, the finals between him and
Inoue.
Inoue was $1,500 per ringside ticket.
That was then, not especially with
that was in 2019,
especially with the
and that was a
rematch.
stacked freaking arena.
Yeah, so
$1,500 per ringside ticket.
As a businessman, would you would you rather fight him in Japan or over here? As a businessman, just talking about
You're going to hammer me.
Hmm?
Are you talking to me?
The business. Rachel.
In Japan, for damn sure. Because the thing is, like, I've seen.
So the money is better.
The money's better in Japan because if you look at like what, okay, so we're gonna find on ESPN. Let's say ESPN pay-per-view. What is that going to demand? And if there's a 60 or 70, 30%, let's just say a 30% split, and let's just pretend the 70 is on Nonito's side for a pay-per-view fight. They have to surpass a certain threshold for him to be paid. So 200,000. Do I believe that Inoue can pass 200,000 pay-per-view buys in an American network? That's tight. All right, that's one. Two, we saw him fight Das Marinas over in the new Virgin Hotel, which used to be the Hard Rock. That's a 3,000 to 5,000 arena. Our tickets ringside, third row was $150. So we do the math, $150, and you can, let's just pretend $150 times the entire arena of $5,000.
Just say 100. Just
Okay,
easier.
100 times 5,000 people.
So that
Make it 10,000 people. Is that enough to cover?
100. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of us don't follow the Japanese market, but I mean, you dropping in some gems on us. No wonder y'all be fighting in Japan. And I'm like, nah, man, y'all better fight in Vegas, man. Don't fight over there. I want to see the fight here. And that's why you say you want to fight a Yoka too, huh? Get that Japanese money, huh?
The Japanese they're oh my god, they're super loyal to boxing. It's crazy. Like I said, when we saw the Kometa Festival in 2010 or whatever. Yeah, it was before the Montiel fight. So 2010 or 2009. And on Christmas Day, people paying that much money for ringside seats and the entire damn arena was sold out.
Shit, I saw
I realized, like, holy cow, like Japan will pay for the experience. They really will pay for the experience.
So if I know you're still negotiating or things of that nature. So you think it's closer to Japan than here? If y'all make if that fight comes to fruition,
we're looking at purse increase. I think,
I think it's more Japan than here.
Yeah, if you're looking.
I mean, like, would I rather? I mean, who else can compete with Japan? The only one that compete with Japan, I believe, is Dubai.
Dubai, yeah.
Now, what are the statistics of overseas workers in Dubai? Filipinos in Dubai, pretty good. Japan, not sure of overseas workers. And then you have to look at the visa requirements for Japanese tourists to come into Dubai, which I have not researched.
Where do Philippines? There's a lot of immigrants in Philippines in Japan or in China, like
in Dubai. Yeah, there's a lot.
Dubai,
okay. Yeah,
in Dubai. Yeah,
yeah. There are a lot of
like I have a community like the way that a lot of Philippines in California. Do you have a lot of Philippines?
Yeah, they're mostly like what is it called?
OFWs.
No, but the home care.
Like home care
workers, registered nurses. That's where a lot of them come around and give their professional expertise. So registered nurses is a big thing as far as taking workers from the Philippines and bringing them to different countries. Even here in the U.S., literally you go into a hospital and most of their registered nurses are Filipino.
Sure, that's what's up. See, I don't. In New York, In New York, I'm not gonna say it's like a big Filipino.
There is. There's a New York Day Parade or Independence Day Parade in the Philippines in New York.
I mean, New York, we have everything, right? But
Yeah.
I know there's like Koreatown, Chinatown. I don't know where the Philippines at. Maybe in Queens.
I don't think we ever have a Filipino town. That's not like a thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's a Korean town because Jen always tells me about it. She always tries to drag me over to New York whenever she goes, but I don't go.
How you like New York?
New York's kind of mean to me.
What do you mean we mean to you? We're very good people out here.
Yeah, but you go hi, okay. So go up to the bagel shop and be like, "Hi, how's your morning?" They're like, "What do you want?"
No, we're not like that.
I swear to God, I swear every single time
you need to go to the. You need to go to the hood. You see, with the Latin.
Okay, we never went to hood. We were like on 5th.
Oh, you see, you in the 5th Avenue, of course. That's
what do you want me to say? That's where Bob put us for the Rigondeaux fight. That's
tourist people. You need to go to the common place. You remember coming to
America? They were very nice.
Yeah, you need to go to the common place. You know, we treat people nice. Hey, mira, mi amor, ¿cómo está? You know what I'm saying? We had that good lingo. You know we're very welcoming.
They speak Spanish in New York? No one spoke Spanish to me when we were in New York.
A ver, porque ustedes no van para ese sitio, ustedes están en Quinta Avenida. Y'all on 5th Avenue, ain't nobody gonna talk no Spanish there.
No,
tourist town.
Yeah, I mean that's literally what I was like. Hi, still like in
look, as a New Yorker, ask any New Yorker, we avoid tourists. We avoid going to 42nd Street.
Oh, you guys are totally different from what we do in Vegas. What we do in Vegas is when the tourists come to Vegas, what we do is we take a whole seat thing on in front of the bar. We turn it 180, and then we watch all the tourists come by, and then we have a what's it called, babe? A scavenger hunt. You have to find girls with no shoes, and you have to girls with click clacks, a couple fighting, someone getting wheelchaired out, someone getting arrested, a prostitute, a gigolo, a bachelorette, a bachelor party, divorce party. Like, so all we do is like we watch all the tourists, and then we do this whole scavenger hunt on who you're supposed to find.
I avoid the tourist place, you know. You got Meatpacking District, you want to go out. You got LES, you want to go to a good bar, you know, good local bar. You go uptown, you know, you go Harlem, Washington Heights, Dykeman. Brooklyn is a good place now, you know. It's a good to go, you know, Williamsburg.
I know, like Jen's been trying. You know, I'm friends with Jen, yeah.
Jen? Yeah. The rapper Jen?
No, Jen Mosley. Jen. I don't even know what to call her last name anymore.
Shane Mosley's ex?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. She lives in New York?
She was a New Yorker. And she lives in LA. But she wants to go back to New York.
Hey, okay.
She
still kept the last name?
Yeah.
No, she dropped it, didn't she? It's Kim now.
No, because the kids are still not out of high school.
Oh, yeah? I thought they grown up already.
No, there's one more. There's a daughter.
Oh, okay.
But the funny part is I didn't ever meet her until people compared me and her.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they're like...
y'all were sisters and stuff like that?
No, they're just like, oh, Rachel's the next Jen Mosley. And then so she was like, who's this bitch? And then I was like, who's this bitch?
Recorded. It wasn't her that recorded smacked that ass, right?
No. It was just like, you know, like they were comparing us, and then she came to Vegas because she had house here, and then I think it was Dan Rayfield. Dan Rayfield was like, I love you both. You guys should meet. And then met her, and then we stayed until like 4 a.m. talking mess for a bit. And I was like, okay, well, I'm Bay. You're in New York. I can respect that you're not going to be the same as me at the same time, but.
Were you raised with Italians too? You got a lot of Italian friends?
Yeah, in the Bay. Yeah. I grew up in like mostly a white neighborhood. San Mateo was a very prominent neighborhood that was a little bit different.
I could hear some Italian in your accent. That's why I ask.
I grew up with ghetto ass dudes. That's what I grew up. I grew up in the street. You know, I grew up with a lot of in Oakland.
Sometimes you're Mexican.
And then I grew up with, you know, I grew up with a lot of Mexican, a lot of black people. So I'm like, hey, ¿qué pasó, way? You know, and I'm like, yo, what's up, dog? You know, you gotta play the part. You know what I'm saying?
We were watching.
Yeah, Rachel. Let me say from New York, because we're melting pot, so I could sense a lot of accents, right? Rachel raised with Italians, maybe Irish, maybe a couple Jews there. And Nonito was raised with Mexicans and blacks.
That's right.
Yep.
Am I right?
That's right. Yep, 100%. You know, it's funny because when I came over to her side, and then they start the car up, and she just leaves it there to warm it up, and I'm like, "What are you doing?"
Hey, what's the gas?
No. It was like, that's gonna get stolen, man. That's gone. You know,
literally, in where I grew up was in the entire school K through 8, like there's 3 Filipinos.
No, you remember that night? It was like 2 or 3 o'clock, and then somebody hit the car, and then they put their insurance and their number, and I'm sorry, blah blah blah, and I'm like,
we were going home from a club, and then there was it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and he was like, oh, there's a big accident. I was like, okay, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, I don't care, I'm going to bed. And then so at 8 in the morning, you could see a cop car, like, you know, the siren, and he's like, oh, it's a cop siren, like, he's like, they're there. And I was like, okay, what do you want to do? He's like, I'm gonna go over there and tell him I didn't see anything. And so go. So he walks down, he's like, I didn't see anything, but I saw it done at 2 o'clock in the morning, like it was already hit, right? He's like, but I didn't see it happen. I was like, okay, superhero.
Hey, ¿qué
good
pasó?
job.
He's like, Nonito, okay, Nonito.
No, yes. Nonito's practically Mexican. So the cop turns around and he's like, you didn't see anything? And he's like, no, I didn't. I heard it and I saw what happened, but I didn't see anything. He goes, well, but the person who hit them put on the windshield a note that says their insurance, their phone number, and blah, blah.
And I was like, who does that? Who does that? Like if in my town,
Italians.
if we hit the car, might as well just take the damn whole car with your car and run. And you know, it's unheard of, man. The car was jacked up, and there was a note that, hey, I'm sorry, I messed up, did my insurance, blah blah blah. We'll take care of your car. I'm like, who does that?
He's like, wait. They left the insurance and the phone number, and the cops are like, yeah.
My mind was blown away, man. I was just blown away. Like they'll leave their doors open and stuff like that, and they don't never lock it.
That's why. See, punch.
No, so when we got together, we moved in my town.
I wasn't specific.
This is like, you know, if you want to be, if you're gonna want me to be with you.
No, you told me to move in. I was like, what?
Nah,
and you're like, I was like, you have to have your own place.
Let me go find my place. So I bought a condo. You know.
Tell Punch where you're living when I met you.
So I was living in San Leandro in East 14. It's known.
More specific.
It's known for like.
No.
What?
More specific.
What are you talking about?
Where were you living?
I was living with my dad, and I didn't have nobody. So
wait,
you know.
Wait. You just beat their chin.
I just beat their chin.
Yeah. You're living with your dad.
I was living with my dad
on the couch.
So.
And then he wanted me to live with him, and I'm like,
I was.
Oh, right down. He was just testing you, Rach.
Yeah. Come on, man. What's up with
he had it like that. He was just testing you what type of woman you are.
Hey, it was like, what's love got to do?
We got a condo right across from his dad. Right freaking across from his dad.
And I gave her rules. I gave her rules. It's like, you can't. So the area is known for like you know, prostitution, drugs, and all this other stuff.
It's known for everything. Blah, blah, blah. Homicides, everything. It was like on border of Oakland.
Yeah. So point is, I had rules for when somebody knock on the door, do not answer. If it's a package, tell them to leave it there. Don't even knock. Don't even open.
I was like,
And
but I ordered a package.
most of all,
Don't
do not go out at night and do not pump your gas at night. And guess what happens? Everything I tell her not to do, she does.
She pumped it. She pumped it the latest she can.
Crazy.
I mean, I can't tell what time of night the gas is gonna go low. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, she passed. She passed.
She's crazy.
Yeah. So East 14th was a very eye opener for me, and then you have to remember that he was very proper until we went to an Andre Ward fight.
UK proper like rap star.
Yeah, he had. I mean, like he.
Yes, indeed. I was quite proper, really, quite proper.
Yeah, I mean, he had manual windows in his car. He would roll down my window. He'd reach across and roll down my window for me. But
I opened the door. I opened the door all day. You know.
Oh my God, my eldest son in Cabo was 2 years old when he found out what a manual window was in a car.
Yeah, now he understands why roll your window, right? Because all the cars there's the button and it just drops, right?
He's like, how do I turn it down?
Yeah, I'm like, how do I put the window down, Mama, Papa? How do I put my window down? I'm like, you see that thing right there? You gotta roll it down. I was like, what? And he was so excited, he kept playing with it. Oh man.
Oh my God.
That's
This is like, what the hell? So now they're living in the ghetto.
Yeah. Yeah, I did bring you to the ghetto.
You did.
You did.
You miss living in the ghetto? Nah.
Yeah.
You miss living in the ghetto?
we still in the ghetto.
Mentality. You got that.
Yeah, ghetto mentality. Yeah. No.
Vegas is an open carry state, so it's a little bit better than Oakland.
Y'all be walking around with your pistol?
During freaking quarantine when they were robbing everyone and everyone thought that we were from Asia and they wanted Asian hate. I was like, I'll give you Asian hate.
Like I like
my little friend.
I like visiting a lot of places, but once I'm there for more than 3 days, I'm like, this ain't New York. See, I'm a night owl. I could get anything I want even at this time. Like if I want some good cuisine.
Hey, Vegas.
It's the same with Vegas. What can you get in New York that you can't get here?
I don't know. When I was there in Vegas, right? The last time when I was there in Vegas, this August, right?
In New York.
And I'll finish editing, right? I finished editing for whatever I did earlier, you know, with the media work or whatever. And then I go in the nighttime and I just walking around. It's not that y'all don't got 24 hours places, right? Is that in New York is just more. It's high. It's a lot of selections. You know, I could go from or maybe I didn't know because I don't know. I didn't know nobody. So I would try to like Google a place or whatever, and I went to a Mexican spot to eat, and I'm like, oh man, I wish I was in New York. Give me some better. Damn, I wish I was in New York, you know.
Did you go to the one that was next to the stripper club?
Strip club.
Is it a stripper club? I don't know.
Sapphire.
Yeah.
Did you go to the one next to Sapphire?
No, I went to the next to the in the same. It wasn't around the same spot that the MGM Grand is at. That's some 24-hour spot out there.
It ain't Taco Bell, right?
No Taco Bell.
Well, because they do have the Taco Bell cantina. That's like a big thing now.
No, it was no Taco Bell. But I'm not gonna critique. I'm not gonna critique Vegas. But I was expecting more though.
Okay, you don't know where the Secret Pizza is in Cosmo, or like the old, like the hole in the wall Korean spots that open till 4 a.m. kind of thing. Or you just go to Rhino and you get quesadillas.
Oh, they make the best chicken wings
at Rhino.
Y'all love Vegas.
I love Vegas.
She likes
Yeah.
Vegas.
The only
I
thing
love
I
Vegas,
don't
too.
like about Vegas is like it's really dry.
It's dry.
a
It's
desert.
dry as heck. It's
So
dry.
allergies are bad. Your sinuses feel really just really dry. But compared to that, like Vegas outside of Vegas, the outside communities are regular communities. And then the concerts that come here, the things that tour, the sports that come, the entertainment is unlimited, and literally it's what, 15 minutes, 20
Yeah.
minutes,
Yeah.
45 on a really bad day, like a UFC event, that it takes us 45 to get in because there's traffic. But besides that, a 45-minute to get in, that's nothing.
Yeah, I'll say
Bada boom, bada boom.
Vegas, no, Vegas is cool. Vegas is cool. I just don't see myself still like
Still haven't been with the best. So when you want to have someone to tell you,
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
okay,
I love Miami.
you tell me yours, because I didn't like New York when I went.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you don't. No. I'll be looking at you weird. You don't like. I'm not. No. Because I got friends also that not from New York. And they be, this is too much. This is just too much for me. They don't like it. It's too much people, too much. The subways and all that stuff. I don't know. I'm just not. It's just very convenient. New York City. It's very, very convenient.
Hey
like,
man, I'm back, man. What's going on?
What the hell you was doing, man? Watching XNXX.com?
No, I was listening. I was doing something. And
Yeah,
I
he's saying Bond, James Bond.
And I was doing something, multitasking. But listen, this is amazing. I can't believe the passion that Nonito Donaire and his wife have for boxing. You know, it's like happy hour Thursday. Everything goes happy hour Thursday.
That's right.
You know,
we're on Friday now.
In happy
we're
hour
on Friday
Thursday,
now.
Yeah? People go have breakfast, have lunch, have dinner, come back. This is a channel that we speak boxing 24/7. When it's Mr. Moonshine, it's boxing every single night. And
yo, tell her, Rad, tell her, when I leave you a voicemail, tell her how.
Oh, don't even talk about it. This guy here will leave voicemails in mornings in different countries. Yo, Rap, wake up. Boxing's 24/7. Boxing doesn't sleep. This guy's watching Philippines at different hours, China, fucking England. The man's speaking to me at my hours and he doesn't sleep. And I think to myself, he is so passionate about boxing. But Rachel, he's found his friend. You're just as passionate. And I got to tell you, I mean, I know Nonito Donaire is in boxing, but I can see the passion that you have, Rachel, when you're in the sport.
Yes. I want it to be better. I want it to be seen. And how we have to get there, then we just have to get there. We'll figure it out.
What is the future that you see for boxing? What do you want to see in the next 5 years? If you can articulate, what would you like to see in the next 5 years?
I would like to see more, of course, more women's fights, more women commentators. Honestly, the funny part is I can't stand literally 3/4 of the people that are commentating right now. Cannot. Like, I think we have aged them out. I think that they need to open up their minds a little bit more. I think the people that are there are a little bit too narrow-minded in a sport mentality where they weren't even supposed to be commentating on boxing to begin with. I think within that, women who are managing, because there are women managers, very few, but I think that they'll start coming out of the woodworks now, and being able to fight and stand up. Will there be a women's promotion? I think there will be. I think it needs to have the backing of a network that shows some light on what the trials and tribulations are of what women boxing has to go through in not just women's boxing as a boxer, but also as a manager and promoter.
Great fight.
And also, I would like to say, just like the legacy, like we were talking about, because see, I was listening, even though, I was having a quick breakfast, I was still listening. Um, and listen to this. I heard about the legacy. What is the end goal for the Nonito Donaire brand? What is the end goal for the Donaire's name? Is there where are they going to try and stay in boxing?
Well, right now, I am, aside from getting the undisputed belt and all of that stuff, outside from that, I mean, I'm training Jesse Vargas, I'm training other fighters, I'm training a lot of fighters that are coming in as well. Of course, the fifth division, advising fighters as well. All of that stuff is all.
Oh, you're an advisor as well, yeah?
Well, we. Well, for me.
You Punch. When we did that whole contract thing, he was like, "Oh,
I don't know what you're talking about."
That's a bad.
I understood. Word. I concur.
Okay. Yeah,
I concur.
Okay. Good looking now, Hector. He was leaves Chicken Taylor alone.
So basically, the Nonito Donaire is gonna stay in boxing for the rest of his life, whether it's training, advising, managing, or whatever your role is.
Most likely.
Rachel seems to know that she got a definite role anyway. But Nonito, you definitely are going to be part of boxing for the rest of your life. This is what you've done as a kid.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's
something I am good at. It's something that I am very passionate about, and it's something that I can help a lot of people, fighters, get to where they should be.
That'd be great.
And just opening their eyes. I think when we did that whole thing with Punch a couple weeks ago, just opening the fighters' eyes to these things that are in the contract that they're not even looking at. We're not scared at any point of time to guide them. I think a lot of other boxers, they don't want to say. They don't want to guide other fighters because of the fact that it shows that, oh well, yeah, I got taken too, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to be vulnerable. They want to say they made a mistake. We learn from our mistakes, and we want people to learn from our mistakes. And if we can help other boxers with that, then that's the biggest takeaway for us.
So if I've got some boxers and some kids coming up, I should look to link up with you in the near future then.
I've always we've always had our door open.
And the thing that is a rule for me is transparency. I want them to trust, and I want them to understand what the whole system is, what's going on, and the negotiation. Everything will be transparent so that there is no question of what's happening. The thing about the old school traditional management, promotional, and all that stuff, it's always behind the scene. It's always, hey, this is what they're offering, blah blah blah. As compared to just, I think that'll make them feel like they can work hard for it, stuff like that.
What, Rapstar, you asked me about what would happen in the next 5 years. I think we're going into a trajectory that we can call out what is going on in boxing and not be afraid of what's going on in boxing. I think with Jake Paul garnering the amount and having a backing like Showtime has proven that there is money in boxing that the traditional boxers are not being able to take advantage of because they didn't know it existed. So what I would like to see is that the pay scale starts to get more evened out, and that there's transparency between the boxers, promoters, and managers, and that it becomes a partnership, considering that the boxers are putting their livelihood on the line. And
what would you say about if the men be like, well, why would you want equal pay if we're fighting 3-minute rounds and y'all fighting 2-minute rounds? Why would you want that pay? What would you say about that?
Okay, so so you're saying that because I have no issue that I believe that women can fight 3-minute rounds. When I was in Taekwondo, our rounds were exactly the same. It didn't have anything to do with men had 3 minutes and women had 2. No, we had 3 and they had 3. So I don't understand where that kind of thinking that, I'm sorry, as me as a female, is limited to only be able to fight 2 minutes. That there is no statistical information or medical information that says that I time out after 2 minutes and need a 1 minute rest. So because of that, allow the women to show, because I've seen a lot of these women fight and they're getting their gears going at 1 minute and 30. And if they had another 1 minute and 30 instead of 30 seconds,
it can be more
their
exciting.
game plan could have been executed.
In other words, fans are saying that they don't like it because sometimes, you know, they don't get knockouts, they don't get the bloodshed and tears, and they feel like, you know, women's boxing, you know, it's like, this is what the fans say. I'm not saying it. The fans say, I've got to separate.
Talking for a friend.
No, because, you know, I speak to the fans all the time. And they always say, rap star, I don't want to see women's boxing, man. There's no knockouts. Nobody, you know, it's not appealing to me. You know, so people want to see blood. People want to see knockouts. They say to me, rap star, look at how Clarissa Shield looks. She looks like a beast. I mean, you know, I'm just saying, the way they say, look at her as a woman. She's a strong woman. And you can see it, that she is a strong woman, but she never knocks her opponents out. And I think fans want to see a mini Mike Tyson and a woman. And I don't know what it is, but you ask majority fans, Rachel, they lie. They don't watch women's boxing.
Well, they don't also understand. So if you want to talk about, if you want to, you literally want to see more knockouts, then extend the minutes and have less rounds. Extend the minutes, because literally we see more action in the last 30 seconds of a women's match than we do in the first minute and a half, and then we cut it off. We don't give them the rest, right? That's where those knockouts come. When he fights, or when Jesse, or when I train anybody, when I go into the last 30 seconds or the last minute, right? The last minute and a half of the training rounds that I'm doing, the last minute and a half of the training rounds are the more difficult. It's not the freaking minute and a half that they just did. So if you're cutting out what the women, like, you're only giving them 2 instead of 3.
Yeah.
You're cutting them out. So if you want to see a damn knockout, give them 3 minutes. Give them damn 5 minutes. If you want, give them 1 5-minute round. If you really want to see a knockout, the extension of the human body, that's the funny part. You extend the round, then you start to see the stamina and the where they can actually take their boxing and their power to. Can you extend it beyond what they think you can? And that's where literally knockouts come. That's where people get buzzed, phased, is in the last 30 seconds, the minute. And you cutting out a minute, why? I'm sorry, were we given different lungs?
Yeah.
Were we given different, like, we can't figure out how a boxing match acts after 2 minutes? Like, we just cut out and we need a rest period. If you want those kind of things, if you want more knockouts in females, then give them the opportunity to get that knockout. But if you're giving us like these little baby steps to do anything, it literally isn't doing anything. You're complaining, we're complaining, because there's not enough action. You want us to sprint right now in 2 freaking minutes. Give you a knockout right now.
Well, damn it, sprint. Y'all want to equal. Damn it, sprint.
Oh, well, so let's just put it this way. Guys don't want to be able to have to sprint. They want to extend it, right?
We're the lions. Y'all the lioness. Y'all supposed to go out there and hunt. Y'all supposed to work harder. Let's go. Let's go, alphas. Rachel, okay, like, nah, I ain't coming back to this motherfucking place.
I just wonder when Rapstar's gonna come back up again and be like, "Hey, so I'm awake. So I had bacon."
Yeah, Rapstars is probably just
He's
great poupon, English muffins.
Yeah, jam on it as well with butter.
With butter.
With butter.
Why you don't pronounce the T?
Yeah, like is it a silent T because it's together? Two T's make
you
it silent.
you say the English. Why you don't pronounce the T? Rapstar.
Cup of tea.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, cup of tea, mate.
Well, so you don't say butter?
Oh, butter, mate. Yeah, it's butter, isn't it?
Why butter? No, it's not
everybody's.
butter.
You know, we're same people, just different accents. That's all it is.
Well, just say butter.
Yeah, we need butter. That's it. You know what I mean?
No D. There's no D.
So, Nonito, how long you looking to stay in the sport, man?
Nonito.
Nonito Donaire.
Nonito.
He said no.
Plan out your future, or does a boxer not plan out their future?
Nonito. Water.
Mr.
I love
Nonito
water.
Donaire.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can I have some more? No. You know, for as long as I can. I mean, you know, I love the sport, and I love being in it, and it gives me a lot of purpose and passion and just everything, you know, that I look for, you know, that keeps me moving, you know, and I love it. If I can do it for a long time, I mean, I would love to. You know, I know that I won't be fighting for all my life. So whatever I can, however I am, you know, in terms of when I wake up in the morning, the passion is there, the energy is there, the desire is there. I'm 100% going to be fighting still.
I'll say certain fighters, and with one word you're going to describe them, just one word. Can we do that? Can we do that right quick?
Sure, let's do it.
Right. Manny Pacquiao.
Legend.
Mike Tyson.
A hard hitter.
Oscar de la Hoya.
Fishnets. I'm sorry.
He was gonna say lingerie.
I said fishnet.
Oh, fish.
That was the first thing that popped in my head.
Oscar was a legend, man, in the ring. He had fishnets, but he was
but growing up, I look up to, you know, and I still do, you know, I still have a lot of respect for him, but no, but you know, he's an incredible fighter, man, incredible fighter.
Yeah,
you know, it's just that, you know, it's just mental thing, you know.
Fishnets. He takes a lot of criticism around the world for fishnets.
It just popped in my head. That's all. What
was Oscar doing, man? What was he thinking?
No.
What was he thinking, man?
Yeah, no, now she's gonna clean up, you know. But hey, listen.
What was he thinking?
I was not thinking, dude. I haven't slept, and my back is killing me because you kicked my butt.
Yeah, we gonna wrap this. We gonna wrap it up. Like I got more fighters though.
Let's go.
All right, Roberto Duran.
Hands of stone.
Yeah, stone.
Julio Cesar Chavez, Senior.
Or junior.
The best.
Oh, that's your favorite fighter?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's a lot of favorite fighters. One of them is one of the best right now. You know, I mean, I grew up with watching them. Hagler, also Leonard, all those guys, man. You know, so if you ask me those, I'll say the best too, because they are the best to me.
Hagler,
the best.
Roy Jones,
the toughest guy to fight is Hagler.
Hagler, okay.
Yeah.
Roy Jones,
skillful.
Floyd Mayweather.
Defensive.
Bernard Hopkins.
I was gonna say old like me, but whooping ass.
He's gonna say alien.
Alien. There you go. Alien. Come on,
hey,
man.
Punch, can I ask him something? Because it seems to me the ones you're asking are not the ones which I want to hear about.
Oh, you want to hear? Oh, okay. Nigel Benn.
Let me ask.
Go ahead.
Lennox Lewis.
Incredible.
One word.
I know.
He's
Incredible's fucking
Incredible.
amazing.
Okay.
Lennox
Yes.
Lewis. Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
incredible.
Incredible. Okay. I got some more for you, my son. Nigel Benn.
Tough.
Yeah, he knows his boxing. Nigel Benn was tough. I like this guy. Okay. Joe Calzaghe.
Rubbing hands. A lot of punches. A lot of snaps.
Yeah. Joe Calzaghe was a great fighter.
He was a great fighter too.
Yeah, Joe Calzaghe. Hey, listen, we gotta go. Let's see if you know Carl Froch. Carl the Cobra Froch.
His wife, Rachel.
Good fighter out there too.
Yeah, he's a tough man. That boy was Carl Froch. Tyson Fury.
Gypsy.
Here you go. Yeah.
Salvador Sanchez.
Hard hitter, man. Hard hitter. Anomaly.
Got any more rap?
Keep it coming, baby. Keep it
You
coming.
just wanted to say you're British. Ricky Hatton.
Ricky was tough.
Ricky was tough when he wasn't broken.
Carl Frampton.
Friend.
Good. Good man. Good
Gentleman.
man.
Friend.
Yeah, good man.
Jesse Vargas.
Best
My
friend?
boy.
Okay, I've got one for you. Edwin Valero.
Crazy.
Oh, wife beer.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. He was crazy.
Rachel Donaire.
The best
Bitch.
among the best. She's the best around.
He said, he heard what I said. I was like, bitch.
He said a bitch.
See how
That's our
sexist
family
we were.
culture.
See how sexist we were. We never asked any woman fighter.
I said Rachel Donaire. She's a fighter.
Okay, you went to Rachel only because at the end, but you didn't say about
Who said it was the end?
That's right.
Layla Ali.
Yeah.
Ooh, strong. Jeez.
Clarissa Shields.
Talented.
My brain is loading right now, but go ahead. Keep going.
I want to see where Clarissa Shields can go as far as MMA because I think she's talented. I think she if she puts her mind to it, like I think in MMA, like she has a lot to learn, but I think she's talented enough to pick it up.
On to the next. Go on, mate.
Amir Khan.
That's his era. That's it. You be asking about his era. That's like
No, Amir Khan. Yeah. What does he think of Amir Khan?
Khan.
glass chin.
Yeah, you say that, man. You never said that.
Khan. You said Khan.
Come on,
Khan. Yeah.
I
I
think
just
it was overhyped, but okay.
They overhyped rap star. What you feel about that?
Hey, I can't say nothing. Rachel knows her business, bro. She knows her business.
and everybody has their own opinion, right?
Bob Arum.
Oh, Jewish.
Huh.
Al
Jewish?
Heyman. Al Heyman.
Secretive.
Yeah, I gone. Like, don't see him.
The ninja.
The ghost. Casper the
Ghost.
This is fun.
Richard Schaefer.
Oh, family.
Family.
Yeah, you've been with Richard for a while now, haven't you?
Yeah, and we're like family. We're great friends, you know. Yeah. Great person.
He's one of those people that don't give up on you even though that you lose.
Yeah.
And that's something that a lot of the boxers have always said. He doesn't just throw you away.
Yeah.
This is fun. Now it's starting in like in the newer age boxing. Okay, go.
Oh, all right.
Paulie Malignaggi.
Italian.
I'm like New York.
Franklin.
Miguel Cotto.
Miguel Cotto, Puerto Rico, respectful.
Yeah, Miguel Cotto.
Yeah.
I always like
Puerto Rican legend, I guess.
Yeah.
You know.
John Riel Casimero.
Rascal.
Chocolito. What do you think of Chocolito?
Chocolatito.
Pocket boxer.
I'll fight. I want to fight. I want to fight. I don't know what word.
Excited?
Yeah.
You're excited?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, he's a tough guy. There you go. It's a tough guy.
Yeah, he's tough.
Larry Holmes.
The best jabs.
George Foreman.
Grills.
Yeah, he got well. Yeah, he got well.
Yeah, he did.
And way too many kids.
Aren't
they like all George?
George, yeah, all
They're all George.
hard hitter. He's a hard hitter.
Jinky Pacquiao.
Like what?
Where are you going over there for?
Filipino.
Look, they always go. Look, no matter what, they always going. This Filipino legends. They always going to say when they say Manny Pacquiao, they're gonna bring Nonito Donaire. They're gonna bring Jinky. They're gonna bring Rachel. So I'm just saying Jinky Pacquiao.
Okay.
You ever had a double date?
No. It's
No.
Our culture is so different.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't match. We're like, I don't know.
We can't
So
find
I mean, people will figure that that you and Manny was. How was your relationship with Manny? Can I ask that question?
We're good. We're friends.
Okay.
You know, when he fights here, he always tries to invite me all the time. You know.
Yeah.
So,
it's just the thing is
the
that
culture is so different, though. Philippine culture and Filipino American. You know, like we can't talk like this. You know.
So when you come on February 5th, like we're not gonna come with an entourage of 50. You know what I'm saying? So we're not used to that. The reason why we came onto YouTube is because we're literally introvert people. We stay at home. We stay with our kids.
I am. You're not.
I go out and party when I want to, but we don't surround ourselves with a lot of people that we don't trust.
Yeah.
So we don't go to fights. Like when you see us go to the next fight, it'll probably be 6 of us, and it's literally probably Jesse, Jelena, and a couple other people that come with us. That's it. So their whole team is based on a lot of people, right? And you don't know who to trust in that.
Got it.
So we're not those type of people, and so we just don't fit in. We don't have a puzzle. We're just like, yeah, so we're good.
Case of voice said, man, he political, man. We don't rock with the government. Nah, they do. Case of boy, the best friend is running for political office, Jesse Vargas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Come on, keep it coming.
I mean, Nonito Donaire, I would like to ask you, what's your top 5 fighters of all time? What's your favorite fighters, Nonito?
Sugar Robinson, Sugar Leonard. There's so many, man. God, can I just put the kings together as one?
yeah. You don't got to put a numerical.
So 4 kings are one.
Yeah, put 4 kings at one.
Put 4 kings as one.
Yeah, because it's that same era.
Yeah, the 4 Kings era was something else, right?
Okay, so they're one.
Yeah, so I got
to be fighting. They used to fight like 5-6 times a year.
Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, so Sugar Ray Robinson, 4 Kings, Aguayo, Chavez, Roy Jones.
Man, just carry on. Just keep going.
yeah. There's you got Trinidad. I love Trinidad. De La Hoya as well. Mike Tyson. It's just there's so many people.
Did you ever you never got invited to do the interview with Mike Tyson podcast, nothing like that?
Not yet.
The hot box?
Yeah. Not yet.
We don't smoke.
Not yet.
Oh yeah, I don't smoke. That's what it is.
I'm surprised though. You mentioned all those fighters, bro, and you never mentioned Floyd Money Mayweather yet.
He's an old school.
I'm an old school kind of fighter.
Like,
I'm not a defensive guy.
Just his fighter. Like
I'm
he
not.
Literally listens to what 50s music.
Yes.
So like literally,
I grew up with my grandparents, so I listened to like the 40s, 50s, and 60s, whatever kind of music that I don't even know.
I like the 70s music. There's a bar here in New York City. It's called Ethel's, and all they play is 70s music. Like
yeah,
I like 80s.
I do 70s and 80s too as well, and 90s.
Yeah.
But
80s like Cobra Kai.
Now, disco is just it's basically just disco shit. I love it. You know why? Even with the people that they made people. I mean, and it's young people. All ages of people that go to the bar, right? But nobody's in their phone. It's like everybody's enjoying everybody's company.
But isn't 70s, was that when they were doing skating? Like they were doing like a roller rink stuff? Oh no. Is that
maybe
80s?
maybe
70s? 80s.
70s.
70s was doing roller rink.
I love 70s music. I'll be pumping that shit.
Do you mean 80s? 80s is
I'll do 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s and 90s.
And I like gospel. When I'm sending too much for the week.
There was a whole decade because you didn't understand English.
Yeah.
It was 90s.
In the 90s, but I mean
early 90s, you have absolutely no idea what happened.
So what? Does it mean I can't listen to the song and not like it?
But you didn't know what that.
So what? I didn't understand any of the movies I was watching.
My playlist, my 70s playlist is called Cocaine and Disco.
There you go.
He didn't watch what is that called? The freaking dragon movie. Last Dragon. He didn't watch Last Dragon until like 4 years ago.
I didn't know.
What?
I swear to God, when we were like, "Hey, bro, Bruce Leroy, like, who's the baddest?" And we were like,
"So no."
He didn't understand.
You saw my intro. You see my intro.
No, but he didn't know 4 years ago.
Hey, it was longer than that. It was longer than that.
Okay, 6 years ago.
No, it was longer than that.
That was the that your kids always have that movie that they could watch on repeat so they could just chill and you do whatever you got to do, right?
Yeah.
My son, it was The Last Dragon. It was that movie. On repeat. Like,
glow.
Yeah, it was no cartoons, nothing. It was just that movie.
Wow.
I love that movie. Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. It's going to test drive. Oh, going to test.
Remember when you're trying to be like the Asian Uber Eats?
Matter of fact, I'm sorry, Rasto. Matter of fact, we're talking about The Last Dragon. Do you feel like you got the glow at this?
I got the glow now. I got the glow. I got the glow. Oh, I got the glow.
Because that's how I feel. That's what I feel you got right now. No lie speaking, not because we're speaking to you right now, but you rap star, we talk. I feel like you got this. It sounds like it's just it's like a refreshing rebirth. Like
hey, who's the master?
No need toll. No need toll.
Hey, the Flash is going against the monster, bro. The Filipino.
No, we got it. Who's the master?
Flash. Who's the master?
Hey, the Filipino Flash got coming back like a Flash. Monster better watch out.
If I say it as a fan. If you beat Inoue in a spectacular fashion, I'll probably be the one that be like, "Hey, yo, retire, leave it like Jordan after the Utah game." That's it. That's it. Leave it. If you knock out Inoue, you got. I'll be like, nah, he gotta leave. Cause I even want to Pacquiao after that Thurman fight.
If you win anyhow,
we still have that one.
Yeah, we still have
that one belt that's chilling.
Yeah, and we're gonna get after that too.
Oh, we gotta get Casimiro. Yeah,
that's right.
Wow.
So,
I mean, they're gonna make a movie out of you anyway one day, Nanito Donaire. I'm sure one day you're gonna have a documentary and everything. Yeah,
they should do that now.
Still a bit early. Yeah, right.
Yes, definitely.
Still a bit early, but you got a lot of stories to tell that people don't know. Am I right?
How do you even like condense that into a movie though? Like it's so long. And he's actually acted. He's never acted as himself.
Like,
they did a Mike Tyson movie when he was still active though.
Oh yeah.
But he didn't play himself.
I think that the story is always the struggling story,
Yeah.
born from nothing, and I think that's always the story to capture, and then when he wins the first title, that's it, right? But that's always the story. But I feel like y'all have a book.
We have a lot.
He's working on his.
But that's what I'm saying. No, he got a book, you got a book, and then y'all got a book.
Yeah.
The wife of a fighter. Whoever came up with that?
Or a tell-all.
But it's the difference because probably another wife.
I do a tell-all. Do you know how much like people would pay me not to publish that book?
That's right. That's why.
Wife of a fighter.
I mean, how much did I expose on Punch Boxing that he was like, holy shit, it's like 4 hours and I'm exposing like everything that we've seen in boxing. If I were to do it,
there's more though.
Oh, there's more. Yeah, we could have still gone.
There's more between I think that would be cool. I mean,
wait, hold on. So we were watching you yesterday and you were like, so would you take, where's that question, Punch? You said, would you take a step aside if you're the mandatory for Inoue?
Rap stuff for
you. The reason why we were here today.
If no need
question.
Yes, sir. Would you take step aside money, $15 million? If, well, let's say you lose to Inoue, and you got a rematch clause, and Inoue, he wants to fight Casimero, but you got the rematch clause, and they give you $15 million.
That's not fair though, because you should say at least 5-7 million. Because
I don't know how much you're getting paid for this fight.
Yeah, Anthony Joshua's getting like mega money, right? So if he takes 15 million, it's a heavyweight. It's a heavyweight man taking 15 million.
All right, so give us an estimation of
what. Let's just say 2 million then.
All right. Okay, 2. So right, so 2 million to step aside. Would you take that 2 million to step aside?
Show me the money, 100%. You know what? Because they're gonna go chop their head off, blah blah blah. I'm gonna get after that anyway, as long as there is a stipulation that I'll get the winner.
Oh, I taught you well.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you been paid step aside before?
No, I haven't. No. I've always fought it.
He wishes.
Have you heard of?
I don't mind.
Have you heard of others being paid off step asides already?
Yeah,
I have. Yes.
But I mean, he's always either been the champion or won, so like a mandatory. So I mean, like he's never really been in like the 10th position, 3rd position, to request that step aside. So we haven't been in that position. If we were ever to take a position as a step aside, then the money has to be it has to be optimal to where we would, if we were to take the fight, like because we're sitting for 6 months, right? You're sitting for their 3 months of their fight plus another 3 months for the next fight, and then a stipulation that you would have the mandatory position to whoever is going to be the winner of the fight within X amount of months, and there's no step aside for that. So basically, let them box their heads off and sit pretty for 3 months, and then whoever the winner is, that you get that position to challenge, not to challenge, you're the mandatory position to take the next fight, and they can't take any other fight besides that.
Yeah.
Now, will either fighter do that? I don't know, because maybe one fighter is like, yeah, okay, I'm good, because if we talk about sanctioning belts and like who their mandatory is in the sanctioning belt, like, well, eventually I'm gonna have to fight this guy anyway, right? But if their ranking in a different organization is lower and the person who wins, would they literally want to fight that person, or would they want to take someone who's even lesser of that just to be able to suffice what they have to for the belt?
So y'all would think like, yo, AJ, if they was offering you $15 million to step aside, y'all on the side like, yo, my man, take that money.
Hell yeah.
Take that money with a mandatory position of the winner.
You don't care if people even question you. Oh, you are not a warrior. Oh, the morals. See, I say take the money. Take the money.
I mean, what's the thing about it?
Rapstar says don't take the money and be a warrior, and that's what, right, Rap?
No, I think you misunderstand. Listen, this is what I said to Punch. He makes, right, Rachel, he made 60 million on his rematch versus Andy Ruiz. Okay? Right? And I know that you have to understand anything can happen in boxing, right? Now, he knows he can get 60, 70 million to fight Alexander Usyk and get all his belts back. Now, you're talking about money which is 4 or 5 times more than the step aside. Right? So I said to Punch, if he lets that opportunity go and then he decides to fight Dillian White, anything can happen. You know, he could lose. And if he doesn't decide to fight, then he's not going to be active. He's going to wait to see who the winner is. Now, for me, I said either way you look at it, some fans are going to say that that's an opportunity that you've got just to go rematch it, get much more money. Anthony Joshua, if you believe you can beat Usyk, you won't take the step aside. Us fans, you know, we do think like that.
I mean, but why don't you take both? And I say that because, okay, so he's going to take, let's make it round numbers. He's going to take 5 to step aside in comparison to 50 million. So why wouldn't you take the 5 million to step aside, 15. Take him, or I'm just rounding it to make it pretty.
Okay.
5 million to just step aside, and put it in the contract that if I step aside, then both them, especially with a sanctioning belt, agree that whoever the winner is, this is my minimum pay for the fight for me to have. So now we go 5 million plus an additional 60 million on top. So now you're making 65.
I understand, but you know, Tyson Fury's a man who can change it all. He goes and wins the belts, and he might retire. And then Anthony Joshua, you know, anything can happen, right? So what I'm saying is Anthony Joshua taking the step aside, yeah, he wants to be in position, but then the guys who fight, they can't even get a rematch. So I'm hearing that they want it to be one fight and then fight Anthony Joshua. I'm not sure how it works.
Well, I mean, and that's the whole thing is negotiation periods and putting that into before you accept anything like that is having the sanctioning bodies, having the promoters, having the fighters sign off like, okay, so this guy's we're taking this risk, and in the bout contract you understand that when you take this fight you will have to face, if you are considered the winner, you will have to face Anthony Joshua. That is a thing that I mean, look at Mark McSio. Mark McSio just won the belt, and his put down his throat is as a mandatory. How is it that quickly? These are things that when you fight for belts and you fight for when you fight for these belts and you step aside to allow a fight, you're allowed to make these demands and make these considerations for you to step aside. You literally don't have to. You don't. So why make it easy for them? Make sure that your position is financially and beneficial in your position for when the winner is placed, that you are not just looked over.
What do you feel about that fight, Mark McSio Navarrete?
I think that's going to be a good fight. I think that's going to be a good fight. I mean, I think, like you were saying, like I've seen Mark. I don't think he fires when he should fire. I think that his punch combinations aren't exactly the best thought out. I think that just has to deal with the level of competition that he's dealt with and him having to grow. Can he grow? Yes, I think with the right direction he can. But the only way to get him to that level is fighting people, at these high calibers. With the one on the who did he fight on the pocket undercard?
Say hi.
So that was a learning experience for him.
Yeah, he got knocked down in the first or second round.
Yeah, and then but we saw him getting outboxed. We saw him wanting to load up for big shots. Once the competition starts stepping up into a point where, again, let's just throw out the Gary Russell thing, because I mean, one-armed competition boxers, really can't base it off of that, right? But if you base it off of someone who really can just pick apart from the outside and just rack up the points and stay away from those big shots, can he adjust? I don't know, because Mark is not known to be a boxer. He's never been known to be a boxer. So, I mean, I think, when he if anyone comes head to head with him, he does have flaws foundationally that leave him extremely open, because he's so excited to throw those big bombs. But when the competition comes up into a level that there's those mind games, right, that we were talking about, like, was he playing possum? Does he really have two hands? Those kind of things. That's where we start to question, like, does he really have the IQ? Right.
Yeah.
And I think that has to be it's something that has to be proven. I think with the right coach, he can prove it. I just don't know what kind of backing he has at this moment to be able to increase that foundation to be able to prove it.
Yeah, sometimes I see in the corner, like Freddie Roach, legendary trainer. But sometimes when I do see in the corner and I don't see the communication as timely the way, because he's a health wise Freddie Roach, but I don't know. I always been little critiqued on having a trainer that can't give me the instructions at that minute in between the rounds the way it should fly.
Well, I think that's so that's when we start talking about, like, are you going with a trainer for hype or because of that connection, that respect?
I think so.
Right? Yeah.
I'll say. I think it's because hype and the relationship, Manny Pacquiao promotions and things of that nature. I see it. I mean, some certain fight it works for it. Sometimes it work for you. Like, I mean, not every coach is gonna bring. Not every great coach is gonna bring the best out of you. You got to have chemistry with the coach.
Yeah.
And I think with Mark Magsayo, even though that he couldn't identify that you're fighting a guy with one arm, right? At one point, by the ninth round, you should know that this guy hasn't used his arm in 4 rounds.
So, right? I mean, I think, like, the thing is like, we're talking about, like, we are assuming that Freddie Roach, if we were to talk about a full-blown trainer that is there during mitts, during sparring, during strength and conditioning, during cutting weight, blah, 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 etc. The thing is that we're assuming that those points are all hit. All boxes are checked off. And a lot of these trainers, when they become a certain level, they really don't show up, or sometimes they show up once a week to check on their student. And then others, sometimes they really don't show up once a month. They don't work mitts with them, right? Let's be honest. Okay, Freddie Roach has a gym. How many boxers does he train? Does he spend an hour with each of the boxers, or even 30 minutes a day with each of those boxers on mitts? That's not physically possible with every single boxer that he is a head trainer for.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So when we look at that, can he adjust his boxer, and does he know his boxer, and to the extent that he can adjust them because he knows their strengths and weaknesses on how to adjust them in the middle of a fight? Will they listen to him in the middle of a fight to adjust them? And for that communication, especially because between an American trainer and a Filipino native tongue fighter, can they communicate in the short time of, let's say, 50 seconds, because it's really not a freaking whole minute, right? To be able to be effective in the next round. If the answer is no, then we are only picking the coach because we think if he's in the corner, the judges will sway my side. That's the only reason. And if that's the only reason, then it is a detriment to the fighter, because they're not going to be able to be their full self, just based on notoriety of what, we're just riding on the coattails of what a respectable trainer has done and what he's done for the sport and everything else. But what he's done right now in this camp for eight weeks is not beneficial for the fighter. Then we have to recognize that and say if we need to move on or otherwise.
No, it's true. I always been type of critical about that, about his health and how he give the instructions in between the rounds. But
no, let's
any closing thoughts?
Let me put it this way, Punch. Not even Freddie. Like I know Freddie has his own health issues, but let's just talk about every trainer in general. Robert Garcia, amazing friend, amazing family friend, had a massive amount of boxers that he had to take care of at the same time that he was he had his gym over in Oxnard, and was also trying to come back to the Bay to watch him train, him spar, go back, and then have to deal with all those boxers. Let's be real. There's 24 hours in a day. There's only so many hours that a trainer can give to the boxers. And eventually there just has to be a realization that, listen, I'm only one person, and I can't do everything. I'm not omnipresent, and I can't have my hands on all the boxers. And it's okay to admit that.
That's what happened with the Joshua Franco Virgil T situation. They both had a fight at the same day. During the lead up to the fight that week, I think there was some frustration coming from Virgil T Sr., the dad, and now they're not working with Robert Garcia, not giving 100, you're not giving 100% full of attention. Why be and why get paid as a trainer?
Yeah. And I think that's the thing is, like, the transparency and honesty of a trainer is to say, I'm in the position where I can be like, okay, well, so I'm going to train Jesse. I'm going to train him. I'm not head trainer with Jesse. I'm just strength and conditioning. I'm good with that. And I can take on a couple more strength and conditioning one-on-one. The rest has to go into my groups. But besides that, if I'm not going to pay attention and I don't have enough time, I'm just going to say, no, I'm good. Because that's going to reflect on me. I feel like I have to be able to give 100% to who is expecting that for. So with that being said, I think just people
closing remark. I'm gonna cut you off. Closing remark.
So that's my whole point, is that all they just have to say is, I can't take it.
It's just being honest about it, right? Yeah. And the thing is, because it's an opportunity for a lot of fighters, a lot of trainers that they're gonna try to expand themselves for. While they're not giving the thought that it's a dangerous sport, knowing that they've been there. Not giving 100% to the fighter is giving them a less I guess
Time.
not,
Time.
not just that, but you know, you want to be 100%, you know,
Yeah.
and you know, and your life is on the line, you know, and kind of pushing yourself and spreading yourself thin is like giving them a that course of not being at 100%, and of course being in a dangerous situation, things can happen as well. But you know, I mean, they just got to be honest. They just got to be honest, like, you know what, I'm with you, I'm gonna go 100% with you. So
They're trying to get that, they're trying to double down, get that money, get that train, get that 10%.
this is punch right now.
Get that. But thank you. Hey, thank you. Beyond the ring, Nonito,
Right, baby,
Rachel,
that's right.
Rap Star,
Rap star.
everybody at the
Hey,
chat.
can I just say, hey, listen to the Donaires, hey, champ, we can't wait for you to get in the ring again. You know, we're waiting, and whatever decision you make, we're behind you. Legend, 4 times, 4-weight world champion. You know, so hey, champ, thanks for your time and your knowledge.
Thank you, guys.
Trainer of the Year nomination.
Yeah, and trainer of the year, Rachel. Your
Manager of the
knowledge, your
year.
time.
Let's do it.
I
Let's do
appreciate
it.
you, Rachel, for your time, your knowledge, your insight, and yeah, we should have Donaire's every month, once a month. The Donaire's with Punch Drunk Boxing.
That's right.
Once a month, maybe you can make it a show.
That's right.
Let's go.
Let's
As
do
long
it.
as there's
Yeah, man, tequila.
Tequila. That's right. Hey,
But when
appreciate you
Cam
guys.
starts,
Thank you, guys.
no tequila.
No más, no, you know, she loves tequila. So
yeah,
Nah,
I don't drink that much. I told you, man. When I do drink, I drink hard. The next day, I'm praying to every god of known to man. You know, like, God, please take this any day.
I ain't never going to drink again. You know, you get that
Yeah.
hangover. I ain't never
Exactly.
going to drink again.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well, Punch, we'll see you here.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Adios.
Likewise, man.
Thank you, Rapstar.
Thank you, guys.
I
Rapstar, appreciate you
Chat.
guys. You guys have a wonderful day, wonderful evening, wonderful afternoon, whatever you guys are at around the world. So thank you guys for tuning in as well.
Yeah.
Peace, guys.
Yeah,
Peace.
and Punch, make sure that you tell us when you're coming in.
Yep.
Oh, I'll let you know.
All right.
For sure.
Órale.
Welcome to Vegas.
Yes. All right.